struggle. They don't feel your pain and why every day you hustle. It seems when you touch the paper, then they wanna touch you. Write up my name, cause you ain't, and they don't discuss you. And they don't discuss you. Cause they don't see they struggle. And I'ma keep you coming. So you can keep on hating. And I'ma keep on starting.
there, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome for day number 2 here of the Star Challenge North America for PUBG Mobile, as we're about to get into the thick of things. We have 4 more games left today to find out who is going to be our champion and which teams are going to be moving on to Dubai. My name is Kyle Harris, I'm your host throughout the day, and to my left-hand side, again, as always, I have Mr. Powerbang, I have 7 Worlds Gaming. Guys, yesterday was pretty awesome.
It was crazy. Awesome isn't enough to describe what happened yesterday. The action was intense. It was chaotic. We saw crazy zones in the first game, some really standard ones in the second game. Amazing team play overall, and some familiar faces up in the top of the rankings.
Definitely some familiar faces. We got GameStarz, and we also got Team Gates. Now, the third place is kind of interesting because we saw towards the end of the day that Marciano Gaming started stepping it up, and also they're kind of on the tail of Wildcard. Wildcard currently with the most kills of the tournament so far. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, and considering that yesterday we saw only 2 teams actually taking those chicken dinners in GameStarz and, of course, Team Gates, that leaves a lot to play for a third place. Those 2 teams currently are really pushing far up into the leaderboard there.
They really are. Some distance has been created between the first 2 teams in GameStarz and Team Gates, but as they continue to play today, there's a lot of opportunity for many other teams, even some of those that are further down the leaderboards right now. All it takes is to string together a couple of wins, and there are a few teams that are in this tournament that are definitely capable of getting that chicken dinner.
And some of those teams is actually the Derek Skillers, and those guys pretty much being able to, they're within reach of third place, so I'm looking forward to see how they're going to go ahead and come out on day number 2 and what their strat is going to go ahead and be. I'm pretty sure a lot of teams went back and watch a lot of the VOD. You can actually watch it on YouTube as well if you want to go ahead and do that on the PUBG Mobile channel. It'll be really awesome.
Absolutely, and of course, thanks to our sponsor for joining us along this journey as well in Samsung Galaxy Note 9 even. I'm switching those around for a moment, but that is fine. Of course, they are with us for this entirety of the journey, and also don't forget on Twitter, you can join us as well with the hashtag PMSC. You can tell us who you think is going to be winning, who you impressed you yesterday as well. For me, Derek's Killers coming in and being 5th place so far shows that they have been able to ramp things up from the qualifying round. So I want to hear your guys' opinions out there as well. So guys, let's break down what we had from yesterday. Of course, we had 4 games, 4 fiery games. Some of the ones later on, of course, were pretty impressive to say the least.
Action-packed from beginning to end, and a lot more action-packed in the middle of the games. We're in third-person perspective. You normally see a little bit more patience, a little bit more timidness, because there's always that potential of an enemy peeking you around a corner where their body is not visible to you, but they're fully on your screen. So
very true, and we saw a lot of teams just being able to go ahead and use that to their advantage. You know what? Now talk about it. Let's actually go ahead and look at it right here, as Beowulf currently has the Mini 14 just blowing up the card, getting Team Gates too. They're currently pretty much on the fight. So PV, right here you see Wi-Fi as well, just turning around with the M4 and destroying a couple people from the smoke.
Nothing like a little smoke in the house, right? I know I talked to Beowulf and the guys yesterday, and they were surprised it was Team Gates driving by that they got. Calibers here trying to make the push here on G25, who was stuck behind the shack, unable to get it done. And then we've got those guys and Richie smacking a team over by the gas station.
And my boy Derpy right there with the Car 98 getting some shots through interesting spots. And right here, Clay and Beowulf once again trying to blow up a car. Sadly for Nerf, he ran straight into a barricade and caused Derek G and himself a death. I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and try not that to happen today. And Carnage right there, just Carnage being a beast. And Dragoon.
One of my favorite plays of the day right there. Cleric
gosh.
Dragoon getting the crossbow kill in Pachinki and also finishing the crossbow kill in Pachinki. Limited on guns. These guys had shotguns here. You can see Spooby turning around, knocking them dead with the pump shotty. And then we've got Parker here from Marciano Gaming, who has surprised everybody sitting in 4th overall.
Definitely a Sute right here, just making sure that they're able to go ahead and get some kills as we see Team Gates currently there on the screen. They're pretty much ready. They're ready, as we can see Juicy right here. I'm pretty sure Juicy and Lights Out want to go ahead and come out a little bit more fired up today, since they are currently standing at, I believe, 14th place in Aminosity. Look at Aminosity, the plays right here. There's so many people. If you actually are able to see the mini-map, there's so many teams still alive towards the end of this zones. It is just madness.
Absolute madness. You can see here some great peeking going on by Everfury, getting RK and Derek's Killers knocked out there. That was a great push by GameStarz on that compound, taking out both RK as well as Team Gates. So really impressive stuff from them. I'm expecting to see more really awesome play from GameStarz today.
Yeah, I mean, they even mentioned it in their interview. They were laying down smokes in coordinated time with one another as they're going through with the car just to be able to kind of pre-set up any kind of cover that they may need when they were going into warehouse situations and stuff, which was really, really cool to watch. But let's take a look at the standings as well here as we take a trip down towards the numbers, and we do have Gangstars and Team Gates, as we say, with the 2 chicken dinners each. They are sitting in 1 and 2 very respectfully. What else do we have, boys?
An amazing performance by Wildcard yesterday. Going against other squads, they were pretty much undefeated when they were going one squad versus one squad. They racked up the most kills in the tournament yesterday, 45 to their name. You've also got kind of a surprise in Marciano Gaming. A lot of people expected them to do well, but maybe not this well. 4th place, definitely in striking distance of getting that 3rd spot. And you've got Darius Killers as well. Notable about Darius Killers, they did not qualify for this tournament. They got in by the popular vote, and they are using this shot at redemption to their full advantage, and they are making a run at Dubai here. Who else?
One of the big surprises there, and we also got Same Gamers in 6th place, and those guys. Now, another team that's been standing out for me is Team G25.
Yep.
They're pretty much not scared to take on anybody, and I'm looking forward to see what they're going to go ahead and do today, because as we saw yesterday towards the end of the day, they were challenging Gainstars, they were challenging Team Gates. They just really didn't care who it was. They wanted to go ahead and get the kills and start advancing through it. Now, Same Gamers in 6th place, that's actually a surprise, as you were mentioning. Darius Killers as well, a huge surprise, because they weren't even, they didn't even qualify. They just qualified through the vote. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of those teams are going to go ahead and do, and also teams like Dirty Dingos, what are they going to go ahead and decide to do? Because obviously they're pretty far away there from 1st place, 2nd place, and 3rd place. So what is their gameplay going to go ahead and be like? Are they just going to not really care and just go after every team as well? Which might benefit some of the teams standing in 3rd place, 4th place, and 5th place if maybe one of the top dogs gets knocked out early.
Sure thing. Because the chicken dinners have been distributed just to 2 teams so far, it really leaves the rest of the field wide open here. So whoever performs well today, if somebody can string together 2 or 3 chicken dinners and just really go out hot, get some frags, it's all about the kills and how aggressive you can be today to see who can catch that ground and catch Wicked Gaming and Wildcard Gaming for 3rd place.
Those kills have made a very big difference, as you can see, with those top 3 getting so many of them and the points being racked up. And of course, those 3 top spots currently are set to be going to Dubai if they can continue on that trajectory, and that will be at the end of the year. That's where the global finals goes down. We've already had our representatives from Europe decided, etc., and now we're trying to figure out who is going to be going from North America as well. So all to play for. Dubai is going to be awesome. I
cannot wait for that. Can't wait to see who's going to advance from this tournament. Only 3 teams out of the 20 that are here today will be moving on. And again, 2 teams in the driver's seat right now. But that 3rd spot right now is wide open. Again, anything can happen with the way this tournament works. If Gangstars or Team Gates goes out early, it does open up the door for others.
And you do end up getting 15 points per kill, so I want to see maybe some team is going to go ahead and try to go for that record of maybe going after 30 kills. Some teams, Gangstars and Team Gates, have told me that they're going to definitely try to, so I'm looking forward to it.
I'm going to kill a whole lot of the lobby for that, my friends. That's for sure. Let's take a look at our top 4 currently standing, because these guys have really proved that they are out to fight here in day number 1, of course. Let's start off with Gangstars, guys. They came in as one of the big favorites, and they certainly haven't disappointed.
Gangstars led by Angry here, dropping 2,210 points last tournament. But we also have, or I guess that's yesterday, we have 43 kills between them and 11 average kills. That's pretty solid stuff. But notable about the Gangstars is just their synergy, their quick reaction times. Multiple times they were in trouble yesterday by their squads, but every time they were managing to get out of trouble, get back into the game, and somehow exchange their poor positions with good ones by killing off squads.
Definitely getting a little bit lucky there, as we saw at certain times, but they were able to just pick it up. Now, the other team that we actually got in 2nd place is Team Gates, and they're currently holding 31 kills, averaging below 10, but still they're making sure they're going and go for placement, led by Rolex. Look at Rolex there. And they have 1,870 points. My goodness. And he actually told me he wants more kills. He wants Carnage and Sam and them to step it up. So I'm looking forward to it. I want the average kill to be at least 15.
I mean, I was going to say, like, he's saying, average kills just below 10 or whatever. Normally, that's a really good day in the office, let's mind you. But it's just the other 2 teams currently with the big numbers of kills, just a little bit higher than Team Gates.
Hey, certainly, if you guys are popping off 1st place finishes, the kills aren't as important. But, hey, they definitely are going to be for those that aren't getting the first place finishes. On the third place for yesterday, we also had Team Wildcard led by Hot Jukes. Hot Jukes and his squad dropping the most kills in the tournament so far. Through 4 rounds, they're up to 45 kills, 11 and a half almost per game. That is absolutely insane. 1,545 points. So this is the team that many others will be gunning for today, trying to secure that third spot and a trip to the finals.
Hot Jukes and Wildcard there with the 45 kills. I'm pretty sure that's helping. And now we also got in 4th place Marciano Gaming. One of the surprises from yesterday, especially towards the end of the game. As you can see, averaging 6 kills, a total of 24 kills and 1,320 points. So I'm pretty sure they're looking to go ahead and hunt down Wildcard. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they actually go ahead and literally hunt them down in the game to make sure they get off early. And that way they can go ahead and take that 3rd position.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for all of those teams to try and challenge for those top 3 spots. And of course, and you know, at home as well, you can get involved not only on Twitter that we've mentioned before, but you can also download the game in the Galaxy app, brought to you by Galaxy Samsung Note 9, as well as all their other devices, of course. And let's take a look now at Sandhawk with the newest map to come to PUBG Mobile.
Play PUBG Mobile for free.
And that is Sandhawk in PUBG Mobile, of course. Make sure to drop over at Camp Bravo or Alpha. They're my favorite spots. But for now, let's introduce our teams coming into day number 2. Powerbang, Seven Worlds, take it away.
Hey, thank you very much, Kalaris. I'm here with 2MG from Team Just Some Dudes. They finished in 18th place yesterday. How are you feeling about the performance, and are you looking forward to maybe improving things later on today?
I think we did great, but there's definitely room for some improvement.
Sure thing. Well, hey, I wish you guys the absolute best of luck. I'm counting on you guys to drop another 5 or 6 kills. Let's get it done.
Thanks, BB. And I'm actually here with Calibers from Team Taserface. They were able to finish in 17th place with 2 kills. What are you guys looking to do today?
Cause mayhem.
Cause mayhem. Oh, my goodness. I'm looking forward to it. PB, who do you got for me?
Hey there, I've got Fandy from Team Fandy. How are you guys doing? How are you feeling so far in the tournament?
Feeling pretty good. I think today we're going to play a bit more aggressive than we did yesterday. So,
A little more strategy for aggressive today. You going to go grab some cars and try to hunt some people down?
oh yeah, that's what Beckwin does.
Beckwin, I expect to see you in the car, my friend. All right, good luck today, guys.
I got Derek Skillers here with me with the captain, my boy, Derek G. You guys were able to get some really good kills. You guys actually will notice that you kept landing on Pochinki and just controlling that song. Is it going to be the same strat for today, or maybe you're going to go ahead and switch it up?
I don't know. I guess you guys are going to have to see, but we are definitely going to bring the excitement today for Derek's Killers, and I'm excited to see if we can get to Dubai, right?
Ooh, I heard somebody in the back saying smash. I'm looking forward, Derek. Go ahead and do some work. PB, who do you got for me?
Danakins from Hammers Esports is with me here. Danakins, tell us about yesterday. What are you guys feeling about your performance, and then what are you hoping to do today?
So yesterday was a rough start, but as each game came out, and we progressed much more and much more. So today, we're going to wreck some people.
Oh, big words from Danakins. I love it. Love the aggression. Good luck to you today, guys.
I'm here with 4th place, Marciano Gaming, and Marciano, the captain. They were a huge surprise over the end of yesterday. I want to see, are you guys going to go ahead and hunt down that 3rd place?
Yes, we are. We're training really hard. We're going to go for #1 now.
Hey, #1. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people, people watching you currently on the stream, so best of luck to you, man. Kick some butt for me. PB, who do you got?
I got Lord Chifero here from Chifero Squad. Chifero Squad, what are you guys hoping to do today?
Yeah, man, definitely go more aggressive, go hard or go home.
Go hard or go home. What was your favorite moment from yesterday's gameplay?
Honestly, it was game 2, man. When we flipped over the car, Beowulf came out of nowhere and just wrecked us, man. That showed us that you always got to be ready. Always, for sure.
You got to watch out for that Beowulf guy. Lord Shafaro, good luck to you and your squad.
Thanks, BB. I'm over here with Pochinki Bandits. Yesterday, you guys were able to get 7 kills. I believe you guys are currently in 13th place. Tell me, what is this strat looking for like today?
Well, as long as I don't get crossbowed to the face again and we use our secret weapon, I think we'll be good to go.
Hey, I'm looking forward. If you do get crossbow, I'm sorry if I actually get a little bit hyped. PB, who do you got for me?
Thanks, Seven. I got solid FPS here with foul play, and he appears to be a bit under-geared. He's walking into battle naked here. His teammates are looking pretty fly. Level 3 helmet, level 2 helmet. What are you guys expecting? You're currently sitting in 9th place. What's your plan to move up that leaderboard?
Yeah, we're looking for some kills for sure. We only have like 8 across 4 games. That's not too good, so we got to step that up.
You guys had some great position yesterday. Now it's just a matter of putting some kills on the board. I think you guys are in position to move up that leaderboard. Good luck.
Thanks, BB. I'm here with Buck Army from Girthy Dingoes, currently sitting in 20th place. Tell me, what are you guys looking to do today?
Hopefully not suck. I think it's the big thing. Hide a little bit better, and we'll see what happens.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to it. Maybe you guys are going to go ahead and gun down one of those top teams as well, huh? Best of luck to you, Buck Army and Girthy Dingoes. PB, who do you got for me?
I just got ridiculousness over here. I got a man in a corn suit. Let's hear it for this guy. We got Winsanity over here wearing the PUBG Mobile corn suit. Team Winsanity, you guys are looking fly. I cannot lie. What are you feeling about the game today? And you obviously are looking pretty loose.
You know, we had a couple bad games. Got a 2nd place against Gangstars. It's the 2nd time that happened, so we're definitely going after those guys. And, you know, I don't want to be corny, but we're going to cook up some heat, so everybody's got to watch their back.
I love it. I love it. Good luck, guys.
Man, now I wish I was wearing that corn suit. Why didn't I get one? I might have to actually steal it here. But I'm actually with Underrated, currently sitting in 10th place, and their captain Trolling. Trolling, what is this strat going to be looking like today?
We're going to do a little bit better than we did yesterday. We got to come in and live up to our name, Underrated. So we're going to come from the bottom and take the top spot.
Hey, well, there you go. I'm looking forward to it. I'm pretty sure you guys can. If you guys get a couple of wins, you can definitely get to that 3rd spot. PB, who do you got for me?
None other than Zen Lee from Zen Gaming. How did you guys pull off, I believe it was a 6th place performance yesterday? What was the strategy?
Our strategy is to just stick with the game plan, which we won't reveal here, but we're going to play safe, take it one game at a time, and hopefully get a chicken dinner today.
Awesome. Best of luck to you guys. I'm sorry I put you on the spot there with the strategy question. You did a good job keeping it tight to the vest. Good luck to Zen Gaming.
Thanks, BB. I'm actually here with G25 Gaming and my boy Crypto. Crypto, yesterday we saw you guys actually starting to push a lot of the action on higher up teams. Is it going to be the same strat for today, or what are you looking for to do today?
Of course, we are going to stay aggressive, but, you know, we have to be disciplined always. And these are my guys right here. We got Quantum, Slazer, and Bullet, and we're looking forward to come out strong today.
Hey, my man, I'm looking forward to it. Please kick some butt for me, all right? PB, who do you got?
We got Metalcore here with Team Hectic. Team Hectic placed in 12th yesterday, still in it. You guys have got a shot to move up today. What's going to be the plan to do so?
Well, we worked really hard, but we didn't work hard enough. We actually got a W during the semifinals, so we're hoping to get a W today.
Hey, if anybody can do it, you guys can. Team Hectic, everyone. Give it up for him.
Thanks, BB. I'm here with my boy Hot Jukes from Wildcard, currently sitting at the top with the team with the most kills. Tell me, what does it feel like to be there?
Oh, most kills in the game. We got it going on here, but I'll tell you right now, it's dinner time. We hungry, and we craving chicken, baby. Let's go.
Let's go, man. Give me some here. Best of luck to you guys. Wild card for you. PB, who do you got?
That Hot Jukes is a character. I've got my man Rolex. He's looking pretty gangster here, man. You looking hard. You going after another W today?
Oh, yeah. Always, always. 4 wins.
4 wins, ladies and gentlemen. Those are bold words right there. You guys got the skills to do it. Best of luck. We'll hopefully see you with that chicken dinner.
Thanks, BB. I'm over here with those guys and that guy. And look at my boy Grimes right here with the cowboy hat. Tell me, man, what is this track going to be looking like for today, especially having fun?
Well, clearly we have the best dance moves here, so we're planning to use those at the end game with the chicken dinner.
Corn stew, who? PB, what do you got for me?
I got none other than Lights Out, represented by Juicy. Juicy, my man, what are you going to change up today to move up that leaderboard?
We're just going to have some fun, frag out, and see what happens.
There you go. Having fun, fragging out. Best of luck to you and Lights Out. You guys have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Gangstars, my boy Angry. Oh, dancing on them as well. They're currently sitting in first place. And tell me, Angry, what is this strat going to be looking like for today?
Well, the strategy is to do the same thing that we do every single day, and that's win the game.
Hey, he wasn't lying yesterday. They were able to get 2 wins. Best of luck to you, my man. Now, back to Calares.
That's right. Thank you very much. And that is all our team's going to be competing here throughout day number 2. But of course, big thank you to Samsung Galaxy Note 9 for joining us along this adventure as well. Let's take a closer look at Samsung Galaxy Note 9.
New Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to break everything down. It's time to make sure that you guys know at home what's going to be going on as well. We're going to be talking about how these teams are able to accrue points, how they're going to be able to move up those leaderboards as well. So, gentlemen, why don't you talk to me about that? You get points for wins, points for kills.
You saw some teams with a lot of points up on that board, and you can get them by finishing in the top spot there. 500 points awarded for first place, and it does go on down from there. Second place gets 365, third 315. The notable thing about these standings, though, is even those that place in the lower half, 10th all the way through 20th, are going to receive at least 100 points. So again, it's really important that you get some kills, right, Seven?
Definitely, because you will get 15 points per kill, and as we saw, Wildcard, even though they didn't get a win yesterday, just getting a lot of kills and getting consistent placing, it can actually get you to the top 3, and you might end up going to Dubai like they are currently right now. And I want to see what team is going to try to go for those kills. As I told you earlier, somebody wants to break 30 kills per game, and I want to see who it's going to be.
Yeah, that's very important to rack up those kill points. We've seen how influential they can be on those top spots as well, which is very, very important indeed. But let's talk about how the modes are going to be breaking down here throughout the day as well, because we start things off with a first person, then we go all to third person as it goes through the day, right?
So just like yesterday, we had 4 games on deck today. We're going to be playing games 5 through 8, and we also are going to be playing the first game in first-person perspective. First person is basically seeing the game through the eyeballs of the players, so they're looking down the sights of their guns. And third person is a little bit different. You got that camera floating behind you. Tell us what the difference is.
It pretty much feels like if a drone was behind you. And the difference is that you can actually see what's coming from the corner. If you put your face up against the wall, you'll be able to see all the players coming in. It's something that we actually saw yesterday. A lot of people doing, making sure they weren't engaging because they saw the person just exactly doing the exact same thing, just waiting for somebody to make a push. So you will see that difference there. And one of the other differences, and one of the surprises actually from yesterday, is that we saw a lot of action in third person as well as in first person. So I'm going to see what's going to be, what teams are going to be surviving a little bit better here on the first game, because it is different.
We've even seen, you know, using that third person, we saw it very well used when it came to actually having multiple members flanking around corners.
G25 and Winsanity and Yasnaya yesterday was a perfect example of that. Basically taking turns, moving in and out, using that third person peek very, very brilliantly.
Yeah, very well done. Let's talk now as well about some of these teams that are going to try and kind of upset this meta that we currently have established ourselves in, because there are some teams that aren't in the top 3 that we still think have the opportunity to get into the top 3, right?
Absolutely. I think we have solid FPS and foul play sitting there, getting pretty close to moving up that board. Again, as you mentioned, they did pretty well in positioning themselves and placing themselves, but they've got to get some more frags. They're currently sitting in 9th place, looking to move up. And then we also have Marciano Gaming getting some kills, performing well. I really liked how Marciano Gaming really used that third-party advantage to their, to their advantage. Yesterday, rolling up on many different squads who were fighting. They just roll up in a car and then squad wipe everybody.
And just going based on that, we got Derek Skillers with some consistent finishes yesterday, so I want to go ahead and see if they can pick that up, if they can actually go ahead and continue to do that, because we saw them landing a lot in Pochinki and just being kings of Pochinki at one point, taking on 3 teams. No, they didn't care. They felt comfortable, so I want to see if maybe they can go ahead and actually get a win and push them a little bit more towards the top 3. And just going off of that one, Team G25 is really close by. We saw a lot of great chemistry between them, as we were mentioning earlier, just making sure that if somebody needs to reload, somebody else go ahead and steps in and actually starts shooting for them. So I'm going to go ahead and see what they decide to do today, and if they're actually going to go ahead and push those higher teams like Game Stars and Team Gates.
For me, one of the most curiosity, like the points of curiosity for me today is watching like all of the teams, right? We know who's in the top spots, and we also know where they drop. All of these
Yes,
teams pretty
yes.
much dropped in the same locations every single game yesterday, with the exception of if there was a really jilted plane path, and it kind of made that a little bit impossible. But these guys have their favorite drop locations. Now it's going to be, are teams going to challenge these guys? Are they going to go after them early? That's what I'm kind of curious to find out. We'll see.
I think there is a small rule of thumb, or a few rules of thumb that you need to go into day number 1 with. One of them being probably just give Derek's killers Pachinki. I don't know. They seem to just dominate that from game to game, and it was different teams that were going at them.
It was, and we actually saw some teams with the crossbow killed. I believe that was in Pachinki, and not just Derek's killers. We also got Gainstars. They were pretty much like going George Bull. Doesn't matter where the plane lands, they will actually hop onto a car and get there regardless. So I'm looking to see what teams are going to go ahead and challenge that, especially because Gainstars and Lights Out do end up being very close to each other, and Team Gates usually likes to go Novo.
If the plane pass supports it, you'll see them go to Novo.
Sure.
Even if they can get to a car location, they'll grab that car and move on.
Well, let's look at the standings as well, just to get you guys refreshed with where all of these teams stand currently and their potential to go to Dubai. Currently, Gangstars, Team Gates, and Wildcard are the ones that are in those prime positions to fly all the way to Dubai. However, still challenges lay amongst them.
Certainly. We've got Marciano Gaming, Derek's Killers, Zen Gamers, and those guys all right there, right around 1,000 or more points. So definitely well within striking distance. If we can just distribute some chicken dinners to some other teams today, I think you're going to see a big shuffle in these standings.
Definitely. We see a team like Wildcard or Marciano Gaming go down early. We can maybe see Team G25, Foul Play, or Underrated starting to push up a little bit more. And one of the teams that I'm actually going to be looking forward to as well today is Lights Out, because they're currently standing in 14. I want to go ahead and see how they respond on day number 2. I was talking to them a little bit yesterday. They're really hyped. They want to go ahead and do a good showing, especially for the LO fan base, and I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and show up to do so.
Certainly. They just got to try to get down, hopefully parachute properly into a drop location and loot up. Last couple of games, they got chased out of their early spot, had to run around, and ended up not working out for them super great.
I definitely got to pull it out. My second rule of thumb from our previous conversation is, if you get down Gangstars just a little bit, finish them off, because otherwise you're going to have a hard time. We saw it in 2 games. People were not able to finish them, and they came out swinging again.
That's right. And they're like cockroaches, aren't they not? I mean, if you don't finish them out, they're
Drop
going to
a
keep
bomb on
coming
them,
back.
they still keep going. What's going on?
Well, one of those, I believe they had 2 players down, and then a car just came in and started shooting the people that were actually shooting Gainstars instead of finishing Gainstars. I want to see if they're going to keep on continuing getting so lucky. If they're not, then we might see different places, because we actually saw them getting challenged, and that was the time that they ended up in 5th place. So if somebody challenges them early, is it going to go ahead and throw their flow off? Because it does become pretty much a flow. It's something that they're used to this point.
Right, and of course, out there on the Twitterverse, you can get involved as well with the hashtag PMSC and tell us who you think is going to be not only winning these games, but also who you think is going to be going to Dubai as well.
Ooh.
And that is all important. Ladies, gentlemen around the world, we are ready to get into game number 5 of our weekend today. So let's head over to our commentary team. Pansy and Sims, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys on the desk. Perfect summary of yesterday. We now know the full picture, and we get to kind of paint all the bits in between now. We need to see the ending of this. Who's going to make it to Dubai? The top 3 looks pretty hard fought for. Top 2 looks a little set, but if they get their foot off that gas, Rich, other teams could climb up there. Team Gates, Gangstars, they look good, but that 3rd spot, still up for grabs.
Yeah, there's 2 sides to this coin, right? All these teams that kind of did really, really well yesterday, they've got themselves a little bit of a buffer now, a cushion. Again, nobody wants to have a bad game because this was a best of 8. So one simple game can completely throw you off track. Now, the bigger picture is, all right, these teams that are down, you know, around the 5th, 6th, 7th place, they can have absolutely blinding games. But in order for them to make it up the ladder, the teams at the top, they have to do poorly as well. They have to be brought down a notch, you know, kind of take a peg beneath the leg, so to speak. I'm wondering if we actually ever kind of are going to see these teams being attacked early on. They know where these teams are starting to land now. They've had 4 games to fight it already. Are we going to see where they're going? Will they hot drop in? Will they attack them straight off the bat?
It could be a possibility, but we are in the air. We are in the game. Remember, you guys at home, tell us who you're supporting, who you think's got this in the bag, who's in that top 3. Use the hashtag PMSC on Twitter, and we'll check in with you guys. And already we're hearing the comms coming in from one of the players there, potentially.
Yeah, I think we might have those touched in on comms. Gangstars first ones out of the plane. Honestly, you would expect it. No surprises whatsoever. Opting to go for North Georgia Port time and time again. I think that's the only different one they had was when we had the rough plane path yesterday, when it was more towards the southern end of the map. But again,
they still made it up there in vehicles.
They did. They just rotated like a bad man and still came out on top. So, starting off around just left of Severny in the northern region and flying all the way down south, we will end over Sosnovka down on Millie Island. The bigger question is, will any teams opt to stay inside the play, maybe get a foothold on there? We might have some early engagements. We did see it yesterday when a team got caught off guard. I believe it was Lights Out that lost a player because the team managed to get there a little bit quicker than them. But again, when you're evenly split like this straight through the map, okay, it's not completely central, but it does start left and end right. Generally speaking, you'll have an open map. Everyone can go where they want. You shouldn't see too many fights, but I tell you what, Millie Base is looking busy.
It certainly does, and this could be interesting to see where the teams go to. If you are looking towards that top 3 and you're wondering who goes well, of course you know where Gangstars are. Keep your eyes on Team Gates, but the ones to look for, the surprise, the kind of, I guess, wild cards, is the likes of Wildcard and down below. So if you want to see Marciano Gaming, they're Team 15. Look for them on the map, you'll find them. And then you have Team 17, which is Derek's Killers, Team 8, which would be Zen Gaming. These are the guys that could really shuffle up that top 3. Right now, we're checking on that looting phase. We're seeing how Gangstars are doing. And we said it before, and one thing I will say here is they are not alone. There could be pressure coming out. Team 13 there, getting in early. They're the Pachinki Bandits. They got bullied out of Pachinki before, so they could have tried to switch it up, but they've gone, you know, out of the fire into the frying pan, and already an early kill comes in.
Yeah, that's me, Mark, with the quick run over. Nice bit of PM there. It's always nice to see someone getting flat on by a vehicle. He's down, he's dead. He's the first victim, unfortunately, of game number 1. But as you said, Lauren, I mean, Pachinki Bandits, they're not going where the name suggests. They've been pushed out. Unfortunately, finding themselves in North George alongside the Gangsters. Now, if I was that team, you'd have to know by now these boys are going to be here. So you're going to be very, very aware. I mean, if we look towards the top right, when you look at that map, they are spread out. And over here we have Beowulf. He's going to be keeping an eye on them. He can get up high on this, keep a track of where these players are. Again, PUBG Mobile is quite loud when people are walking around you. As we switch to the opposing end of the map, I think someone just got caught there on the back of the vehicle. They are getting tagged up. This is team number 3, so those guys fighting off against the Hammers.
And those guys are currently in 6th position, so they are vying for that top spot. They're looking towards that top 3, so again, they want a very clean start here. And we'll see the teams rocking up, trying to get towards those buildings, and they've beaten them there. They got the vehicles, they should be able to get the loot. A little bit of, I guess, lower-end loot on the other side for Team 3, going to try and work their way forward. But the other team could be potentially getting a lot more loot in the bag. Hammer Esports do have more buildings to work with over here by Ferry Pit.
Yeah, in theory, Hammers do have the upper hand because they are on high ground.
Oh, I just saw Rolex getting into the action early as well.
Is that one individual player going down? I believe that was the Tommy gun. Just comped it for a second in the kill feed, so that's the second player going down. But speaking about this fight in particular, well, oh, actually, that's a lot of people I'm seeing. Team Gates are going off. They've lost a couple of players either side. That's 3 individual players down. One of them's already dead on the side of Team Fandy. This is all kinds of messy over by the crates. This will be Novo, right?
It should be Novo, indeed. It is. So we're going to be seeing Team 18 going at it and looking to see what they can do going forward. Team Fandy, of course, as you highlighted, they're going to be in a little bit of a predicament. Let's see where they're up against as well, because they're fighting against the odds. It seems like they're not on the winning side of this battle, and that's Rolex down there. So they've got a big team to fight up against. If Rolex can get his team back up and ready to fight, then they're in a good spot. That could be some opening kills. But also, if they go down early, this opens up that top 3, Richard. This could be a huge starting battle.
So we have to assess this situation. 2 players from Team Gates are down. One of them's on the back or get on the res. You can see on the player on the hard right. It looks like it's Koto, last man standing here. He eliminates it. That's it. They're gone. They're dead. They're done. Fandy's out. The first team falls victim, and they go out in 20th position.
This is excellent news as well for Team Gates, considering they get a lot of points for those kills. Keep in mind, this is one of the higher points you're going to be seeing as well. So for them, pick up the teammate, get the loot, and carry on. You defended your territory. This is their land. This is where they like to loot. We've seen them towards that military island. It's no surprise that they go down there. And this time, they had to fight for it. And they won it out. So for them, even better. That means they get a good early start. Kills under the bag there. They're going to keep those building for themselves and push themselves further into that unreachable spot.
60 points, Novo to themselves, and more importantly, a clean fight. They didn't lose a single player in that engagement, even though they had 2 going down, which in the long run might be a bit of a problem, because obviously the more downs you have, the faster you'll bleed out in the bigger game. But still, to be able to win that fight completely clean and pick up 60, a squad wipe, and anything else that they actually had, it's happy days for them. The circle, it's not on their side. It will be on the opposing side of Erangel, more towards the north. This is the fight we saw about earlier on. This will be those guys kicking it off, all being well against which team was there? That'll be Hammers.
Yeah, but one of the hammers was pushed up a little bit further forward, so they're going to get the information and relay it to the rest of the teams. You can see Richie and Co now just adjusting where they're pushing towards. They know where that line is, and they do not want to lose out on players. Already the other team, Hammers, losing out on one, so for them, it's a bit of a safety maneuver, but they're getting aggressive here. Animosity, we saw this from him before, but gets outdone by the SMGs around the corner from that guy. Good news again for another team towards that top 5, top 6. They've got to be careful, it's not overextend. The rest of the Hammers are in the back lines.
Yeah, Sneaker's in a really good position here. M16 with the 4 times on the back. You can just keep an eye on them and watch them from that barnyard, the top window with the ACOG, but now they're down to 2. They do have armor. They don't really have a massive amount of guns. I mean, Danny's got the old MAC-10 Uzi. Up close and personal, it will do a lot of damage, but with things like this, when you got the shotgun, it's going to be a bit of a long push. Grimes obviously keeping an eye on what's going on. There's no point in overextending now. They picked up 30 points in the kill feed. That's Swift taking out Dragoon there. Ooh. I saw Scar kill really, really quickly, so we'll try and keep an eye on that one in the left. Win, should I say, excuse me, back onto a member from Hectic, but still here with Richie, just trying to annoy the Hammers and maybe force them into an engagement.
Yeah, this could be good news for these guys and those guys.
It's been a nuisance, right? You kind of get the thought process here, maybe try and tap them from the side and force them out. Then the other team, or his teammates, should I say, from the left-hand side might be able to flush them, but potentially the Hammers, they're down to 50%. They might just get the hell out of here. This is the battle that we saw early in the kill feed.
Yeah, melee-based battle going on over by the ATC, and
Dead.
It looks like it's a cleanup as well. We just caught the end of that action. That's a whole squad wiped out.
I'm seeing 3 players there. I wonder if they've managed to, unfortunately, potentially lose one. But again, squad wipes through. Millie base is theirs. They'll be able to claim all that loot, get all the gear, continue through. They will have to move shortly because the circle, it'll start to force them all the way up north. At the moment, the north is looking rather empty around Severny and those regions. You'd expect it to swing further, but who knows? It might come all the way down. Unfortunately, Winsanity, they're eliminated in 19th place in game number 5.
And they were doing okay for themselves. They weren't exactly a huge team, but they were certainly getting a couple of kills here and there, being towards the late game as well. So they were over in 11th at the start of today. So this is a bit of a blow for them, a bit of a loss to be finishing in this sort of spot. So for them, that's a bit of a hard pill to swallow. So for them, they do need to try and maybe recover in the next couple of games, stay alive a little bit longer. Going for those early fights, it can be risky, it can work out really well, get you those extra points under your belt, push you a little bit further, but also obviously you run the risk. And that's what happened. And we're keeping tabs on Gangstars just purely because there was a team pretty close by. It looks like they've kind of kept, I guess, the loot a little bit further away from each other. They haven't overly gone aggressive, but it looks like Team 13 are on the lookout here.
Yeah, I mean, at least we can say it's Hotted still alive, right? It wasn't the first one to die. Feels bad, man.
Don't be mean to Hotted.
I would never. Apartments, again, become the usual place for the Gangstars. No one comes here because they know it's home territory and home turf. Team 13, they're going to have a battle on their hands. I mean, the Gangstars are not one team who will back away from the fight. They obviously know the numbers and they know how to approach situation and they know what's good. Level 3 on the floor. Happy days for that one. Good trade up there. 55% reduction. It's the biggest bit of armor in the game. It's the best bit of armor in the game, right? Because the damage multiplies on the face. It very... lose a ton of health if anybody hits you, regardless of what kind of bullet or ammunition it is. Rotations then for Team Hectic, and yes, indeed, they lost one player down to 75%, but still a trade-off of one player for 4. Points are there, they're all still alive, and they're well and truly in this game. 2 vehicles, nobody at the moment set up on the bridge, so they should be able to easily fly this one through. The question is where do they go, because when we look towards this circle, the southern end of it is where it's all really busy. At the moment, the north is still around shooting range, Severny. Everywhere above Yasnaya, it's completely clean and open. The southern side of this, it all depends where this next circle goes, Lauren. It could be a little bit of a messy battle.
Now, onto the screen, we do see Zen Gamers. They were actually doing quite well for themselves, sitting in 5th at the start of today, very much well within that reaching point of 3rd position, so they could definitely go for that. Nice bit of loot on the ground as well, not too far away if they fancy it. Now, they did get caught out by Gangstars. They were on the receiving end. I think they finished 2nd in one of the games up on the old Potato Hill. So I'm curious if they can maybe get back into that action, push a little further, keep getting those top 3s and getting those kills under their belt as well to boot.
I think the more interesting part of the story, how it unfolds, is when we look towards, the western side of this circle, you've got Gangstars, you've got Wildcard, and then we have Lights Out. Now, Lights Out at the moment, I think are the most, probably... when everyone looking to where they're going to perform, disappointing.
Richie's just falling out of the car, I think, as well.
It feels bad, man.
Yeah.
So Lights Out have a lot to prove today, and if they want to make it up to that top 3, they absolutely have to play Lights Out, no pun intended, because they are quite far down and definitely not where people expected them to be. They're one of the teams and say, well, this could be, you know, a dead cert, but again, like anything else in PUBG, nothing is certain. Depends where you go, depends who you run into, depends what kind of loot you have. Yesterday, on the latter games, they played a more passive game. We didn't see any kills coming out of them. We saw them getting up on the higher placing on the leaderboard, but still, a few rough games has put them in a tricky situation. They have to play amazingly today to be able to qualify for Dubai.
They'd have to play a game we have not seen from them. So that'll be interesting. We will be seeing Team Gates, the team in second position, starting to move away from their original spot. Underrated here on the move, trolling in the little buggy, having to go through things. Not bad terrain to be going over, perfectly fine. You should be able to find a nice bit of positioning soon enough, wherever they feel comfortable. There is still a lot of land up for grabs. There hasn't been too many teams going on very early rotations, so that's going to be very much capable for them. They can find the prime spot. They might have to fight for if they go very central, as a couple of teams now starting to begin their route, so that could be the next thing in mind for them. As you can see, there's the updated map of very central to this, so teams will be vying for the, I guess, prime cuts of meat, if you want to look at the real estate going for it. A couple of teams could have to veer away from this. They can't all go to the same spot here, but we've seen it already. Teams on mobile, they are not afraid for, you know, taking a fight here.
Yeah, Underrated's about to run into Team 19, so Taserface and Underrated might be engaging very, very soon. You can see it there, just on the ruins. Underrated are on a rotational side with vehicles, so they might just drive on by. A few pop shots might come their way, but again, Ruins is going to be extremely populated, potentially for Derek's Killers also to turn up on there, one of the invited teams in here. They ended in first position after, second position after game number 1 yesterday, so proving that they can fight.
Oh, look at that logo in the crowd. That's amazing. That's some good fan support. I like that.
He's also got it shaved into the side of his head. It looks amazing.
It's pretty cool.
It looks very, very cool. I saw them tweet it out today. It's pretty cool. So now, finally,
speaking of them, they are going on the northern swing, so they should be pretty comfortable. They won't get caught on the way out. We are seeing teams moving away from those positions. We said the Ruins could be busy, but they don't have to commit yet. This is not a bad idea. If they just want to hold the ground, they might have shown a little bit of presence. The rest of the teams are going to move further forward away from that. So Team Hectic there, peeling away from that original position.
That's 2 teams that have drove by them now. I mean, look how spread out that team is. All individual players just sat in the ruins, kind of bunkered down, hoping nobody sees them. 2 teams they've let go flying by and say, okay, boys, just trigger discipline, hold your point, let them go. We don't have to take this fight. We can kind of keep this for now. 2 crates are in the open. No one's opted to go for them just yet. They might not have been seen, but again, with that circle, it has come down towards the south. There's a lot of teams still alive.
I'm so glad we went to this. This is what I was about to look at, because it's Team 15 and Team 7. It's G25, and it's Marciano Gaming. So this is some of the teams that have been really pushing the top of the scoreboard. So we're already seeing some real vindictive approach to that, straight up confirming the kill, no messing around. That's points in the bag, and that is a big statement made.
Simple as that. As soon as he walks outside the building, the 6 times in the sky just absolutely shredded him. Now G25, they've got a wake-up call. They've been warned. A couple of shots came firing back onto the water players, going down to about 40% HP. Tags him up through the windows. That's 2 down now.
Good flank, though, coming in here as well. This could be nice for Parker. If he can get across this line without being spotted out, that could be really good. Apply pressure from another angle. We know that G25 are not afraid of a fight, though. They love aggression, Richard. They will take these fights whenever they see it viable. But is this viable? That's the question here.
I mean, they're going to have to fight at the moment. I think they're on an opposing level. Parker's in such a wild position. If anyone wants to kind of overextend, you wouldn't expect them to, because they've already lost 1 player by doing so.
But there's a counter already happening on the other side as well. They've both done this. It's a mirrored move. One of the other players has done the same thing. So both have the same sort of thoughts in mind, and I like that. It's good strategic play, but now they can maybe consolidate and try and find a way out of here in a smart fashion where you don't lose players.
Marciano are playing absolutely incredible now. I mean, what they 4th position. Crypto spots 1, dinks him up, and he'll get away with his life for now. His teammate's there as well, so if he goes around the corner, he'll have to deal with 2. But again, you call it perfectly, Lauren. The mirrored image is there. They'll back off, and that little bit of annoyance, so to speak, has allowed the rest of his teammates to get to him. So they've all crossed the road now. They're kind of out of that danger zone, have been held back and pinned in. But there's still a lot of work to do. They're down to 3 players. And of course, this is yesterday that we saw. Oh yeah, the kill feed.
That's actually important. Lights Out were not getting kills during the early game.
Getting a lot of kills.
Yeah, they are really racking up bodies. That's good to see, good to note. Keep that in the back of your minds. If they're starting to get points on the board, we could have another contender pushing that middle of the table, but they've got a long way to go until they get to that top 3.
And unfortunately, not a lot of time to do it. There's only 4 games, and this is game number 5, day number 2. This is it. When we're all said and done, only 3 teams can be making their way to the World Finals in Dubai. There's a lot on the line for these guys, especially when you look towards some of them that haven't performed and kind of lived up to the standard that we were expecting to. So it's completely open. Number 1 spot, unless Gangstars have an abysmal day, you'd expect them to be there. But again, anything can happen. That's the wonderful thing about PUBG. If it's not your day, unfortunately, it's just not your day. Team 9, Team 14, just through the marshlands or the badlands. On the left-hand side of school, you got Team 4 in there. You got Team 6, Team 8, just on the opposing side. That's Zen Gamers. They're kind of going to hold the backside of Rozhok. But look at Gangstars. They're just trying to get a foothold here where there's a team approaching them, actually. There's a team going right next to them, and they're engaging.
Hectic.
That's Angry. Team Captain takes down 2 from Hectic. That might be 3. That's them all dead, potentially.
Swift and Metal got to feel the rather nasty end of the gun, and Beowulf is going to find Josh P as well. This looks like they might have just completely squad wiped them. That's a really nice hold coming out from Gangstars. Not surprising. A little bit of ranged fight, but look who's creeping up in the back lines. Team 3's not far away from this. Those guys could potentially third party. Gangstars are under fire, but you've got to look towards Team 3 as well and see what position they're working with. Would they dare to push this? There's a lot of teams on this slight western side of the circle, so this could get really interesting. Gangstars hit the deck, get the heals, and maybe just slow it down here.
I think Hectic's gone. Yes, they have. It's confirmed there. As soon as I say that, just a little window pops up. They only got 3 kills out of it, but still, that's 45 points in the bag. We just saw from Team Gates on the opposing side, the 8 times in the Mini. The Mini is an absolute monster of a weapon. Angry will knock out the vehicle in front of him, so at least no explosion will be able to take him out, and he can collect his loot. And his little reward from the body box there. Beowulf still trying to answer back it, yeah.
I like this. They've spotted out those guys who are maybe potentially creeping up. They'd have to cross the road, which would be very deadly. Obviously, being in first-person perspective, there's a little leeway on that, but I like the awareness. And something we're very aware of now with Gangstars is they will have smokes for days. So the entirety of the top floor of this pluming up. So they're perfectly well set. They've got the cars all in safety. If you're wondering why they do that as well, if maybe you don't watch too much competitive PUBG on mobile or not, it's to keep the tires safe so you have that clean vehicle to make you move on the next circle rotations. It's very smart play. I remember speaking to the Gangstars and they were saying, yeah, we watched some of the PC teams, how they strategize. We take it all in. I like that approach. Very, very theoretical from them as well.
It's all about utility, right? Vehicles, armor, smoke grenades, whatever you can use.
They've read the circle well.
Comes in, and she is homing around between Rozhok, School, and just on the backside of Pachinki. You've got Ruins in there as well. So, smack bang center. Let's have a look at the teams we have. We have Team Gates. I think there was potentially Team... it can't have been Hectic because they go down. It might have been G25.
You've got those guys in there.
That's it, those guys, because you've still got them over by Yasnaya. That fight still...
Squad not far off, and Taserface are quite close
by
him.
So many people. 16 teams for this circle. There's not a lot of room whatsoever. I mean, you've got a team in Roz. No one's over by School, so that might be open territory if they want to take that kind of area. The backside of Pachinki, we do have Lights Out. They've gone for a slightly different approach. They've come down and then gone... no vehicles, I don't believe. They've actually swung this in on foot.
So let's try and check in with the teams who are all in that kind of pushing to that third position if we can. Let's have a look at Wildcard, for example. If they're still kicking around, Team 5, where are they at? Because they're the ones that could have done something pretty deadly here, but I don't see them anywhere good right now. So again, they're still pretty far away from the circle. They're in third position. The teams around them are starting to get kills, and I'm seeing J7 just got picked up by the zone, so he's just gone down without a fight potentially. So that could be problematic. They now need to work their way in. If you look at Team 5, which is Wildcard, they'll be coming out of the 4 square buildings. It's a very hot location. If you wanted to catch someone rotating away from Northern Georgia Pole, potentially they were trying to get Gangstars. Did not happen. On board with Team Gates, everyone loves these guys. Everyone likes what they've been doing so far. Again, another team, top 3 position. Couple of kills already, looking good, good spot. Could get pressure from the others around them, but they're holding firm for now. And look at this position now down by School. That's very hectic.
It's a matter of seeing where these fights unfold, because at the moment we've got them on all fronts. Potentially for Wildcard, they're going to go for a long rotation. We've just seen them in the back lines pick up a vehicle, so they're going to be coming down around the ruin side. That's actually where they entered initially. Team 9 just going to come across, maybe Lights Out here. Yep, they've seen one player. There's 2 in there. Grenade goes down. Sees the corn boy, but unfortunately just clips the wall. He's too far back. He pulled that down just a little bit, trolling. on the opposing side. So good amount of ARs here. DP for boot as well. 3 times on the back of it. And
It's
at the moment,
nice split.
It's a stalemate, though.
But I like this split. 2-2 in either building, so you can still get revives, but one nade will not just take your entire squad out. You can see Juicy looking for that. That would be a hell of a throw. G25 on the kill feed. Not surprising. Those guys like aggression. They will get in your face, so not too surprised seeing them go at it.
Has to be careful, because if he goes for that grenade, the long one, if he takes it from the right-hand side, he'll get seen by the AKM. Marciano again. Bonio goes down. Bullet takes out Shafira. Bond also falling down from Marciano. Crypto onto Loves. Bullet again. He now goes back on the offensive,
Bullet's
excuse me. He's been
killed.
confirmed and finished. Yeah, that was one knock and then finished with the Tommy. Slazer finds his teammate as well. Potentially, that might be a squad wipe coming out from G25. Look at all these bodies.
It looks like it.
That's an insta.
I think they've done this one, so that's a big pickup. Again, no one's surprised at G25 picking up these kills. We know that, but how much are they going to have towards those later game circles? Ooh, Skrilla going on a wide peek around the back. Risky maneuver, trying to maybe find an angle, but gets kind of warded away. Takes a couple of bullets, does not want to outstay his welcome. But where are G25 sitting? They're actually still pretty far down. They're in 8th spot, but they have got such a high kill count in comparison to other teams around them. 17 kills to their name from yesterday's games. The one above them, 11. The one below, 8. So again, they're really an aggressive team, but they need those finishing positions.
My only issue here for Lights
Wait,
Out
did
is
one Team Gates just get picked up then?
didn't quite catch it. Maybe. Talking about this one, though, when we look towards the side, Juicy, all right, he's got the M4, but some of his teammates are actually still running around with, like, umps and SMGs and so on and so forth. On the opposing side, they're underrated. They're rocking quite a few ARs. Circle comes in now. This is an interesting one because there's a lot of people, a hell of a lot of people for this circle. They're on the outside, on the extremities of the circle. Team 11 has to come down. They can get a nice little route. They could run the blue if they really wanted to. Come through school, come through apartments, maybe coming to the southern end. But Team 15, that's
Skrilla.
Marciano. They're still lurking on the bottom.
Skrilla just got picked up. This could be go time now for the other side. They know they've got one knock. It might be time to push. Juicy pre-firing into the smoke, making sure no one can come through it. But it's not the front side you got to be worried about right now. The other team is wrapping on the outskirts. Underrated, trying to find a way in. Trolling, can you do it? Spots down one, sprays him wildly, but he needs that connection. He's still alive. He knocks one. Where's his teammates?
His teammates are falling down behind him, unfortunately. 2 go down. Now there's 2 in the opposing side. That's not a full wipe just yet.
Oh, but look who's just turned up. Gangstars are here. They've heard the fight. They might smell blood in the water, and they might want to get in on this battle. We know they love a bit of this.
In fact, while that was going on, 2 of them split from the opposing one. So now, all of a sudden, they run in there around the backside. They did that in a 2-2 scenario. The 2 that tried to escape through the back, they were murdered on arrival. So that's a complete squad wipe inside there. But now, out of the fire, into the frying pan. Beowulf literally just looking at that doorway, hoping anybody wants to step out. And what did you say about smokes, Lauren? Look at this. They are completely loaded with. They've just lined them all up. Hunkered down. They've got themselves a nice bit of a defilade. Smash bang in the middle here. There's players on both sides, but they've got the scopes and weaponry to deal with it.
Got to be worried about Wildcard Gaming, though, as well. These guys are in a bit of a predicament. I've just seen Hot Juice get, I think, knocked there. These guys are trying to hold on towards that top 3 spot, and they're being pressured. They have Team 7 not far away. That's Team G25. We know they're going to push them. This could be a huge battle if they do decide to push on that and make some aggressive maneuvers. But right now, you are seeing G-Bait trolling, all these guys trying to ward off Gangstars. But if Gangstars smell there's a bit of weakness, feel there's weakness, they're going to push on it. And again, this is really deadly. There's not much cover here. It's a lot of knowing the terrain. It looks like Carnage and Co are getting the job done, but let's take a second of respite to see how Gangstars are dealing with these opponents just across the way from them.
Those guys. That's where they were fighting, I think. I think they're on that hill. People shooting right now. That's them. So they're
his level 3 helmet off in the house.
They're behind us, kind of helping.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna peek any.
Right side house, top right window. It took his level 3 helmet off.
We're not gonna get any kills off this, and we're just gonna lose armor.
Yeah. There's a car moving. TG Carnage.
They're getting hits.
House is one.
Where are they rotating to?
Now, you can hear, I love the approach and mentality from these guys, understanding that we're not going to get confirmed kills. There's no point wasting our armor on this, so play quite safe. The teams who don't have that luxury are the ones slightly further towards the south from them. You could see that Gangstars could potentially get knocked at some point, but they should be able to get revives. They've got a really nice area here. New Circle comes in as well. They're just on the extremity of it. They can still play safely off the back. They need to stay awares, but I still want to see what's happening with Team 5 if we can. Let's swing on over towards Wildcard potentially, because I've seen them in a bit of a predicament. There we do. We do see one of the Gangstars do get knocked, and that's what I mean. They could get knocked if they overpeak. They could get punished, but they can crawl back down and they can find safety. That should be no bother for them. They don't need to overpeak this.
Look at how many bodies just try and get in front of him just to make sure he's safe and secure. 8 times doesn't quite connect. Look at all these players running outside of the blue, though. This isn't good. That's Team 20 and Team 13 and 19 all on that western side. Meanwhile, those guys are just sat really only just ahead of them. They're not in the white just yet, but this is an easy bunch of kills from all these players that are going to be coming out of the blue. They're going to be so damn weak.
Those guys,
they could murder a lot of people here. They could really go and clean up duty.
They really could, and that's what they need. Those guys could do with some points behind them as well. That could be great news for them. And this is the Walking Wounded trying to just crawl their way forward into safety. And you can see Denki spotting out one of them. That's going to be a nice clean pickup. That's points in the bag.
And there's still more to be had. I can hear them outside the zone. DP just waiting for now. Everyone holding the point. They know where the players are going to be coming from. And again, knowing the terrain is super, super critical here. Looking straight down the edge of the blue to see if anyone wants to go for a slow wander. Teammate, you can see all the way down south. That'll be his end game as they're going for the rotation, but there's 2 teams just ahead of them. But as you say, Lauren, Team 5 at the moment, Wildcard.
Yep.
They have the most kills so far after 4 games. They are fragging out. They are center circle. But how do they deal with the onslaught of teams that are going to be flooding towards them?
They've got teams to their left and to their right. This is a very scary predicament. You can see Richie and Co just playing the outskirts as long as they can. Maybe they'll have to take the vehicle in the end and make a mad dash for it. That's going to be their reality, and it's going to be a tough one to deal with. One of the Pachinki Bandits is not far away either, but here we go. This could be the fun one. Let's see how they handle this. This is Team 4, so Team Gates, again towards the northern side. The circle is moving in, so everyone's being forced further forward. But between Team 12, Team 5, and Team 7, there's a lot of moves that could happen in the very center of this. It's a very, it's the barrel that could explode any second. If one goes, you can see it all come down, but Rolex is up for the challenge, apparently.
That guy finds Mac Daddy. That's a scare in the kill feed. They've already lost one in form of Samuel. They're down to 75%. You can see bleeding out pretty fast. That's going to be a second knock for sure, if not more. Still getting tanked up, though. You can see on the left-hand side, that's a lot of health being removed. Another player falls as well. Now it's getting messy. Beowulf's also getting tanked. Zute gets caught off guard, but the smokes again utilize it to the maximum. This will literally just keep them living by a lifeline. They are on the edge of the circle. In fact, with that next update, the next update is awful for teams in the northern ridges. But I tell you who it's bloody good for. It's good for Wildcard. They're in the center.
Yep, they're in a great spot. If they can just try and keep their calm, they're in a really nice position. We are seeing a bit of a battle continuing. Very hard to get those confirmed kills as they are in compound, so there is hard cover to try and stay behind. But Gangstars, and if you're looking at Team Gates as well in the north, they've got a long way to go, and they could potentially try and go across each other, and they could have some real issues working their way in, but you can see them. They've got to be calling this out. Team Gates have got to be communicating, okay, there's at least one team here, one team here. They're going to be making these notes in their mind mentally and preparing themselves. They have to go and run the gauntlet soon.
Our number 1 and number 2 team here, when we look towards Gates and Gangstars, they have the hardest road towards the edge of this circle.
Yep.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams potentially already sat inside the circle just waiting, grabbing a house, grabbing a hill, grabbing anything that they can to give them some sort of line of defense against the onslaught of bullets they're about to endure. So many teams are going to push in. One gets copped off guard in the level 3 building. He'll be able to at least back off for now. Tags come through. Trolling goes down. This is what you said, Lauren. This is on the edge of a knife.
It's go time. Gangstars are going to have to work their way, and they're going to make the risk first. Hot Duke still alive and kicking, though. As said, once this circle collapses and hits, everything is up in the air. Everything is all for grabs. You can see Gangstars making a mad dash for it. They're just risking it. This is incredibly risky. They have to be prepared for a fight now. They've gone full center circle. Look at this. Every window, every angle. Beowulf's gone down. This is huge.
Only about 2% health on the opposing side. He gets the knock at least on the coming back, but 2 of them have gone down. Make that 3. Zute is the last man standing here. Keep an eye on the the kill feed. Let's see if he goes down. Angry's dead. He's confirmed he's gone. Toulousa also gets the knock. Carnage.
Here comes the blue.
Here comes the blue. This will just push them all together even further. This is complete madness.
It is. Team Gates are holding alive, but Hot Jukes is lining up this kill feed. He looked confident at the start of the day, and I do not blame him. Zute looks like your last man standing here, if I'm not mistaken. That is heavy losses coming through, and now with 7 teams remaining and 16 players, these guys are going absolutely wild. Beowulf confirmed down. This looks huge right now. Alchemy trying to find his next potential victim with that DP.
Kotter also gets put in the ground. Claire, he's gone. DP onto him.
G25.
Night Owl, that's the
G25,
only,
they're moving
it.
in. G25 are pushing in towards Hot Jukes and the rest of Wildcard Gaming, and they're doing the job. This is huge from Wildcard. They've just been taken down. Wait, no, Outsider's still alive. He's trying to hold on to this one. I think it's all on him right now.
Literally, that's it. And the Zute is just sitting here while the rest of everyone else around him is dying. He's just working his team all the way up the leaderboard. Outsider's down, so is that...
That could be them done.
Gone?
That could be it. I think G25 might have just wiped them. They might have held on long enough. I want to double check. I want to confirm that's correct because that's a big pickup. Those two have been fighting out for so long as well. What a way to end that story between them. But there's still 5 teams in this. That new circle, it's the eastern side. Team 9, that's underrated, suddenly become the power players. They've got it all. G-Bay sitting real good. Everyone in a really nice spot. And look at that position. It's got a beautiful hillside on it as well. All the other players have to, again, pick themselves up and run into this situation. They're not in the safety yet. They're not in that new circle. The cover that we're looking at is no longer safe. All of these teams on your screen are going to have to pick themselves up and run across the open field towards these guys on the other side.
Trolling did say, you know, coming into this, we're going to live up to his name, which is underrated. And honestly, with this game number 1, they might just do that. They've got 4 players alive. They're also inside the circle. Everyone else has to run to them. All the smokes are going up. But really, after that, where can you hide? It's an open field. This is going to be an absolute disaster.
Marciano Gaming still have a lot of numbers in this one. Rolex starts to make the move. He's your last man standing. Zute in the same position. A lot of the big teams now making the move. The smokes go up, but G-Bay's waiting on the other side. M4 in hand. Alchemy prepares himself. They're all going to make the mad dash. Who's going to survive? It looks like Zute goes down. It's 3 teams remaining.
Everything is just going off. Alchemy drops down. You can see on the opposing side.
2 teams.
That's literally it. M4 in hand. ACOG spray down comes through, just trying to find him through the smoke. The rest of his team's forced to move up. They have to help him out here. It's a 4 versus 3 scenario. This should be theirs. They have the numbers advantage and they know exactly where they are. They can just box them in. They can come in a complete pincer.
They could do. G-Bay wants to do exactly that. Going to try and make the play around the side. But Marciano Gaming still holding the line, but not well enough. It's G-Bay to close it down. And what a performance from Underrated. Big words at the start of the day. And they've just turned the hell up. That is what I want to be seeing from these teams.
11 kills in the bag. They said they were going to do well, and do well they did. Fantastic play at the end to keep 4 alive all the way until this very last circle. It's such an amazing performance. G25, we saw them in the early engagement. They lost one over in that Yaz-Naya conflict, but still to be able to bag themselves 3rd place, I mean...
Look at this aggression, Rich. Look at that.
That's what you want to see.
Absolutely, not letting the other team even have a chance to try and come back into it. That's the action I signed up for. This is what it means by getting to that final day, that Sunday, where everything has to happen, everyone has to play out their minds, and we're seeing it now. This is what PUBG is all about.
100%. We want to see it. We want to see people. If there's a position that you need to take and you have to kill somebody to do it, there's no point in just sitting back because the blue is just going to force these engagements and leave you in a bad position. We saw it on that western bank. There were 3 teams just trying to survive through the blue. I mean, as soon as you run out there with, what, less than 50% HP, there's a team waiting for you, it's an easy death.
Now, I want to look at towards Marciano Gaming as well going forward because they just picked up a big position. But let's take a look back at that game. Easy to get caught up in that final action. Let's look at it from the start here.
We'll count this one down and show you how teams made it up the board. We'll try and give you from the different aspects that we may not necessarily have seen on screen, but across the map, it was just such a fantastic game. I mean, even over on this side where we saw the battle at Ferry Pier, just being very aware. A little bit unfortunate for Hammers. They kind of had the high ground, but again, the aggression just came out. Now that, you got to remember how long ago this kill actually was, and they still made it with 3 players all the way to the end.
That's the great thing to me is that those two are battling for such a long time. I love this play pushing in aggressively. You saw that 2-2 split coming through in the back lines. Gangstars rolling up, preparing themselves. This was such a great game. I think the circles played to it so well.
And you have to remember for Underrated, they did push that barnyard. They eliminated that team. If they hadn't have done that, they might have been on the back foot, and they actually might have fallen victim to Gangsters at the end.
Potentially. I mean, we've got a brand new top 3 right now, and I'm so happy to be seeing that. I can't wait to see what G25 now do, because they've been given a top 3 spot with kills to boot. So suddenly they're a contender again. We've seen a real shuffle here that could definitely open up another top 3 to come out, and that's what I'm looking at going forward.
It's going to be incredible. I mean, again, we did say that second to third could be anybody's. You know, what happens? You have to have a good game. Some people at the top have to have a bad game. I'll tell you what, the people around that middle area, they just came out to play.
They really have. This is what you can expect from, Championship Sunday, essentially, is everyone is turning up. Everyone's bringing their A game. And I can imagine the desk is so ready to break this down. They've got to have so much to say. So, guys, I'm not going to keep it away from them because I know they want to get into that. Head over there and let's hear what they have to say on this one.
Yeah, Lauren, that's right. Let us have some fun as well. But underrated in the end. That really was their game for a lot of that. We got to watch some awesome fights. We got to watch some awesome decision-making, and we got to see them get the chicken dinner in the end.
Really did. Underrated played that pretty much flawlessly from start to finish, and also got blessed by the zone there at the end. They had that fight with Lights Out that they very skillfully took advantage of that knock. Took advantage, pushed in, got the wipe, and then fell back to the compound, getting them out of harm's way. Gangstars was looking at them, but they took that compound, and it ended up getting the circle, and really, really nicely done to them.
Yeah, the positioning they were playing with, and G-Bay being able to go ahead and get some kills there, especially the winning kill at the end. Great plays by G-Bay. And another team I want to go ahead and talk about is Marciano Gaming. They came in hot as well. Second place. They might actually even pass Wildcard, but Wildcard did get a bunch of kills, though. So it was going to come down to pretty much the kills and the placing. But props to Marciano Gaming, and huge props as well for Underrated. They pretty much had full control of that whole game.
One of the things that was kind of weird with this this placement, Marciano did exactly what they needed to do, right? They were sitting in 4th place. They came out, got that 2nd place finish, nearly got the chicken dinner, but really well played to them. The problem is the teams in front of them, Wildcard, Team Gates, Beowulf, and the Gangstars, they were all still alive right at the end of that game, all of them securing top 5 or 6 finishes there, depending on who got knocked. We'll have to see the standings here momentarily. But yeah, I don't think they're going to gain too much ground because all of those teams were there. They got kills, but we'll have to wait and see how that shakes out in the standings.
It's a really good job as well for Gangstars that they kind of have smokes as a focus, because that position north of the warehouse where they kind of eventually were entrenched, they were there for a long time, and they really needed a lot of smokes to kind of hold on to that position. They didn't have much cover from other angles.
Definitely. And one of those things that I noticed is as soon as they saw even a player from a certain angle, maybe south, north, or east, or west, they threw automatically a smoke that way, just so they didn't have to worry about it. They didn't have to maybe worry about getting third-party as match. And, I mean, they did have the ridges to their advantage as well. As we saw, I think it was Everett Fury just getting super lucky. He was about to get finished, and somebody was able to just go ahead and pick him up because he was able to just crawl right under the ridge.
The teams that had Gangstars knocked, I mean, there were so many different times where you thought they were going to get a finish, and then one of them just missed the finish, missed the shots. We're like, and then the other guy, they had another knock, and then they smoked themselves off when they were wide out in the open. I was just like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. But that being said, going back to Underrated, I mean, even all the way back to the beginning of the game, you had the plane path on one side of the map. They dropped and went all the way to the other, taking over Lipovka. They hit Mansion, I believe, and Shelter.
Prison and Shelter.
Yeah, okay, so Prison and Shelter. And so they had kind of a split looting session. They looted up, came in with 4 cars, and really kind of utilized that to the end. They had really good splits. You saw the 2 in one building, 2 in the other, versus Lights Out. Great angles by them the whole time. So UR just really kind of played that game flawlessly.
Yeah, and pretty much that fight with Lights Out led the whole winning. I think it actually led them to the win, because that was a huge fight. And Juicy, actually, it seemed that Juicy helped them out because he threw a smoke. I'm thinking that we're going to go ahead and push, but as soon as he threw the smoke, one of his teammates went down, and that's when Underrated saw some blood in the water, and they decided to just go ahead and push and make sure they get the finishes. And what they didn't notice is that they were actually pushing from the sides and up behind them, and that caught them by a huge surprise. I don't think they were expecting that whatsoever.
Absolutely. I mean, they had a position that they thought was safe. It was not. UR took full advantage. We were talking here at the desk during that engagement that whoever won that fight, they really needed to take advantage of that situation now, because the zone was there. Whoever took control of that compound was going to have a really, really nice time, because everyone else is going to be coming to them and trying to crash. And you saw Gangstars get stopped in the field. Team Gates got stopped in the field. Really nice job from Underrated there. Absolutely. You saw Skrilla making some peaks with the UMP, and maybe not super purposeful there. The smokes might have been good had they used them purposefully and actually attacked one of those compounds. They would have had a 4v2 in one of those houses. So unfortunately, a little bit of a misplay there, and it led to their demise.
As you mentioned, it's one of those things that I kind of wish they would have pushed a little bit earlier. Especially as soon as they threw the smokes, just start pushing, because if not, as soon as they threw the smokes, somebody got knocked down, and that's when you're in a huge disadvantage.
And of course, you can tell us all your opinions over on Twitter as well with the hashtag PMSC. So join us for that and all the conversation that are going on. In my mind, Underrated had one of the most perfect games we've seen from them so far in the whole tournament, not only from the drops, but also from their rotations in the buildings that they were in, but then also to the finish as well. A little bit fortunate when it came to those circles playing in their favor, but again, the perfect game coming out from our winners. Let's head over to the interview to hear all from them.
Hi, I'm here with Trollin, and you are Underrated. You guys absolutely killed it that round. Tell us about the drop. It seemed to be a nice little split. Where were you looting? What was the plan there?
We do a split loot. We go 2 Lipovka, 1 prison, 1 shelter, but we changed it up a little bit depending on if the point of interest is around us and stuff like that. So we make sure we get plenty of loot, but spread it out amongst us, because if you go to any one of those places by your, as a full squad, there's not enough stuff. So it works good to split us up.
Excellent point there. We were watching you from the very beginning, noticed the split. We thought, wow, really nice job. You got lucky with not having anybody nearby, so you pretty much had free run to get in there, and then you guys got that compound, knocked out Lights Out, which is a really, really aggressive and nice push. As soon as you got that knock, were you thinking, let's go, let's get out the window?
Oh, I told them when we knew they were back, we knew somebody was back there. I told them the first knock we get, everybody bail out. We're rushing it from both sides. And then Gangstars came up behind us at the same time of us finishing them off. So it was a tense moment for us, not knowing if GS was going to push us. So.
Was a really, really nice fight. Well done. You guys absolutely owned it there at the end. Congratulations. That is your Game 5 winners, guys. Underrated.
Absolutely, some flawless execution coming out from Underrated there, given the circumstances. Really like it, and especially like the fact that they brought up that point of interest, because it does have the opportunity to spawn between mansion and prison, so you can even use that in that split loot if you want it. Thank you very much for now, guys, as we're going to go to a short break. A big shout out once again to our sponsor, Samsung Galaxy Note 9, and we're going to go to that break. When we return, we're going to have game number 6 here for you for the Star Challenge North America. Don't go anywhere.
Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.
I got into PUBG Mobile because I was looking for something that I could play that would be quick, easy, that I could just pick up and be on the go.
I've done a lot of BR games on the phone, but PUBG Mobile has just been the best one I've done. It runs great, it's been the smoothest, and I've played a lot of them.
I love it because I can play it anywhere I want to, and then a lot of other people can play it with me. So you kind of get that couch feeling with it as well, where you can just sit with your buds and play it on the couch on all your different mobile devices.
And the mobile version is extremely polished, awesome to play, and whenever I touched the game first, I was in love with it.
Honestly, it was just, it drew me in right away, and the fact that I was able to play with some of my fans as well as my friends and just like build a community from it was pretty awesome.
It's nice to keep everything in my pocket instead of having to bring a big gaming PC and everything with me.
Honestly, just like the whole free aspect of it and just like super accessible, and just like the community behind it's super awesome as well. So it just felt like the perfect storm of stuff.
I love just, I don't know, the competitive aspect of it. I played on PC for a while, and this is by far the best mobile game I've ever played.
It was almost a struggle finding a good shooter that could run very well on a phone. I mean, that's a challenge that doesn't drain your battery.
I really enjoy it because it's something that I can play with a lot of people who don't have a PC or a console, and most of us have phones. So it was something that I could enjoy with other friends as well.
got into streaming because I wanted to do charities. And now it's been since 2011, we've been able to raise like $450,000 for all sorts of charities. You may like do these walkathons and stuff. Well, why not game-a-thons? Like you just sit there in front of a video, like in front of your monitor, play a video game, have fun, and people donate money for a good cause. Proving to my parents that I can give back by playing video games.
Actually, no other game that I've played has had a community that has accepted a new streamer as well as the PUBG Mobile community has accepted me.
The thing that I like the most about my community is they've always been like a really tight-knit family.
So getting into PUBG Mobile was great because it gave me a chance to, grow within the first-person community shooter and just be able to play multiplayer with them was a really great thing.
My community is very supportive.
Probably the most important thing about my community and what I love the most would be just how friendly everyone is with each other.
It's evolved into a family. We all understand each other. We don't have to explain why we like games. We all just get it.
They're always there. It is like my family.
So there's certain people that I've met 10 years ago that they're still fans, and that's been fantastic. To have a decade relationship with someone over the internet that they've just been following you, that's been really cool.
Future of the game. Whew.
I'm looking forward to more tournaments like this. I think this is one of the best things that you could do for a game.
It's crazy, and I think like people are really going to start to see like the mobile scene evolve a lot, and it's been pretty cool to witness so far.
Just the sheer volume of people coming together to play a mobile game is amazing.
Esports is huge, and I feel like they really have a good space in that right now, so I'm excited to see the future of that.
I'm looking forward to there hopefully being more like female skins and stuff. They have a female audience. Take advantage. We like shopping.
I'd love for them to keep coming up with updates, fun game modes.
I love skins in games. I just want to see more of that. Different kind of collabs. They just recently had this big collab they just announced.
So to see Bape come in and like start working with PUBG Mobile, I think that's really exciting. And I'm hoping to see some more stuff like from them or possibly other clothing brands in the future.
And actually started to gain viewers during this experience because they're like, you're playing on your phone and streaming, so they didn't understand.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how the community develops.
I just want to see it keep sort of growing and improving. I want to see what they do if they can keep pushing the limits of it. That's something that blows my mind, that this is on a handheld device.
The North America Star Challenge here as we are into round number 6 here in just a few moments time. However, round 5 was fiery indeed with that little finish over towards what was going on, and Underrated was able to take the victory. Joining me as always, I do have Mr. Powerbang and I have 7 Worlds Gaming. Guys, that was quite the round, and again, from my mind, Underrated, considering the circles they were given, they played a perfect game.
It was an exceptional game from Underrated, as we talked about in their interview. They purposely dropped with a great split, looted up, making sure not to oversaturate the area with too many bodies, making sure that everybody had adequate loot moving out. They got to the zone, rotated beautifully, won a key fight, established position, and they were able to go ahead and win the game.
Push at the right times, make sure they were moving at the right times as well. Another team I want to go ahead and mention is G25 Gaming. During the break, they actually told me that they lost 2 of their players earlier in the game, and they were able to wipe out Wildcard with just 2 players. So I'm looking to see what they can actually do if they have 4 players towards the end of the game. G25 Gaming looking pretty strong here on day number 2.
Definitely one of the stronger underdogs, I think, coming into the tournament. We saw, kind of glimmers of hope from them in the qualifying rounds, of course, but today seems like they've come to play.
We keep seeing great glimmers of hope from G25. Sure. They've got great gun skills, and they love to fight, and we just got to see that placement from them. I want to see them get that chicken dinner at some point today.
Yeah.
That, and also with Marciano Gaming, they're so close. I know everybody's currently watching. Some people really want Marciano Gaming to win, and they were there. They were like just within reaching distance. So I'm pretty sure more than likely this time they might go ahead and play it a little bit more safe so they can go ahead and secure that chicken dinner and maybe get a little bit more kills, because I believe they were able to get, if I'm not mistaken, 5 kills. And look at that. Oh my God, hit him with a dab. There you go.
It wasn't even a dab, it was a double dab at that point.
That Marciano, that guy's cool as heck, man. He's over there celebrating with his squad. They were pretty happy to get that second place finish. You know they're not settling for second, though, this next game. They're going to be heading for that chicken dinner.
That's correct. We did see some contesting at the beginning of that game as well, though, is something that is interesting to note coming into day 2, because everyone gets an opportunity, of course, when they go home to actually look at the VODs and see exactly what's been going down, where people have been dropping. We saw contesting in North George. Pachinki Bandits, I think, were up there.
That's
against,
right. Yes.
You know, a very powerful foe in there as well.
I thought that was kind of interesting, the North George potential conflict there, and it never happened. The Gangstars stayed to the west of North George, looted up, grabbed their vehicles, and then just had it off. The Pachinki Bandits were actually there well into the next 2 zones, actually out in the blue zone, still looting, taking the east side of North George. So really interesting from them. Another thing that I saw with regards to favorite locations was, again, nobody contested Pachinki, where Darish Killers continued to loot up, establishing control there. But they did get caught early. Lights Out came in and actually squad wiped them very early on. So Darish Killers, while they did establish position in Pachinki, they still made an early exit.
Yeah, and it seems one of those trends too, right? Now we've seen Darish Killers be able to just fully control and become kings of Pachinki. But once they actually go ahead and start moving out, we're seeing some issues there. So I'm pretty sure they're trying to gather their flow, and it might have been something that we might have not seen. Maybe it wasn't out of their hand. Maybe they were fighting somebody and got third party by another team. But more than likely, I'm pretty sure they're gonna go ahead and continue landing Pachinki. And as we mentioned, we did see Gainstars challenge a little bit there, but it also seems like Pachinki Bandits were just waiting for a very long time. They didn't actually notice that Gainstars kind of just sneaked out up north.
That's right, yeah. And another contesting point was also Novo. We saw, I think it was Team Fandy down there against Team Gates. Team Gates love that location and will not deviate. So Team Fandy to go there and try and cause them some disruption.
I like that. They got the 2 early knocks on Team Gates. They were definitely in trouble, but it ended up all coming down to Fandy, and she tried to make it out of there, and unfortunately Kato caught her on the way out. We also saw Wildcard Gaming establishing key position, getting some great knocks onto Gangstars as they came in. Gangstars had their eye on one compound. They hit a little house there in between 2 different squads, and what happened was Wildcard saw that and won the gun battle 1v1, put Gangstars in a really awful position. Ultimately, they just left Zute alive. Zute able to persevere and outlast a couple of other squads, since there were only a few buildings left in the compound. And that was actually really clutch for Gangstars to actually push them up in the rankings, finishing, I believe, in the top 5.
Definitely, and Zute pretty much just waited it out. I think he could have definitely pushed a little bit more, maybe get one more kill instead of just waiting for the zone to kill him. But back to Wildcard, Hot Jukes and them, they are so consistent right now. They always seem to be in the top 5, and not only that, as you mentioned, they do seem to be getting kills. What I can't remember is I saw a lot of knocks from there. I wasn't sure if they were able to confirm the kill, and what I mean by that is when you knock down a player, you actually have to go ahead and finish him off. So I wasn't able to notice if how many kills they got. We'll go ahead and see everything here on the leaderboards as well, and I'm really interested to see if Marciano Gaming did just enough in this first game on day number 2 to go ahead and pass Wildcard for the 3rd spot.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the one thing that we should kind of take away as reassurance, maybe for Wildcard side, is that they have been the kill leader. So maybe if we, didn't get a full opportunity to see how many kills they got in that game, I can always kind of assume that they were starting to try and rack up the kills, and they always have the potential to rack up the kills.
They certainly do.
Yeah, they have some insane players. Hot Jukes, I keep seeing him, I think, being the top dog of his team. He is pretty much the team leader, so they're doing an amazing job, and I want to go ahead and see you continue to see that consistency that they have, but I also want to go ahead and see if they maybe can go ahead and do a win.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at some of the final moments from that game, of course, as well, because obviously in those contestion points, power bang, you can get a little bit crazy, a little bit dicey, and you've got to make split-second decisions to try and get yourself a victory.
Certainly, we can take a look at the overview. Kind of as that game was wrapping up, we had a lot of squads trying to get in. You can see we've got UR Trolling and UR Thunder out in the open. The UR guys got a nice split on. If we can pause it right here, look at the angles these guys have created. You've got really good lines of sight on Marciano Gaming. All Marciano has is this little berm right here. Unfortunately, that is not enough, and you are able to get the kill. If we roll it through, we'll see you are just continue to actually wipe them off the face of the earth, but really, really good split there.
And just going off of that, as you can see, G-Bay as well, just on the bottom of your screen, just moving in and getting all those angles. In Parka, I believe, was the only person still alive, and they noticed that, and they pretty much just start pretty much pushing him and pressuring and making sure that he's not going to be able to go anywhere nor pick up one of his teammates by maybe getting an angle where they can't shoot him.
I think also they felt a lot of comfort when Underrated looked at that circle, right? They'd started on the very east side of that circle in that split. Knowing that no one was near them, they felt very comfortable to fan out and just eliminate the people, because you can see how many people are still alive. They know they have 4.
Exactly.
Oh, there's only a few left. Oh, easy peasy. Let's fan out.
Exactly. You noticed that UR was there, I mean, a good chunk of that match, all the way back to the early fight with Lights Out. Being in a position for a long period of time definitely gives you a little bit of comfort, because you know who's there, who's not, who's moving in, who's, has rotated there. Yeah. The guys that rotate in late, you're not quite sure, because there are teams that are established already that are waiting, that are lurking, but you're not quite sure of their position. And I think that's where Marciano Gaming found themselves in that last circle.
In regards to team chemistry and just getting the angles, we kind of saw yesterday on the final game, I believe it was, Team Hectic versus Lights Out. Lights Out had one of the players knocked down, and Team Hectic, 2 other players, I believe it was Remix and Josh P, they were starting to push and trying to get the angle, but for some reason Swift and Metal were just staying still. They kind of froze. They were worrying maybe too much about another team instead of just pushing together as a team, getting those angles and make sure to get these finishes, especially if one of their teammates is down, kind of like Underrated was able to do there with Lights Out.
That was sick.
This time around. It was, as soon as they saw somebody got knocked down, they pushed all together and got those angles that they needed.
That chemistry and that syncing of movements is extremely key. If you're not all moving as one, that can definitely come back to bite you, as we've seen it happen with some teams. And then those that are moving in unison and really trying to get to the same objective, those are the teams that are excelling so far this tournament.
I think some of these teams in the upper echelons of the placements right now have to also continue to be wary and scared of the fact that some of these teams are not afraid to drop in their locations, right?
That's what it seems like. We've seen a little bit more contention today. I haven't seen the aggression out of some of these teams. You saw Team Fandy a little bit earlier. I'm not sure if it's a purposeful drop to try to disrupt what Team Gates was doing. Same thing with the Pachinki Bandits up in North George. I'm not sure if it's purposeful or just coincidence that they happen to drop in those locations. Curious to see, though, like we talked about in the pregame, if there are going to be challenges issued to some of these top teams, to not give them basically the free loot up session of very popular areas, so they can come out and really lay the smackdown.
Yeah, and back to Noah and TG being challenged by Fandy, right? They were actually able to knock down, I believe, two players of Team Gates. So I wonder if they saw like a little bit of luck. I mean, they got nothing to lose, honestly. They pretty much just have to push the action, or at least try to make a name for themselves and get us to talk about them. So I wonder if they're going to go ahead and continue to do the exact same thing and challenge Team Gates in Noble regardless. And I mean, it does come down to the playing path, right? Because if it's not nearby, they might not feel as comfortable. They might not just want to go ahead and actually get on a car and drive all the way over there, as we've seen people get ridden over without any armor. But I'm looking forward to see what Team Fandy, if they're going to go ahead and continue to challenge. And then now that they know that they were able to knock down 2 people, do they want to go ahead and get those kills?
I mean, there's definitely options for some of these teams if they want to cause disruption. You know, some of the lower teams going up against the higher teams. If a team is dropping Novo constantly, eventually, unless the circle's a melee circle, they're going to have to rotate. Very unusually, throughout this tournament at least, it's been via boats. It's been via the bridge. You can set up, ambushes there if you really want to try and kind of cause disruption, if you want to have a little bit of fun here and there, but, there's tons of options in PUBG.
We've seen 99% car rotations from the southern island down there, except for one we saw jet ski yesterday.
Oh, we
did see the one jet ski. So there are options, but definitely most of these teams are looking to try to use those cars, hit the bridge. They go through those choke points, but we also haven't seen any bridge camps going on. The zones really haven't supported that, so we'll have to wait and see if one of the zones is going to give us a potential bridge camp.
All right. Well, of course, make sure to get involved on Twitter as well with the hashtag PMSC. Who do you think is going to be winning our 6th game? All important to know as we continue on down the line. I'm getting word that our game is almost ready here to jump into here. So I'm going to send it over to our commentators for all the action for game number 6. Pansy and Sims, take it away.
Thank you, guys. We have so much more to see today, even after yesterday's brilliant matches and today's first start looking good. It could all still change, Rich. I don't know where this is going to go, who's going to pick up the victories, but I do know we're in for some fun.
I mean, the lay of the land has been laid out, right? People kind of have an understatement of and fully understanding of knowing what's going to happen now, who's really coming out to play. Teams are not going to take anyone lightly. They're just going to go in, they're going to get stuck in. There's points to be earned. If they want to make it to Dubai, they have to get these kills. It's 15 points per kill. If you wipe a team, that's 60 points in the bag instantly. Now, the only difference we have for the next 3 games is a move to TPP. It might be a little bit more of a passive game. People might calm down a little bit, but again, when points mean so much and there's so much on the line, you just need to get stuck in here, get your guns blazing, chase these teams and chase these kills.
That's what they're all going to be doing. I was outside getting some fresh air, talking, hearing the players, discussing the next moves, and they all know they need to frag out. They need to get those kills on the board. They need to start really pressuring teams, up the ante, and we are about to jump in and see exactly what teams are up to. No surprises seeing where Team Gates go. Will anyone challenge? It looks like they're all alone, so a lot of the drops we've come to expect, at least into this game, we'll be getting away with it. We'll see if anyone down the line decides to maybe go for something a little bit hotter and maybe hot drop in towards one of these teams.
Starting on the southeast, ending on the northwest. It's a pretty nice playing path. That'll open up the entirety of Erangel. You might see a little bit of a long shoot if anybody wants to go down to Promos. We've seen a few teams. We saw 3 there, actually, at one point yesterday. One team opting to go back to the Little Yellows on that west coast. So if people want to get a vehicle, that'll really be the only long shot we're seeing Wildcard Gaming. Some of the top fraggers at the moment, they'll go Millibase. They're going to be on their own. Team Gates again, another team that's all the way up the top in contention for that #1 spot. They're going to take Novo, and they're going to be happy because no one's going to give any kind of pressure onto them and force them out. And they did have a bit of an engagement in the battle in the previous round, but again, they came out on top. It was clean, it was concise. They had all 4 players remaining. They've got 60 points straight off the boot. Now, the interesting one is, do we see anything, again, other North Georgia Pol? We saw in the last one. I mean, we saw the Pachinki Bandits. They had a bit of a, a bit of fun there. They did. They kind of chilled. Again, it's one of those moments where I look towards Gangstars, though, Lauren. If you poke the bear, you're going to get the claws. It's a damn good team. It's America's #1 for an absolute reason.
We've got a bit of a scuffle over getting vehicles here as well. Looks as though they've gotten away scot-free. There's no one really taking the damage.
Are you already?
It's unreal, isn't it? Rolex just has it all.
Pan 3 and is that's?
We're certainly not on the PC anymore, Rich. Look at this loot. It's brilliant.
Streamer loot, man. Come on.
Can we just take a second to appreciate as well how darn good this has all been, and it's all off the Samsung Galaxy Note 9.
It's fantastic.
It's amazing.
It's absolutely amazing. The whole platform itself, the spectator mode, the UI.
It's next level.
For me, it's the scene as a whole. Coming into this, the size of the scene has been fantastic. The support that the players and the fan base shows is absolutely incredible. But
Rich,
as you just noted, Lauren.
Yeah, a little bit of something's about to go down here. This could be an early fight for Rozhok.
It's a play flank in here.
Yeah, indeed, but third person. Look at this. This is where third person comes in. Clay gets the tag, but not the frag. But he could get potentially 2 if they keep peeking out. He's got good gear as well. He can stick around for this fight. He does not need to back away. He can lock these guys into pretty much where they are. They can't leave this situation unless one of them hits or gets a good flank on, which I don't think they can. The team, which is going to be Zen Gamers, should be supporting Clay here.
The thing that he has to be aware about is not only the flank, but the crossfire. One steps up and he steps out. Second player's coming up. No HP at all. That's his teammate from afar. That came in from nowhere. Look at that.
Nightel just saved him so well. This is the crossfire I'm talking about. The good positions coming in for Zen Gamers, holding the push.
This could be a wipe.
And this could be big. 2 knocks already. Very impressive. Do they push on this, though?
I mean, that guy is going very, very wide. You can see him up on the hillside. That leaves Richie, the last man in the middle, to try and get the res off for 2 of those individual players. They are going to crawl back, walking wounded themselves. They might be able to bring this back to 3 people, which they will. Are we actually looking at a different... Nope, we're still looking at this one. You had a quick peek over at Severny. Okay, so back together now. And I like the fact that on the opposing side of Zen Gamers, they haven't just gone rushing in here to die. They're going to play this one very methodical. It's a good play.
Can we just appreciate the different look we're seeing in Georgia Pol right now? We've seen different teams going different places. We'll check in with that maybe when this fight dies down, because it looks like they're gearing up to go again. But you can see on the map, Team 1 is Gangstars, and they're currently down in South Georgia Pol. In the north, you've got 2 very different teams. You've got Lights Out up there, and Team 10, which is Winsanity, Dragoon and Co. Really going to be taking over exactly where Gangstars like to be. So this could put them in a maybe new position. These were the firm favorites coming into this tournament, and now they're not getting their prime looting spot. Let's see if they maybe get denied some of those smokes, because we know what happens in these areas and the way loot is dispersed. It's very dense towards the northern side of Georgia Pol, so you can get all those smokes, everything you need. In the south, you can still get that good military loot, but can they get as much out of it?
I mean, they've been pushed out of the home territory. They won't have their loot pass and their loot routes that they're normally taking. I mean, we've seen several times Gangsters just hopping between the roofs on the apartments because that's what they do. They know where to go. They've got it down to very, very finely tuned looting. down there. Yes, okay, they're going to get plenty of root, don't get me wrong. Over on the crate side, we've already seen some of them are just geared out of the nines within a matter of minutes, to be honest with you. So it's going to be easy peasy for them. The bigger question I want to ask is, when you look towards Lights Out, they've come up here. They've come onto home territory. They were one of the favourites coming into this event. Right now, they're not in the best of position for a Championship Sunday. The bigger question is, do they care anymore? Do they smell blood? They just want to go for the #1 team and try and take them off the pedestal.
Potentially. I mean, this is the thing that's going to be in the back of a lot of the minds here. And at the moment, Dragoon and co, they should be fine. They shouldn't get too much of a challenge here. It looks like they're seeing if there's anyone around. They probably saw another team drop, and you're thinking, is that Gangstars or was that someone else? You're not going to find it too easy to tell. But for now, they can just continue their loot. They can try and get into this one. The Rozhog battle still kind of going on. A bit of a back and forth there. No one able to truly break away. You could argue that Team 8, which is Zen Gamers, did get the upper hand of the early exchange, but you can see the revives have come through for those guys, and they're back in an okay position. Loot-wise, not ideal, though.
They're swinging around them, though. Unless they've been spotted.
You can't cross that road. You know what can happen in third person.
Especially with the hill that's on the opposing side of the road.
Rich.
You literally, oh dear, this ain't good.
Yeah, this is a very risky play, and those guys and that guy might be feeling the full force of Zenly. Oh, how is he alive?
No idea, but he's not caught for the other two. In fact, they'll definitely get called out. You just saw the blood spatter. Hop, skip, and a jump. He managed to escape with his life. How they've made it over, I do not know, but the oncoming fire is there. A little bit of suppression. So now they've got them boxed in. It all depends. What are they looking like on meds? What are they looking like on gear in the utility? Quite a lot of them have already been tabbed up. 2 of them have already been knocked. You can see that the utility itself is damaged. One of them doesn't even have a chest, so to speak. Durability was looking red on some of the players on the opposing side. And again, you can't get yourself back to 100% HP. You are fighting a losing battle.
The one thing that scares me for those guys, I didn't see one AR. They had SMGs, shotguns. We only checked in, I think, on 2 or 3 of their players, so one of them could potentially be better geared. But they're eyeing them up with pistols right now. This could be a huge loss for them if they do get caught out early. And it looks like another man going to maybe make that mad dash, potentially. Could be looking for a way out of here more than anything, because they're just simply not getting the loot they need.
I mean, look at this, Lauren. He's literally surviving on stims. He's boosted up, and his health is slowly...
Has got an M4 at least. That is something.
Slowly regenning, but yeah, but it's going to take time. I mean, if they come across now and they catch him at 40% HP with no chest or helmet, that's a GG no re, unfortunately, and a very easy kill.
Yeah.
Still, no one confirmed just yet. In fact, 2 players have already left, as in game number 6. Look further afield over to the sweet, sweet city of Yasnaya Polyana. Up in the northern region, we'll see 1 team. On the opposing side, we do see Team 25.
Gaming and G25. That's a big ongoing battle.
Yeah.
I love that between these guys. It's consistently been that back and forth. Who gets what? Who gets away scot-free? Last time, G25 lost out on that player early. So they only had 3 players to work their way forward with and still finished quite nicely in game 1.
What was it? I think they had 5th place. They rushed in and pretty much annihilated what was left of Wildcard.
Yep.
They managed to eliminate them and take them down, so jumping some points. And again, still making it up there. Oh.
Wait.
That was a shotgun kill from Richie.
That's pretty impressive. If somehow...
That's a long
If those guys
dink.
are actually outdoing Zen Gamers here, this could be really, really interesting. That guy for those guys might have... They're going for it. They're pushing on this. That's insanity. They're dashing across the road. They are going with no cover, no smokes. They're just pushing on this one.
That was Night Owl's chance to really shine, though, and catch them going across the road. Unfortunately, he did not. We'll see how this one comes in. Denki steps in with the MAC-10, oozing down, shotguns him. There's 1, there's 2. See you later, friends. That's insane. How have they been allowed to do this? They have rallied themselves back. Once again, they'll be able to get their teammates up.
Here comes the response, though. Night Owl and Clay on the way. Maybe they can try and avenge their fallen teammates. Clay could be the big difference maker here. Level 1 vest, but everything else looking good. Going to spot a player, going to try and run to deny the line of sight. He's going to do that. Takes down 1, but there's still 3 to find. Can he continue this sort of pressure? Where's the next couple of players? A nade, a smoke, a flash, something. Here we go. There's that Molotov up high. That guy looking for an angle, though. But Night Owl's got that covered. This is a huge battle about to go down. That Molotov looks pretty good, too.
More importantly, it's just keeping them all at bay. They are all smashed into oblivion at the moment. I mean, what?
Here comes
5
the
HP,
push.
10 HP, they're pushing around,
shot.
and they got a shotgun instantly, just taps him away. There's 1 left in the window, but he goes down as well, and now the cleanup crew, it's arrived on time.
There's 1 guy remaining. That's that guy in the heels. Go down, get done. Somehow, some way, Zen Gamers held on. They lost out on 2 players. Derpy and I think it was Zenly Gaming actually got caught out. But I'm so surprised that those guys made that push.
Head in
That
hands.
was insane from them. That was a very, very aggressive, very, very unique, unheard of sort of play, going for that sort of brazen push. And that's the first team gone now. They made the bed that they now need to lay in as well.
It's upsetting. It's quite deflating because you kind of touched on it a little bit. It was the fact that it was the weaponry, it was the gears, it was the utility, it was the meds that kind of became the real issue for them. There was no way to get back to 100% HP, even let alone 75% HP. The shotguns, all right, they made it work. I have no idea how they managed to take out 2 players initially, get the initial pick, then go through and follow it up with another 2. So they don't come out of that unscathed. They come out with 30 points, but still, 30 points is nothing, absolutely nothing compared to a last place finish. That is so brutal and so bad. Again, on the opposing side, don't get me wrong, they're still in it as Zen Gamers, but at what cost? They lost half of their team within the first few minutes of the game.
Very scary times. And while all this happened, a lot of early action, the circle has come through. So towards the eastern side, but still pretty central. Looks like potentially you're going to see maybe, I guess, Shelter in the little towards the west of it being the central point of this circle. So there's plenty of room still. No need to get overly, I guess, assertive towards trying to take areas on the map just yet. So teams can take their time, but they could run into someone if they're being a little bit hap-handed here.
Rotations moving through. A few of them going to go early. Blue is moving in and moving people more towards the eastern side of the map. It's not all the way on the east towards Lipovka. It's kind of homing in around the shelter areas. So Milter, you'll be sitting pretty if you decided to drop there and loot early. Same goes for Mansion area. Pachinki, again, if you want to drop in there for the initial start, you would have been happy. Hotted's team, though, actually, they lost 2 initial players. We've only just kind of realised on that one, unfortunately. They're not having the best of starts when it comes to games. We saw yesterday they were losing players left, right and centre in Pachinki, and then once again they've lost 2 off the bat already.
Seeing the Girthy Dingoes and Derek's Killers here. Derek's Killers, I want to see what they can do in this one. They're Team 17, so if you're wondering which ones are which, Team 17 is Derek's Killers, Team 13 is the Pachinki Bandits.
As a side note as well, I just want to make a quick comment. The Gangstars are still outside in the blue. They're hanging around hospital. They've yet to find vehicles, and they're all on foot. It's a little bit unlucky. Bone does go down. M4, the laser beam that is. Level 2, level 2. Easy kill for him. Moves up into the roof of Hagrid's house. 15 points in the bag.
That was 1 player from the Girthy Dingoes. That wasn't someone too close by, if I'm not mistaken. So again, it's a little bit of a weird position coming out from some of these players. I think people are just trying to get that prime real estate very early on. We'll check in with the teams towards the top 3 pretty soon, just see where they're at. A lot of drops towards the southeast. That could be a nice pickup, but Fatboy there finding a kill. And he could be finding some more. That's a great angle from Fatboy. Slazer gets punished. This is huge play from them. They are locking in Team 7, which we know has now been G25. They've had this consistent back and forth, and at the moment, it looks like Marciano Gaming are coming out very much on top.
A few of the nades coming through, just hits the window. Unfortunately, doesn't realise he's on the opposing side, but still, they may have done enough damage here to cause them all kinds of problems, trying to flush this last player out. You have to be careful of this one player.
Spot.
Oh, gets him in the back lines. Down he goes. That's a second knock now. 2 players remaining for G25. This is not looking great for them whatsoever. Here comes the big aggressive push. 1 still upstairs in the building. They've got 2 on the back lines behind them they need to be aware of. Initial bullets come through, so they've had a bit of a warning shot, so they definitely are aware of where these last 2 are.
Yeah, but can they find them? That's the scary thing. It looks like the other side is still trying to hold on. Crypto's gone down, though. This looks like all but over. Your last man alive. No, tell a lie. Slazer got revived, so he's back into this. It's a 2v4, and they've kind of switched positions now.
We've seen this time and time again. They keep surviving these engagements, Lauren, and making it out of Yasnaya and doing quite well and pushing through easily to the top 5, top 7 range, but this time...
I don't think it's going to happen this time.
No. Oh, saying that, this will be a good knock if he does get it, which he does. They should have had some clue, though, there. I'm surprised he decided to go for that run, to be honest with you. He's been there all this time. Third person, again, he can see exactly where they are. There isn't any bullet penetration on the wall, so they'll be okay.
Molotov, though.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
speaking about
good.
bullet pen, it doesn't matter when there's a molly that goes through now, it'll just burn to a crisp.
but now he can actually make a move. They can try and move up, get some more pressure. Bullet needs to heal because that Molotov was right on him. And they can get that revive if they want to, if they can find that cleanly. Now they need to watch the angle, though. Slazer's back there. Can this nade do it all? That would be a throw and a half. Up and over we go. I think that might potentially even go in. It did, but Slazer just moved out of the way.
He sees where Slazer is. The pre-fire's there. He opts to not go for it again. SMG versus the M4. The M4 looks pretty kitted as well. I'm seeing an under barrel and front barrel attachment. Able to control that spray pattern rather easily. And again, 5.56 is going to smash you to oblivion if it hits you in the head. Level 2 kits across Marciano Gaming as well. Question is, will they breach this? Will they force the engagement? Do they have to? The players upstairs, one of them's already been knocked, so he's definitely damaged. Might be lacking a helmet if he's been tapped in the head. And again, they're just kind of feeling this one out. There's no one on the backside, so if they don't hear them, that's the most important thing. They'll be listening for the footsteps if they haven't seen them. They need to know they're still there. At the moment, on the opposing side of G25, it looks like they're standing still, so maybe they don't know they're there. Slazer's wandering around. He might have just given up the information. Meanwhile, fight over in the barns.
Pharaoh's squad and Girthy Dingoes here. They've been kind of very close by to each other, but at the moment, it does look like Pharaoh's squad are doing quite well for themselves, maybe catching a straggler there as the rest of the Girthy Dingoes who've been cut to size are going to try and get away from this.
45 points in the bag, so 3 kills already within the first 15, 16 minutes of the game. It's going well for them so far. They've just been very aware in case these other loose players are just straggling around the edges of the bar.
They breached the building? It looks like they have.
Another fancying it, Lauren. Another fancying it. They're looking for these footsteps. Bullet is expecting the oncoming potential onslaught. And again, if they lose this battle, this will be devastating for their position currently. Going out in 19th place would be appalling.
Bullet's hearing all of this. They're going to be waiting for this. Zute's just fallen out of the car, potentially. I'm not sure what's going on. It looks like they're about to try and make the breach. They're going to go up another floor, clear out. They're being methodical, but Bullet's waiting on the other side. But he misses his chance. He misses the shot, and it looks like they're about done for. Slazer's trying to hold on. He's going to do everything he can. Swings out. Oh, he's going up. Slazer! What is that? Finally goes down, but he caused absolute mayhem on the way.
A battle for life and death. He did absolutely everything he could, but unfortunately he goes down against the last player. 3 knocks back to back to back. It's a banging effort from Slazer, but unfortunately his team will go down in 19th place, G25. A valiant effort, but this time Yasnaya, it becomes the burial ground for G25.
They didn't half put up a fight, though. If you're going to go down, that's the way you do it, through the fire and the flames. Now, Zute has had some real issues over for Gangstars. I'm curious what happened there. I think he fell out of the vehicle, got shot out of the vehicle. I don't know what happened, but I think they're going to be down to 3.
Seeing the bottom right, G25. Their run in game number 6 is over. So, bigger teams up the scoreboard again when you have these... Oh, lights out have gone? What? That's interesting. I literally we just saw them in the bottom corner. I didn't even see any of the... Are they still on the map? We'll look through this. They were team number 2. We'll check to see if we can confirm that, but I didn't... That's, if they are, I mean, there is 17 teams there, so that would pretty much suggest that Lights Out have gone out in 18th place. That's not good at all.
No,
that's the team that we're trying to chase up the leaderboard.
Yeah, this is a really weird one. So Gangstars are down to 3. We've seen Lights Out go down. We've seen a lot of weird kind of things happen very early on without it being necessarily forced or unforced errors. It's just kind of happened to some of these teams. Very, very interesting. I'm wondering what's happened there. It looks like the crunch is going to be towards the northwestern side if it keeps going this way. A lot of teams heading through that sort of, I guess, angle of approach. So Team 18 heading through. That's Team Fandy going to work their way in. And I think they might be going past potentially Team Gates there. I'm not 100% sure. Team Gates took a bit of a journey up towards that position, but here we are with Team 12, which is foul play. Not surprising to them in a position like this. And you'll be seeing that from the mind of Solid FPS. This is a very well-known position if you play a lot of competitive PUBG, these sort of spots. And it looks like they're going scouting for this potentially, Gangstars. Oh no, actually Beowulf's been left on his own.
Could be a scenario where they just leave him in the back lines. One of them's going to go out, be the scout and say, okay, no one's actually here, boys, so maybe we bring the rest in. Or the call may have been from the IGL, no, don't bother with it. Let's not even take the chance. We're already down to 3 individual players. Let's not lose anybody else for the sake of testing the waters with a building. Team 14, Shafir up, they're on the way down. Move across to Koto.
Team Gates.
Team Gates. Down the barrel of the minute. Tap, tap, tap away, trying to finish this one off. Heavily damaged player from this side of Team Fandit. Angry, though, has just caught 2 players. In fact, Angry and Beowulf in the kill feed. That's 2 back-to-back. Make that 3. Fury's involved as well. Where's all that happening? Is that another team that's just been completely wiped and confirmed?
Yeah, I think they just tried to roll up on the Gangstars, and you don't get away with that.
They're still going, Lauren.
I think we've still got a listening, though, queued up here with Team Gates. So I really want to know how they're dealing with this pressure coming in from the north. Gangstars, they'll be able to survive for now. We know what they're like. You can't roll up on them. But let's check in with Team Gates and hear from them, because we haven't heard that much from them yet.
Yeah, he bought it. Practice.
He won it.
Bale's good. How are these guys at? I bet you they're here in this marker, dude. I bet you they're there. Any first aids? Only have 1.
No, I'm good.
Can I have one though? Guys have any first aids?
You count a smoke? Count a smoke.
Here, Rolly, come to me.
I got frame lag.
Got 3 smokes.
I got frame lag hard.
Thank you.
Count a smoke. Alright, Carl. Oh, same road.
Where?
Same road. 195. They're gone. They're gone.
It was a car? It was a car?
I see them. I got 2 hit markers. 3. Ooh. So close. Dude, I wrecked them. They're literally 1 shot, dude. I can't wait to watch that.
Oh my 15, God. They stopped. 2 yellow houses, single story.
Circle's closing right now, so pretty sure they're going to be taken by this time.
It's nice to hear about discussing, okay, what have you got in the tank? What do we have for meds? What do we have for smokes? Where's the utility? Let's count this one up. We've got a bit of time that we can chill for now, but let's get ready for the next engagement and the next circle when it happens.
And this could be a third party coming in because Marciano Gaming just came from the north, and they might be folding in towards the team that was being called and discussed. I think they're there. I've put the marker down. That's Team 18, so Team Fandy could be in some real trouble. Let's see if they continue to push this. They're looking in the right directions for it. They're playing very much on the edge of the blue. You can see this, but oh no, it's the last man alive. It's a bushwookie.
Feels bad.
It does.
It's not exactly the best color as well to try and hide.
No.
Purple on green plant.
It's a look. It's not necessarily a good look, but it's a look.
I mean,
that's going to be the game plan for the rest of this.
You do what you can, right? That VSS is still kicking off in the kill feed. That's Beowulf again. That's the second time we've seen get a knock with that thing on the opposing side. Still more kills coming through. Beowulf again. That might be the confirmed.
It looks like
VSS,
it.
so that'll be another 15 points in the tank there. Kajino's side here.
Just some dudes.
20. Just some dude just doing some work. Beowulf again. This kill feed. What is he looking at? Who is he shooting here? Is that a team up on the backside of the hill? It's just constantly over and over again.
That's underrated. They're playing potentially off the back of the underground shelter, and I'm pretty sure Gangstars did move in towards that compound, so they're shooting from the windows towards that kind of plateau. Yeah, exactly that. So they've got a really nice line of sight, but doing that work with a VSS is not easy. I think we've all had a go at it, but that is very tricky work, but you can expect that level of play from someone like this. Gangstars still in a good position for now. Very much on the cusp of the new circle has come in, but they've kept the other team on the back foot here. They've made them work for that.
For now is the key word there, because if this circle goes away from them, they don't get the hard shift.
Yep.
It's very open ground they have to move from. As we say that, we're just hearing bullets kicking off in the background.
Wildcard Gaming.
Be Wildcard Gaming. Team rocks up on them, and unfortunately, it will be their demise. 2 players go down. There's still more lingering around here. Where's the rest of that team?
I think they might just found the last one.
That was the wipe, wasn't it? So 2 just turned up and went out. Okay, fair play. 14 teams still alive.
Yeah, good for Wildcard Gaming to get themselves a couple of kills while we've been seeing this go down. Marciano Gaming, though, under pressure there. Looks like they've got a bit of a trade going back and forth. Hector trying to keep things interesting for themselves. So that's Team 15. Keep your eyes on that in the kill feed. Derek's Killers, though, they could be the ones who turned up. Now, they were having a good game yesterday, but feeling maybe not quite on point today.
Circle collapse imminent. Everyone now just moving in. There's absolutely zero room whatsoever. Spooby, he's down, he's dead. Finishes off Clay as well, who may have been the walking wounded. That's the DP doing work. Tommy Gunn as well in the kill feed. We'll take a look at Parker's POV. Again, we saw early on, they lost 2 initial players. Hot Jukes with the Car 98, trying to see if he can find a face here. All 4 players alive here for Wildcard Gaming.
Winsanity just went out as well. We're losing some big names here in this kind of middle to late game. A lot of teams still alive, 13. So we've got some unique teams in this. We haven't seen this position. The big heavy hitters, I guess you could still are in this. You've got Wildcard in there. You've got Team Gates in there. Of course, Gangstar's in there. You've got a lot of the big names still sitting okay. But you've got to be looking at the Marciano Gamers, or Gaming, excuse me. They should still be ones to be keeping your eyes on because they had some good performances so far.
I mean, this circle, it will, the story be dictated. It was a bit of a yin and yang scenario with the road going straight through the middle of it. But unfortunately, there's no cover whatsoever. The only cover is going to be to do what this man's just done.
We know
Owls might live in trees, but this one's going to be on the floor. Finds him as he comes flying around the corner. Beowulf again with the VSS.
Did you just steal that?
Potentially, yes, tacking up because at the moment he's getting tabbed in the back again.
Beowulf, what is that?
This weapon is just smashing people around, and so he's Angry now stepping up to the plate. He finds Clay with the mini. They just have so much range. That's a good thing about the VSS. It comes with an ACOG built into it and a viewfinder.
Look at the control as well from Beowulf. This guy's an animal. I don't know how much ammo he's got in the bag. 10 gamers go down. The scary thing for Gangstars is one of the sides is a little bit open. That's the one thing. And I'm wondering where the rest of the teams go. It looks like... Oh, wow. Team Gates are going southern side. That could mean Gangstars get some more pressure. They are going to be under some real firefights soon. You can see everyone trying to find that little bit of respite, but the VSS... Oh, he can switch up to the Vector. Can they get away from this? It looks like this could be done for Team Hectic. They do roll up, and this could be a disaster.
It's smoking. The smokes are out for other teams as well.
Team
It's
Gates.
time to go. They know it's time to roll. Spray down comes through with the M4. Look at all those bodies, and Beowulf still bagging them. Alchemy comes in, so does G-Bay. Beowulf again finishes off Josh. He's down. Medal, he's gone as well. Gangstars, they are absolutely playing on fire.
Let's see if we're going to see the same sort of thing from Team Gates. You can have Sam just keeping tabs on any of the compounds trying to push in. They found early safety here, the two teams we're really looking at, which is going to be Team Gates and Gangstars holding the line so far, although they have got to knock it. They're not in the perfect position. Cotto's already gone down. They need a smoke, and they need the revive fast.
He's backing off from the vehicle, because if that thing goes up and
it's
he's near it, he will
Wildcard
go
they're
down.
fighting against.
Oh, so they've turned up to the party. Fair play. They've got themselves a little bit of a ditch now. They can work off the back of the vehicle, but what they're going to do from here, vehicle goes up. He gets found through the smoke as well. He's down. Good, straight out the window. Rewind comes in, finds Carnage in response to that. But he will be out in the open, Lauren. You really can't get a res there.
No, but the Blues on their back. Now we're going to see Wildcard working their way forward. Let's see if they can try and make it away from this. Angry, still living up to that name, putting bullets into anything he sees moving. Aggressive, looking for the fights. Wildcard working their way forward. You can see the smoke lines beginning. They have to get past Team Gates. They're locking them out right now, and they're terrified. Lucifer doesn't know where to go at the moment. There's so many potential threats, and as we know, it's Team Gates waiting Rolex. He knows what time it is. This could be huge for him. Solid FPS. He's created his own little compound here out of vehicle. Smart play, trying to get maybe a kill steal or two, but Samuel in the background going to be finding one. But in the car they go. They're making a mad dash for it. This could be risky as hell.
And there's the players from TG just laying on the floor, still there. He's causing all kinds of problems. Dead from behind. He steps up at the right time and just annihilates players. Rolex going huge right now. Hot Jukes comes in. He takes out Rolex, put a stop on that one, but he goes down from the blue. Back to back, three players he's just picked up by sitting there. That's amazing.
That looks like a wipe coming in indeed. Marciano Gaming going to be going down and out, but let's keep up with the action because Team Gates are still in the fight. Carnage causing exactly that. Going to be really applying pressure. And with that northern circle coming through, this is excellent positioning for them. Gangstars need to be working their way now. They've got the southern side. We've got Team Gates holding the northern side, and everyone else in the extremities. You've got a hard fight on your hands.
Solid FPS, and the boys, they'll do what they can. They're not inside the circle. It's going to be rough because they have to go across the road, and there's two teams perpendicular both sides of the circle just watching them. The Gangsters, they have a hill to their left-hand side. They have a team directly behind them, so they need to be very careful and very aware. Solid goes for the run, but the corn, it's up. It's on the edge. They can see exactly where he goes. Vehicle comes flying through. Everfury will be calling that one out. Angry answers the call. He's directly in front of him as well. Everyone just rocking these M4s, ready to accept any battle that comes flying their way.
Look at everyone just trying to stay the hell away from the Gangstars, but it is going to be Team Gates they're going towards. Pick your poison at this point. There's no easy way about this. Try and get into this one. Try and find some cover. You're not going to get any. Thunder goes down. Samuel on the other side. Memo swings out the car, but he's under fire. Pressure everywhere. This is madness.
Everyone's fighting one another, and all of a sudden the Gangsters are like, well, you know what, boys? While you're fighting, we'll just come in. We'll step up. We'll steal some of these kills. That's exactly what they're doing. Look at this. Angry onto Alchemy. Swoosh, he finds trolling. Fair enough, he's gone down, but all of a sudden, Gabby, we'll just see on the back lines, all 4 members.
Angry. This guy doesn't know what he's done. He's overextending, though. That's where it gets a little scary. And I think he just tried to reload, and he might be running a little low on ammo, so he has to be careful. But Beowulf's got his back. We've got 5 teams remaining, 10 players alive. There's a lot of stragglers here, but Ever Fury still looking for that next shot to come out. Beowulf did find Sneak in the end, and we are seeing people dying to the circle. New circle comes in, and that will mean, if I'm not mistaken, Gangstars have to work their way forward. They can't sit on their side. Alchemy gets knocked. Samuel there as well. Oh, here we go. This could be a huge fight. This is what I'm looking for. You've got Team Gates up against Gangstars at the end of this one if they do end up surviving like that.
Samuel with a pre-fire. He knows exactly where they are, but the bad thing about the position that the Gangstars are in, they are downhill. As soon as they come up on top of this, they're going to have 2 teams potentially being able to stare at them. There's only 9 individual players alive, but as you say, Lauren, this is going to be an absolute brutal battle. Individually skilled players that are going to have to really, really fight tooth and nail to get the hell into this circle.
It's a mirrored situation. You've got Team Gates with 3, you've got Gangstars with 3. Pick whichever team you want right now. I want to know who you guys are supporting at home. Put it in chat. I want to hear from you, because Gangstars, they need to make their move and make it fast. Beowulf leads the charge. G-Bay feels the fury from him as Gangstars now need to prepare themselves. Do they have the smokes? Do they have the skill available? Because it looks like on the other side, Team Gates, they've prepared themselves. They've got the angles, they've got the position, but there's still 2 other teams who could spoil all of this.
Hotted just chilling in a little shack, hoping and praying that he can make his way all the way up here. In the kill feed, the random nades are going to go through. They're looking for these knocks, they're looking for the picks.
You've still got Underrated up there as well. They're still holding on.
But
they
look
could
at
be
the
spoilers.
smokes, Lauren.
Oh,
That's
here
all
comes the push.
Gangstars have. This is it. They only have the smoke to defend them. As soon as this goes and dissipates, it's the blue that's directly behind them. The random nade finally found a target. That's incredible.
They're actually doing this. Beowulf up close to Percy. He's trying so hard. He gets knocked. G-Bay finds him. The nade comes through. It's Team Gates holding on. This surely is their moment right now. Down to 3 teams now. Gangstars have just completely been destroyed, it looks like. It is only 3 teams. We've got Hotted. We have Underrated. We have Team Gates. And it's now down to 2. Team Gates are on a tear.
All 2 players. This is it. Samuel finds G-Bay looking for another one on the backside. He needs to get the call here. Rolex goes down.
It's a one-on-one.
He can give him the information though, Lauren. That's the thing.
It's a one-on-one. Alchemy up against Samuel. He might have the information, but who's got the nades? Who's got the smokes? Who wants this the most? Alchemy hits the
sniffer
deck.
dog.
Alchemy
so now we'll just give him
down.
that info.
But it doesn't matter, you had to do that. There's nothing else he could have done. Alchemy now just needs to play this out as best he can. He's not got any armor. He has nothing to work with, just the gun at his side. On the side, Samuel lays down those nades, but he takes a beat. Oh, under the car! Alchemy, 1 shot would have had it. He's doing so well from the Samuel, has to back away. Alchemy given a chance. But third person, he can see this. Alchemy now creeps his way forward, only 13 bullets in the clip. He's looking for that chance. That final circle is not with him. He's only got 10 seconds. Alchemy needs to make his move. 6 kills for Samuel. This guy's been going off the entire game. And now Alchemy works his way forward, but the blue is moving. He doesn't have the time. Samuel takes a shot, tries to bait him out. He might have just done that. Alchemy, is this all he's got? He's got 1 nade. This could be his 1 chance to get this done. Alchemy, how good is your arm right now? He's going to put the nade in. Samuel, is he going to be on the receiving end of it? Samuel's got to move. He's out now. He's in the open. He's looking for this fight. Alchemy, 13 bullets in this. That's all he's got left as the blue edges him closer. It's going to be pushing him further and further forward. He knows what he has to do now. Samuel just waits on the other side, peeks out. Alchemy, he did everything he could, but it's Samuel to close it down for Team Gates.
What a fantastic ending to a fantastic game, and it all comes down to a one-on-one engagement. Talk about holding your nerve till the very last moments of the game. Good Lord. I tell you what, though, the shots underneath the car. How did he not get that kill?
1 bullet could have changed the outcome. Underrated. These guys have turned up today. That is a huge pickup again from them. And hey, Hotted, you stayed alive. That is a great bit of work from him. But let's watch this again. How intense was this?
The movement forced him out of behind the car. He jumped into the shack. He didn't exactly know where he was until a few minutes after that one, but still been able to look through the windows with a third-person perspective, nips out the right time. The grenade just fell short. That would have been an absolute belter of a nade.
It would.
Had it just rolled a little bit further because it had tagged him up, allowed him to move up. But unfortunately, the blue was on his back. He was laid down. He had the circle, leans out of the shack, and just absolutely obliterates him with the M4. But still, one-on-ones, you love to see them.
You absolutely do. That's what PUBG's about. I think we're all waiting for an ending like that one, and what a way to provide it. I can't imagine what that's done to the standings either. I think that's going to shake it up again. I do not envy whoever's working out those standings where things go at this point, because that is going to be a hard one to be looking at, because it's going to open up that top 3. We haven't seen those same things over and over again. Sure, Team Gates are doing great. There's no taking that away from them. They're doing wonderfully. That's a big pickup for them to solidify what we saw yesterday. There's still so much more to be seen.
I mean, we saw G25 go down relatively early, to be honest with you. We also saw when we were looking towards Lights Out. Surprisingly, they're the team that we're going to be trying to crawl up the ladder, so they've been pincered back down now. But when you look towards underrated, you've got a first and a second back-to-back. And not only that, you've got plenty of kills in the bag as well.
They were doing good.
They're going to be
doing great. Yeah, I don't know. I need to look back at this one. I need to catch my breath. Let's take a little look back at what we just witnessed, because the action was great throughout.
This initial start, I mean, God knows how he managed to at least pick out 2 of them. It was a good start, opened up an avenue. But again, the lack of armor, the lack of utility, the lack of weaponry, to be honest with you, just ended up being the GG when it came for those guys. Another team that should have been at the top, that was doing so well, that looked that could have made a run on this one. But again, Clay just came in absolutely geared out of his mind. Level 3 helmet, AKM, and just completely finished off the job and wiped them out. This shot was fantastic. We've seen that a few times, but again, this play in itself, Lauren.
Slazer, what a play.
He tried. He tried, and he tried, but unfortunately, the last guy was just far too much. The 4v1 was real, and it could have been the dream. Keep running through these kills so you can get a glimpse of exactly how this last match unfolded if you wasn't here to join us, because you missed a fantastic game, and it all came down to this. The final shot down the red dot.
Wow.
It was the GG, and he landed it. Fantastic work, and kills in the bag as well.
I don't know what to say. They're the sort of games that can really take you out of this one, and it's just crazy.
What makes
to
it
me
good?
that this is on a mobile phone. It's on the Samsung Galaxy Note 9, and it's amazing. Like it's real PUBG.
I can barely lean in game, let alone do it on a phone. I have no idea how they do it.
I'm blown away, and I'm sure you guys at home are doing just the same thing. So make sure you use that hashtag as well, the PMSC on Twitter. Let us know how you thought that one went down. Did you think that was gonna go the way it went? I don't know. I need to take a break. I need some fresh air. I need to get out of here. Guys on the desk, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed. Game number 6 in the books, and Team Gates, after 6 games, wins 3 of them. Crazy stuff coming out from them. But those last circles, that's some of the best action we've seen all tournament. That was amazing.
Literally have goosebumps, like mind blown at how insane that was from everybody. I mean, really impressed with underrated coming back, as Pansy and Sims pointed out. They finished 2nd and 1st today. Really impressive stuff. They have come to claim that 3rd place spot. You saw some really impressive work from Gangstars rotating early. They chose that berm out in kind of the middle there, not opting for any compounds. And did you see the circle go there like 4 times in a row?
They didn't even have to
picked the
move.
Perfect position. They were there the whole time.
Yeah, they were literally there the whole time, being able to go ahead and pick up kills. And Beowulf just going off with the VSS. We saw him getting a lot of knocks. Yeah, I'm not sure if he was able to go ahead and actually confirm those kills. But let's go ahead and go back to Team Gates. Team Gates, I believe, was able to finish off Wildcard as they were coming off the zone. And on top of that, Rolex, they get taken down there towards the end by that little snake. And I'm pretty sure he was able to go ahead and tell his teammate before he got finished off where he was at. And as you could see, Alchemy was just starting to rotate. And Harid got so lucky with the 3rd place. The zone kept just going on him. And he actually got caught just throwing a grenade. I'm pretty sure if he had a gun, he might have been able to go ahead and take out Team Gates there.
That was crazy.
He killed solid FPS.
He did kill solid FPS. There was a big scrum going on at that check. There was like 4 different squads there shooting. And, you know, as the last men were kind of remaining hot, it's like, boop, got him. And yeah, it was good stuff there for sure. Team Gates racking off this particular game with 16 kills, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they really went in.
I mean, they are pretty much confirmed now for Dubai.
Sure thing.
If all of these numbers really add up and that's how it's going to be going down, they are going to be in prime position to be moving on. Of course, get involved on Twitter as well with the hashtag PMSC, and you can join in the conversation as well. What do you think of Team Gates after 3 wins across these 6 matches? That is big stuff from them. They are looking in prime position at the moment to go to Dubai and try and claim one of those top 3 spots here for the North American Star Challenge. I'm sure everybody wants to try and get to Dubai, of course, but Team Gates is just that little bit extra closer as they continue on in the day. For now, let's head down to the interview as we have 7 Worlds standing by.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the winners of round number 6, Team Gates, with my boy Carnage. They can put him next to me, making me look extra short. Tell me, man, what was going on through that last circle?
Honestly, we have some of the best players in North America, man. This guy right here is most likely the best player in all of North America. He took off and killed, I think, 2 or 3 squads all by himself. He's a great player, and, we're ready for Dubai. We're ready.
Definitely. Sam, I actually want to go ahead and ask you a question because I saw you being able to go ahead and finish some of the players from Wildcard as they were actually coming out of the zone. Tell me, what was going on through your mind? Because I think you were actually alone in that position.
Yeah, I was pretty confident, and I saw that there's guy coming from outside of the zone, so I was ready for that. I just shoot them, just kill them all.
Hey, man, once you're confident, once you're able to go ahead and get those shots on them right there, it's pretty much all you have to do. And Rolex actually got taken down there towards the end. Rolex, were you able to go ahead and give some, pretty much let your team know, hey, he's right here, before he was able to go ahead and finish you off?
Oh, yeah, soon I crawled up to him, and I was like, he's right on me, like 5 meters away.
Yeah, and he just kept on moving. Great plays there by that player as well. And Carnage, once again, I believe it was Sam actually with the Mini 14. It wasn't you yesterday, but you did have the M16. You have an amazing shot, nonetheless, guys. It looks like you guys pretty much are trying to secure that number 1 or second 2 spot, and I cannot wait to see what you guys got. You guys already have 3 wins this weekend along. Damn, what are they going to be able to go ahead and do back to back? Now, not only that, I actually have a Chad here with me, and I don't believe he's ready, so we're going to go ahead and actually go back to Calares.
Sure stuff. I will chill for now here at the desk, of course, as it's always good to hear from Team Gates here in the winning position that they currently are. And likewise, we have a lot of those teams, like Underrated, have been fine, able to spot really well done there with that first place and the second place going in. So let's head back down. Let's hear from Mr. Chad, I think, who is ready with 7 Worlds Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Chad here with me, playing PUBG Mobile as well on the Samsung Note 9. Tell me, brother, what is your favorite gun in PUBG Mobile?
Ooh, I got to go with the M4. That thing is just a laser beam. And if I'm going to keep up with some of these pros, I got to have an M4.
Hey, man, we've seen it. We've seen it, and the M4 is definitely one of the best guns in the game. Now, not only that, what is the one place you like to go ahead and drop in?
I got to go with school, man. It's like right in the center of the maps where all the action's at, and I'm a fragger. I like to frag. So give me an M4, drop school, and just let it rip.
Aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. I like it, man. Thank you so much for being here. Now back to Calares.
Thank you very much. Always good to hear from everybody participating and kind of enjoying the tournament as a whole. And once again, a big thank you to Samsung Galaxy Note 9 for joining us here for the Star Challenge North America. For now, we're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we're 75% complete with the tournament. We have 2 more games to go. Let's find out who our champion's going to be. See you in a few.
Our team name is Taserface, and our playstyle would be safe yet aggressive. So we would be camping in bushes, but if you come past that bush, we will kill you.
Our name's Team Fandy, and I'd say we were kind of safe at the start, and then we kind of see how it is, and then we play a bit more aggressive.
Our team name is the Girthy Dingoes. I'd say we are very passive. A lot of us coming into this tournament really didn't know how to play, so we hid, and here we are.
It's absolutely strategically tactical. We like to get in when we need to, kick back when we need to as well. Whatever the situation plays, we adapt and get it done.
We play strategically, put it that way. I mean, there's times we push, there's times we don't.
I think it's a mix of everything depending on the situation that we're in. So sometimes we'll be safe, sometimes we'll be aggressive. It just depends on where we're at on the map and stuff like that.
I would say our playstyle is pretty aggressive compared to a lot of teams, but we also know when to be aggressive and when not to be aggressive. So I think that's a pretty key component into our game style.
key to winning, I think, is surviving the big drop in players. A lot of people survive late in the game, but once the circle gets small enough, you see it go from 60 alive to down to 20 in a matter of seconds. So if we can survive that big drop and make it to the top 10, I think we'll have a good chance of winning.
My thought is to just not die. You know, if we can just go in there and live towards the end, I think that we'll get pretty far in the Star Challenge, you know?
I think the key to winning is really consistency. I think it's just, you know, coming up with a strategy and then executing that strategy, because thinking on the fly when you're going against teams that are this talented usually doesn't end up well.
Definitely communication. You're going to want to have a great communication throughout the team. There needs to be chemistry throughout the team. You need to have, you need to know who your players are. So for anyone, watching, make sure, you practice with your team and build that chemistry, because when it comes to competitive gameplay, that's where it comes down to.
The key to winning is having a ton of smokes and being the last team with all your gear not injured yet.
The key to winning in this competition is going to be about positioning, getting to strong spots, holding them against other opponents, and letting the battle royale mechanics do the work for us. So
we want to take an approach that it's not super aggressive, but also not super passive, somewhere in the middle where we can get a lot of gear and be prepared for the end fight. That's the thing that matters the most for us.
I wouldn't say I have a biggest rival. I'm definitely excited to compete against Gangstars. They're very consistent, so I'm excited to go up against them. And to a message to any other teams, I kind of a message to all teams, watch out for Team G25. But at the same time, I'm very excited to compete against all of you, and it's been a great experience meeting all of you at the same time.
I don't really have specifically a rival. I think, honestly, every team has their own, play style and advantage. So whoever makes it to the final circle, I'll be ready to take them out.
I think everyone's my rival at this point.
Biggest rival? It's hard to put one team as our rival. I think we have many rivals in the fact that there are a lot of teams that want to see us go down. I would assume. So maybe Lights Out is they're probably our rivals, at least the community-based rival. And anyone I'm looking to see go down in the match would be, or see in the match at all. I want to see everybody in the match. Honestly, we want to see everybody. We're not scared of anyone in this tournament. So we're coming out here confident and ready to fight anyone.
That's right, there was a baby in the crowd. Well done, Stefan. As we are here, we're going to have 2 more games left for today for the Star Challenge North America, and we're going to find out who's going to become our champion, as I do have, to my left-hand side, 2 champions as well of the YouTube gaming world.
That's certainly right.
There you go.
Champions.
Back to back. Do you want me to compliment you more? I suppose? No, I'm not going to do that.
Lay it on, man. Lay it on.
We have Mr. Powerbang and 7 World Gaming. Gentlemen, we saw a great game just before with a fantastic few final circles.
I'm completely shocked, honestly, at the level of competition that we've seen.
Yes.
The intensity, the movement, just incredible game so far today. It's really exceeded my expectations, and that's as somebody that's seen a lot of competitive PUBG Mobile.
Definitely. If there would have been a camera on us, especially towards the end of that game, you would have just seen us pretty much standing off our seat, just jumping around and being, like, what is going on? Because there was so much action, and also interesting stuff that we saw there is that Marciano Gaming actually went out of the game right before Wildcard did. So they're more than likely still going to be closing standings. The gap wasn't really that big, for example. And Team Gates being able to go ahead and get 16 kills, that is just insane. I think that might be the highest kills we've seen, right?
It's pretty high. It is pretty high. I think we got a 19 or a 20 at the beginning of day 1, I think, from Gangstars. But regardless, let's take a look at the standings, because that's all important here, and we can figure out where everybody is. Team Gates big lead for them. Almost 1,000 points ahead of 4th place. They're almost guaranteed to go to Dubai at this point. Gangstars and, of course, Wildcard there in 2nd and 3rd as well. But that little gap between Wildcard and Marciano Gaming is not big at all, boys.
Wow, this is incredible. With only 2 games left to go, it's going to take multiple chicken dinners for 2 teams, and there's not that many games remaining. So it looks like Team Gates and Gangstars have essentially punched their tickets. But it looks like Wildcard, Marciano Gaming essentially almost tied. Wildcard with 20 more kills, but Marciano Gaming placing better overall. Another team in the mix right now is Underrated. Underrated has had a fantastic day. They've come from up the standings a little bit, and now they're sitting in 5th place, well within striking distance. You do have a few more teams still in contention, but they're essentially going to have to win out and frag heavily in doing so.
Yeah, definitely going to have to get some wins there from Team G25 in Zenly Gaming, I believe it was. But Underrated being a huge surprise, honestly. I believe they were in spot number 10, and now they are in 5th in contention for the 3rd spot. And the 1 and 2 race, it's fairly close as well. So we're gonna, this next couple of games, man, I'm so excited right now. I cannot wait. And I also want to go ahead and see what Underrated is going to go ahead and do. They have gotten now a 1st place, a 2nd place. Are they going to go ahead and try to go back to that 1st place? Because they do need it. And if they are able to go ahead and get a 1st place, and maybe Wildcard or Marciano Gaming dies at the beginning or fairly in the middle of the match, then they're going to have really, really good chances to go ahead and move on to that 3rd spot.
So basically, there is 2 big races going on right now. 1st and 2nd, who's going to be able to take that? Because that's the contention there. And then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Those are the spots between those 3 teams that's going to be challenging for that 3rd spot. That looks like the really big potential moves that could happen.
Certainly. Down in 5th place, you saw Underrated. They are kind of outside looking in right now. However, they've been the hottest team of the day, getting 1st and 2nd. So if they continue that trend, they're going to be looking to move up because they are not far behind Marciano Gaming and Wildcard at the same time there.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see what Marciano's Gaming is going to go ahead and come out on this next game. We saw them get a pretty good placing in the 1st game of today, but I want to see how they're going to go ahead and react. Obviously, we saw some of their players getting knocked out by Team G25 at the beginning, and they were not able to go ahead and... Actually, they almost got wiped out there at the beginning by Team G25. And look at them right there.
Oh, my goodness, gentlemen.
Look at Park on Marciano. They're looking ready. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they're going to go ahead and do, and if they're going to go ahead and show up for the people currently watching at home.
Is my microphone? Yeah, okay, my microphone's still working. I thought it had gone out completely with the quad dab. That just blew it up, but that was some crazy stuff right there. I couldn't believe what in my eyes. That was mental.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that the likes of that before, but maybe we'll get the quad double dab if they can pull off a win here in Game 7.
Don't be. That'll make the stream go off.
Don't egg them on.
No, it's all done from that point on. Let's take a kind of a step back here, though, and think about exactly what we saw during all of that. Again, you know, you were alluding to the fact that Gangstars had already taken that very strong divot that they took, aside from taking any kind of compounds that they take. And generally, that is a very, very powerful divot to be taking, especially when the circles are slowly collapsing on that kind of area.
They didn't know it at first. It looked like a probable spot for a zone, but as the zones continued to collapse, the Gangstars kept getting the zones. What was impressive about that is while they had favorable position, they did lose one of their players earlier on to some falling. So Zute was out, one of their best fraggers, and the Gangstars were still able to hold off squad after squad, really on the strength of that VSS from Beowulf and some really good shots from the rest of the team as well.
Well, that's it. On PC, on mobile especially even, I should say, you can actually get away with quite the unconventional loadout, I want to say. Something like a VSS is very powerful on mobile, right? And the Vector also powerful on mobile. And for Beowulf, it's one of his favorite loadouts.
Yeah, Beowulf just pretty much being able to go ahead and destroy people with it. And we actually saw him get some extra kills, just pretty much third-partying other teams. I believe it was Underrated with Wildcard being able to go ahead and fight each other. I think he might have been able to go ahead and pick up a kill from that. If not, it was from a different team, but he was definitely being fortunate there, making sure they were looking now. If they saw anybody down, you want to go ahead and confirm that kill. That way you can actually go ahead and get those points for your team.
Well, let's take a look at kind of what happened in our previous round, of course, because there was a lot of action to be covered in round 6 as a whole. Not only in the very beginning with shotguns and everything like that. Oh, there we go.
What a great double barrel shot from Richie right there. Unfortunately, 2 teams landing in Rozhok. Those guys getting a rough end of it as they were fighting shotguns versus AKs and M4s. So Zen Lee loses a couple here. Denki getting the finish, but Night Owl clutches up with the M16. And look at this. Denki going for him, but gets shot in the back. ZG Clay able to help out with the AK.
Those trades are just great. You can see one coming down, and then that guy just pretty much gets popped up as he's trying to go ahead and jump off. And this right here, Marciano Gaming versus G25, just amazing shots. And Bullet just pretty much being able to go ahead and back it up. And Slater, this was one of the greatest plays here. He reloads, he go ahead and steps out, and just pretty much starts mowing down Marciano Gaming as they were not able to go ahead and take him over. There was just too many people who ran out of ammo.
Yeah, all those shots hit the rail. Sam, got to give huge props to this guy. Sam single-handedly taking on squads last game, and he did some fantastic work with the Mini 14, just absolutely destroying people.
And just back to Alchemy there, actually great plays by him because he was outside the zone. He was able to go ahead and crawl around, and he was actually starting to move from side to side because he didn't want to go ahead and give him an easy target. So great plays there from underrated Alchemy, and overall just Team Gates being too strong on that game.
It wasn't the easiest spot for Underrated to play from either, was it? Because they really didn't have much cover at all. They had to constantly snake towards that. And of course, Sam towards the end had the circle as well. So Underrated had to move.
You had Sam having the circle, Team Gates having the circle. You also had the Gangstars there actually rotating left, Beowulf securing the knock with the VSS, putting Underrated at kind of a disadvantage. Underrated also having to rotate, but Gangstars then got the knock, didn't secure the kill, and then rotated into Team Gates. While that was happening, Underrated got their player up and then got revenge on Beowulf, shooting him in the side.
Well, let's check in with the standings again so everybody out there knows exactly what's on the stake. Of course, as all of our three teams right now at the top are sitting in that placement for Dubai. 3, 4, and 5, though. A lot of contention that's going to be going on in these next couple of games.
Definitely underrated there. Marciano and Wildcard just very close. And Team Gates and Gainstars, who's going to go ahead and take that #1 spot? As Team Gates is currently the team that's averaging 10 kills per game. And Gainstars, I'm pretty sure, if I know them very well, they're going to go ahead and try to just secure a bunch of kills here in the next couple of games. But PB, tell me, Derek's killers, actually, they look very promising coming into this day. And it seems like they have actually fall off a little bit. We haven't gotten any consistency from them. And Team Hector, one of the teams that they were looking out to see how they were going to go ahead and react. They're currently sitting in 13th place with only 2.7 kills average.
Yeah, you can see some of the teams that we were hoping to make some moves have not, some that we thought might not have. It's been really kind of unpredictable. The top of the rankings, though, those have been pretty consistent, and the newcomer there, Underrated, having a fantastic day so far. Really looking forward to see if they can keep it going.
Definitely 5 places from the start of the day, of course, coming in at 10th place, now at 5th, with that first and the second spot that they were already able to accrue. And look who it is, as always, Hot Jukes.
He is hype, man. He is ready to go, and look at Team Hectic right here. They're pretty much trying to figure, face bumps all around. Okay. There you go, Team Hectic. Looking ready. The team chemistry, they pretty much want to go ahead and maybe secure a win here on this weekend. And not only that, Wildcard back to Hot Jukes telling them, yes, that's right, boys. We need to go ahead and win. I'll be the translator for him. Don't worry about it.
That's the sign of a commanding officer right there. He points when he tells his players something. Look at him go.
Well, there you go, guys. It is almost time for game #7 here. Once again, a huge thank you and shout out to Samsung Galaxy Note 9, as well as joining in the conversation when it comes to the hashtag PMSC on Twitter as well. We want to know your predictions as to who you think is going to be winning here in game #7. For now, though, it's time to go over to our commentary team. It's going to be Pansy and Sims bringing you all the action again from our penultimate game.
Thank you, guys. 2 more games to go, and we'll find out who that top 3 will be. I feel like top 2 is looking pretty settled in, but beyond that, I do not know.
Yeah, I mean, when we look between Wildcard, Marciano, Underrated, 2140, 2055, and 1965, that's less than 100 points
close.
Breaking that 3rd position. Like you say, it would take a monumental disaster. Gates or Gangstars would have to have something like a 16th down to 20th place finish in order for them to at least, fall down that ranking going into our final game after this one. This is game #7. And again, with only 2 left, everything, absolutely everything is now on the line. No mistakes can happen. Kill, 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 and crawl your way up that leaderboard.
If you want to look at it from an analytical perspective, if you want to be critical, Marciano Gaming, they're doing great on placements, but they just need that little bit more frag power to come in. If they get that, then we've got a game. But we are into the game, and it's going to be the east to the west, all available for all these teams. A little bit of a stretch for maybe some towards the military island, but beyond that, they're all pretty well set.
Yeah, apart from, like you say, maybe going down to Milta, grabbing a vehicle, and hitting somewhere like Novo, Millie Base, everyone is happy days here. Georgia Paul, quick hop, skip, and a jump out of the play. Oh, look at this. Look at the Gangstars, Lauren. That's a different position. They are changing this up. We're going into the final few rounds. They want to make sure they're safe and secure and no one's going to hot drop them.
Because people were pressuring. They were starting to go towards Georgia Pole. This is a really interesting approach from them. I don't know where they're heading. Is it melee based? Because they've got to know that, you know, Team Gates and a couple of others. I don't know. I'm really surprised at this.
The more worrying thing is that there is 4 teams flying with them. Team 9 might just break off. Yes, they are in doing okay, but still, we have Team Gates underneath them, and we have just some dudes.
Sneaky just die as well? Sneaky just got called out. I think he's just had some issues there, so that's another thing to keep our eyes on. But beyond that fact,
we've got to watch this.
We have to watch this fight. There's going to be Team Gates and Gangstars heading down towards that southern island. This is our top 2 potentially fighting it out early on for any loot.
This is over towards Yasnaya. Those guys have already got eyes on the prize. We'll keep you updated how things are going.
That's Marciano Gaming on the other side too. So again, there's 2 fights that are massive right now.
We'll try and tab between the 2, and hopefully the observers will be able to give us updates on both. There is this battle over in Yasnaya, but the main one, I want to see how the Gangstars are doing because they have 2 teams literally around them. Beowulf here. Sam's already been smashed to pieces, Lauren.
They're chasing him. Beowulf's chasing him down.
No armor.
Oh my,
and an
this
AKM.
is insane. Beowulf, if he gets a glimpse of them, he could actually really be such a nuisance here. This is a huge potential fight. We said one of the 2 teams, if they were going to lose that top 3 spot, it'd have to be something crazy like this. And I've never seen play like this before. I've never seen this sort of aggression. Koto not that far away. It's Sam who's in trouble. He was the saving grace of Team Gates before, and he's a one-shot. If they see him, he's dead.
No gun here for Angry, but he does have his teammate in the back lines with the AKM. And to kind of set the standard here, guys, and really put the stakes on, this is your number 1 and number 2
Zute's
team
pushing, Richard. This
about to clash heads.
They're going for this one. Samuel is just going to hold his breath and pray he doesn't see him.
Oh, Bunny in the field.
Wait. Do not make a sound, Samuel. Hold your breath. Do not move. They're working their way through Samuel. How is he alive right now? How has he not been spotted? This is insane. He can't move a muscle. He can't be seen. They're trying to bait him out. They're trying to get any sort of attention. Zute now gets tagged. Oh, is it being turned around? Gangstars need to go moving because there's been fire coming their way. Get out from the fields, run away. Samuel's support is here. Kono's found Zute.
Zute goes down. Sam has literally just been a radar for the entirety of Team Gates. He's allowed to be just lay down and call all these individual players out. This might now be the gap that was needed. Sam gets caught. Now he's down. Now he's crawling for help. There's still no weaponry here for Rolex at all. This is... Everyone's just fighting whatever they can find on the floor. Bricks, hammers, fists. No weaponry whatsoever. Beowulf still with the AKM, but still with no ammo. Anything comes his way, he's going to hit the deck as well. So there is a trade-off, 1 for 1 here. Might be a little bit of respite. I tell you what could be the oncoming problem, though. If Team 20 get involved here, if they've geared up through Milta, they could wipe both of these squads out because both of them are just playing with absolutely nothing.
They could, but it looks like Team Gates might have a vehicle now, so they could be able to make their way out of here. And I wouldn't blame them. If you have to leave one player behind, do it. Yasnaya could explode any second. It was between 2 teams before. Now we've got 3 in there.
Opposite sides of the map, and we're literally on the edge of the knife. 3 teams up here in Yasnaya. 3 teams all the way on the opposing side of Erangel down in Milta. I have no idea what's happening in game number 7. I have absolutely no idea, but I tell you what, I like it.
I'm worried about Team 20. You mentioned it, just some dudes. They could really work over there. They could potentially be spoilers to all of this. I'm wondering if they're going to actually push on it.
Have Gangstars pushed back into Milta onto them?
They're still kind of at the same crossroads. Kind of. They're at the very verge of Milta. It looks like they are.
Did he catch him in that blue house? And I think he just saw him through the window. DP with a 4 times on the back.
J7's just been caught as well. There's so many potential fights happening at the moment.
Mr. Flip goes down. You can see that in the kill feed.
They are pushing back in.
They've pushed back in. Gates, they've opted to do a 2-2 split. 2 of them have gone back to the farmlands. 2 of them will go across and take the crossroads just over on Sosnovka. But Team 20, if they have gear, the saving grace for the Gangsters is that Team 20 is heavily split up. 4 individual players, should I say, all across the map. But this would be foul play. Finding the Pachinki Bandits once again. Not inside Pachinki. Solid FPS. Level 1, level 2. 3 bag. And a corn dress just to boot.
Yeah, time to back away. No one wants to take crazy risks, apparently, from the top 3. So everyone's playing smart, playing careful. Ooh, accidentally got out of the car. Get back in. Oh, no, the tags. They're pretty close. Member's going to be trying to keep note of this. down a bit of fire, ward them away, and just try and keep control of what they have for now.
7, 10 HP in a dream. Please don't hit a tree, otherwise the poor man will die from the damage of the vehicle. Go flying in. Don't flip it.
Oh, a little too close for me.
Still players with nothing. Hotted. Come on, man. Find a gun.
Hotted didn't need
something.
anything before. He survived.
He killed one of the Gangstars players in that last game and scraped top 3. That's impressive.
There is still one player in Milta with the Gangstars. His team's already left, but there's 2 other teams rolling up towards the east. How is Milta becoming a hotspot right now?
Oh dear, this is bad. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. We want to take a look at that map and show people at home exactly what Lauren's talking about, because this could be really, really messy and causing all kinds of insatiable problems here. Rewinding the kill feed, finds Shafiro, he goes down. G15 comes with a knock, the double knock in fact, back to back there.
Couple of trades coming out.
But you can see it's team number 2, so Lights Out have just arrived to the party in Milta. This gives
just some dudes are fighting them. This is a battle on both fronts. Oh, this is where the pressure starts to begin. Zute. Oh, the nade. The nade.
Imagine.
Is it good?
What?
That was close. Now you're worried if you're on the other side. The guys with just some dudes are probably not happy about this one. You might have to leave your teammate to die here, because Zute, he looks so aggressive at the moment.
He fancies it. He doesn't have a helmet, but he does have a Tommy gun and a level 2 chest, so he can breach this building. The stims go up. Get his health back to 100 HP. Meanwhile, we'll see Lights Out try to make something happen here. They've actually been hitting the back. Beowulf finds that second grenade. Lobs it up the stairs. He's down. He's dead. He's gone. Team 20, they have to leave their fallen comrade behind. There's nothing they can do about that one.
And Lights Out, the team who's been kind of missing throughout this tournament. Big, big expectations coming into this. Let's hear from them and see how they're taking this engagement as we speak.
Oh, the grenade. 6 pusher. About to take the car.
They're taking the car.
What was that? Lady Chifera?
Yeah.
Ran into another team? What team is that?
Trash team, you want to chase him?
Yeah, sure. What
Yeah, sure. Go.
car is this?
Oh no.
Quite calm considering. Trying to work out which team's which, trying to figure out who's where on the map, and that's not a bad idea right now.
Managed to find a few body boxes at least, so I wouldn't have expected to be too much in there, which would be rather unfortunate. We've already lost one team.
It looks like Yasnai is about to get a little bit busy here, Rich.
Oh, 1 HP in a dream. He's still alive, but only just clinging on with his bare teeth. No scope, unfortunately, on the back of the AKM. That guy with some warning grenades. Sneaky in the kill feed, though. That's a puncture to the face with a Kar-98. Another fight unfolding across the map here. Shafiro's squad is down and out, unfortunately, in game number 7. They'll be the first team to be eliminated from Erangel here. 8 people already, though. Only 9 minutes into the game have already gone down. Crypto again. G25, they love this area. I mean, so far it's kind of been doing well for them. It was a bit of a shocker, I want to say, in the last round when they got so heavily and so aggressively pushed. Now, can they answer back? Can they send Marciano out early? And again, Marciano, they are in 4th place. One of the teams that is currently in a viable position for that all-important top 3 spot to Dubai. Going out in game 7 so early on would be devastating.
It would be, but we know that they need the kills as well. If they really want to start pushing this, they need to get kills on the board. Trying to bait a couple of shots out, not give away too much. Those guys on the other side, very, very talented themselves. So again, this is a very scary fight. You've got some very good players and very good teams all in the same area.
My issue here is sneaky again. That's a second headshot with the Kar-98 we're seeing in the kill feed. Shots are initially coming out. Team 15 going up against those guys. Marciano, they'll be doing well so far. Let's see how they fare. Here comes the push, though. 2 members go in. He leans to the left, but unfortunately he is put down. That guy was a great effort. His teammates there He's got gear, he's got kit, but unfortunately the one player behind him, he doesn't see him coming in. He needs to get the reload, quick do it now. Otherwise you get the turn on, which he does. You can't let that happen, that's not good. 2 HP, goes for the reload, jukes it out, spins around and mows them down like corn in a field. My word, that's incredible. You can hear from the players in the background, even they're surprised it happened, to be honest. Good Lord.
So many potential fights everywhere. We're still seeing stuff happening over here by the Southern Georgia Pole side. This is a whole other fight going on. Is that?
We'll just get confirmation. I think Marciano have gone. I think they've been eliminated in game 7. Quickly continue with this one through for now. This is over the crates.
They're not where they were before. Yasnaya's only got 2 teams in it, so theoretically that could be them down.
No, that's insane. They were in 4th position. They go crashing out in 18th place. Hotted and J7, they're down as well. That would suggest that, unfortunately, maybe they've just gone.
I've just heard it. It's confirmed. They're done. They've just gone out in 18th place.
That can't happen. That's the...
That's opened it up, right? So now you look at the next team down the line. That was underrated, right?
Directly below them, yeah, less than 100 points behind. 90, in fact, exactly 90 points behind them.
It's game on. Everyone, it's game on for everyone. You got Gangstars just go to a random spot, try and chase out the number 2 spot, basically. The first 2 teams just battling out wildly, and now we're going to see fights everywhere.
Just as a side note as well, Lauren, we're looking at Wildcard Gaming over here. They've already lost their player. They've lost Lucifer, and there's still players lingering from Derek's Killers. Obviously, Derek's Killers were voting in on this event.
They did well. Not today, but yesterday was a really good game.
They're not bad players at all. They can handle themselves if they need to. The question is, what damage can they do to Wildcard Gaming? Wildcard, again, in 3rd place. We're looking to try and get into these latter circles with at least 3 alive, so no more mistakes can be made. Outsider, Seagut and Hot Jukes, they have to make it all the way to the circle with what they have now. It's not going to be easy. 2 kills already in the bag, so 30 points. But it's not about the kills here. It's about the position and the placement. Meanwhile, Gangsters just going for crates, you know. All 4 players alive, happy for them.
They need to. They need the upgrade on loot, considering they never really had an easy spot to loot in. You want to talk about underrated now that they've created this opportunity. If you like an underdog story, if you want a team to back who's not been noted to be one of these teams who are meant to be in the top 3, they've been pushing hard. Yesterday they finished in 10th spot. Respectable but not phenomenal. They've pushed all their way up here to, what, top 5 right now? So again, if they can just keep this sort of pressure, they could potentially push even further forward.
I mean, they came into this competition with a seed of 9th place, you know, when we look towards the qualifiers, which did get them into this. So we knew that they were going to at least be able to... They could handle themselves. They were going to be able to perform, but you heard it from the team captain this morning. We're going to prove ourselves. Oh, that's a trade-off. Can he knock any more, though? That would be devastating. If so, they see one. He'll go down, and now it's left to the final guy just to be able to run through the blue. This ain't good for Wildcard. They've had 2 knocks now. They've already lost 1. Look at where the blue is, Lauren. They've only got 1 minute. I didn't see the vehicle. Okay, so they've got something to play with. M24 on the back. They've all got gear. The level 3 and the level 2 slightly damaged. A little bit of a durability knocked off the back of them.
Where is he going off?
That's the 3rd headshot with the Kar98.
Where is this guy? Here we go. Let's watch this sniper extraordinaire right now, because he's getting some knocks. He hasn't confirmed the kills, but he's been getting knocks.
And this time round, he's knocked a player out in the open field.
So it's like bait.
Yeah, the rest
Taste.
of...
Oh, are you up for that? You really want to go for this? That's a tag.
Oh, dear.
But will he get the frag
Second. Not quite. Manages to dip behind the hair barrel.
1 bullet is all he's got to put into play as well right now. Unless he goes for the reload, he's waiting for that shot.
You'd expect his chest to be, if not gone, heavily damaged on the durability side of things. It's kept him alive for this long.
Sneaky. He goes for the reload. He takes that second. Will he catch 6, though? You're hearing the M24 going off as well, so there's some other sniper power on this. But Hawkeye, it's not him putting down those sniper shots that we've been seeing. Let's go, Sneaky.
You've landed 3 headshots already, buddy. What else can we see from you?
Oh, he's got a glimpse. I don't think he found that shot that time. It looks like the teammate has made it to the man that he just knocked. So again, Sneaky, he's been doing work, but sadly, No fruit of the labor.
I'm okay with it. You know, he's got all his teammates there. There's no real reason to go absolutely slamming into them and potentially dying here. They're in a good position. The rest of his teammates will pull the vehicle through so they can at least keep the tyres alive. Meanwhile, Gangstars, they've got eyes on the prize of the team in front of them. A couple of initial tags will come through. It looks like Fury's actually... Oh, that's his helmet gone. That's a headshot straight through the barrel. Okay, so Team 6 down there, Team Hectic, answering back, getting as... I should say, giving as good as they get. One player was down to about 20% HP. That was Zute. Ever Fury now has his helmet removed on the back of that. They have to be careful, though, Lauren, because the two teams looking at them, that's both Hectic and Underrated. Imagine if Underrated took out Gangstars now. This would just be the miracle run.
It would be something to look at if that's the case. I don't know if I can believe in it yet. If we start seeing a couple more, I guess, indications of it, then maybe I'll start to believe.
He's got the weapon to do it. They got some range on them. That's probably what smacked him in the face previous that pushed him back. And Zute knows the reason that he's not getting these fights. He absolutely knows he can't look. Without a helmet, there's no way to peek on this one. If he gets tabbed in the head, he's down, he's dead. You can see the Groza with what looks to be the 2 times on the back there. So we've got a big boy gun in play. Potentially the level 3, which was destroyed as well, which is slightly worrying. But again, with 2 teams looking at you like that, there's no real reason to be poking because you've just got more chance of dying. They're all laid out. Zutio at the back watching what's going on. Alchemy trying to get the corner peek as well. See if he can land another one of these with the M24. Meanwhile, further afield, Circle is closing in. We still have Team Gates. They're going to be arriving late to the party, but they have to be careful because when they come in on this western bank, there's going to be plenty of teams lined up waiting for them. Team 17, I believe Derek's Killers only have 1 individual player remaining, so he'll be playing the survival game, coming in late, but he's got to be prepared to have an absolute boatload of meds, otherwise he'll be in trouble, as the Circle does go even further away from Team 17. And more importantly, that eastern bank becomes even harder to penetrate. Team Gates, they're in for the fight of their life to get into the Circle.
I don't know how they're going to do it. I really do not know how Team Gates are going to get through that. That's going to be 5, 6 teams all on that eastern side here. I'm really not sure. G25, though, a team we haven't checked in on too recently, so we can catch up with what they've been up to. They're seemingly taking a fight. We're kind of getting used to that. They like a fight, these guys, and Crypto's certainly happy to be the match to this one. It does look like Sneaky has been found in the background, but we'll keep on board with Crypto here as he's trying to encroach towards an opponent, but they're playing that third-person perspective angle as well.
Sneaky's just been confirmed killed. So that's the Kar98 Wizard. Gone. Oh, swing with the UMP as well. Tags the player. Solid has lost 2 of his teammates, though they're down to 50% here. The foul player, but Mimo looks like that's a Kar98 on the back of that, and silenced as well. Be able to get the 5% deviation off the back. The players that are going to be in a good stead for the moment, for me, it's going to be Wildcard Gaming. Yes, they have lost a man. They're down 75%, but they're going to be geared up. They're going to be heavily geared. They're going to be happy. More importantly, it's completely open. They're away from danger. They're away from Gates. They're away from Gangstars. The only problem that might happen, how do Gates enter this Circle? Will they go up north? Will they go for a heavy rotation? Will they come in on the western side? Will they go in on the northern side? If they decide to try and penetrate from the east, they are going to be in absolute world of trouble. There is 3 teams just waiting. If you want to try and go near farms as well, you've got the 2 teams that we did just see the fight coming from. That's between G25 and Foul Play. Just some dudes. 2 players remaining. Oh, here we go.
This could be... Oh, that... If he swings it... Oh, and the confirm. Surely he's going to just seal the deal. Yeah, that backfired terribly. Tries to swing out.
That's just shoot him while he's on the back, you know. It's not a problem, fam. Don't worry. I'll knock you and then run you over. No problem whatsoever. Another player, unfortunately, falls victim. And they're down. And they're out, Team 16. The Hammers have a little bit of work to do as well. They're going to have the same problem that Gates do in the fact that they have 3, 4 teams that they have to get into the Circle with. Josh P, 6 times looking down the barrel of the minute, trying to see if he can spot out. Clearly they know and have the information, Team Hectic, where these players are. But Animosity, that's a nice scope on the back of the Kar98 and the front-facing windows here. health's looking a little bit weak, so they've definitely been tapped up and they've definitely been caught here, there, and everywhere. Still, 2 times in the AKM. It's not the best gun at range in the world, and not with the 2 times on it either. This is the man you have to be careful of, though. If you get overzealous, he's going to find your face. Sees Josh, but it's not quite the connection he wanted. That one might be, though.
Not quite. Trying to find the adjustment. Loses out. Was that to DP as well?
That's a single tap headfire.
Oof. Get punished.
And is anyone in a position to actually get the res on him?
He's got teammates not too far away, so he should be fine. They put a smoke down. Yeah, they're okay to get there. Unless another, you know, completely random shot comes in. He really should be fine.
He's forced back, Lauren. Oh, hearing bullets. Oh, the blue's there as well. Oh, that's
he might be left, yeah. With the blue coming in, he's probably going to be left now, considering it's a bit of a risk to get out there. Is it worth the revive? You want your teammates up, but again, you've got to pick your choices. Let's keep on board with who we still have in the 17 teams still alive. A lot of individuals being kind of pressured, and the new circle comes in. It goes north this time.
Look at where Team Gates went. They opted
Such
to
a good
go
spot.
around the farmlands, and they came down just below Pachinki, and now they're in the circle, not quite center, but a bloody good spot. Animosity, for all his troubles with the Carnate 8, finally does go down. Unfortunately for Team 16, Hammers, that was a terrible position to be in. That initial pick made the situation even worse, because then they kind of didn't know which way to go. Meanwhile, the team looking on. Oh, this is a building crash. This is Team Gates. They're getting crashed on by Zen Gaming, Lauren. All of Zen Gaming are out of the cars. This is a 4 versus 4.
Is this a fight you take?
Excuse me,
That's a
not 4
nade.
versus
Hold
4.
on. You got to be careful. That nade's coming in. There's 3 players left for Team Gates. They lost one early. Now, if there's another, if a knock comes in, Zen Gaming, you push. You put the mollies up and you push, and it looks like it might be go time. You can see them considering. I think a knock just came through, though. Derpy does go down. It's going to be Clay working his way forward. You can see Night Owl not far off either. Nades are plenty. Smoke goes up. They want the revive, and then maybe they'll try and breach the building.
Sam went down initially. It's not the 4v4 that I mentioned. It is, as you rightly said, a 4 versus 3. Oh, these low ball grenades, though.
You can see them scatter
Look
as
how
soon as they
damaged he
land.
is.
Just off the back of that pickup, he does manage to stay alive. Night Owl takes a little bit of it, but they're still okay. Just holding on to a very thin margin. Koto, he's the man being given the task of watch the stairs, do not let them up here. He's going to have to try and do the best he can at that.
This would be insane if your #1 team went down in 17th place. It just makes things even easier for Gangstars and even easier for the rest of players to go flying up that leaderboard.
They can actually push this. I want to see Night Owl's perspective. It looks like he's considering it. Clay's up there with him. Yeah, they're going to have to go for this one. And here comes the first nade. As soon as that goes up, it might be go time. Good push. There it is. That's not bad. That could really put them out of position. No, Connor still holds it. Keeping his nerve. Another Molotov goes in. This is whoever's got the most utility. Who's got those nades? Who's got the Molotovs? Who's got the smokes? Who's got everything? And there could be a third party coming through as well. Keep that in mind. There is still potential for another team to join in. Team 7's just rocked up, which is Team G25.
All eyes on the prize. Everyone holding point. They know they've not got a knock on anybody just yet. There's no point in blazing in, because they might go down in blazing glory. These 3 players do have eyes straight on that stairwell. They're just going to walk into a wall of bullets. Meanwhile, Night Owl, another player. They find a team over on the opposing side.
That's a tag.
It really is. If they're not in, if they're literally just out, that'll knock him. If that blue zone touches that building.
That's when Sanity as well. They've got other troubles up there too. They've got the Girthy Dingoes not far away. This is going to be a very, very awkward third-party fight potentially happening in this northern side of Pachinki. And the circle, how many hard shifts are we seeing here?
Oh, dear.
No one's in the new circle yet.
Oh, these guys have got to run.
We know G25, right?
3 teams, Lauren.
G25 have just rocked up, and these guys are wild. They are completely mad. Here comes some more utility, but in the meantime, we saw Clader trying to push up. It's Connor waiting on the other side. Gets the confirmed kill. It's about to go insane in this building.
One of them decided to run up, and unfortunately he was stepped out. Now the breach comes through, and bodies will be dropping, but it's outside on the outskirts. Zen Gaming come through. The answer back is there. They're running around looking for the clearance here. Meanwhile, still Team Gates up top looking for all this action going down. They'll say, okay, well, if you boys are fighting outside, we'll try and get involved.
Derpy, he's going to find one. This is still them trying to hold on to this. In the back lines, Team Gates are just baffled. They're like, all right, if you're going to fight this out for us, great. Derby confirms the kill. He gets away. Slays are there as well, trying to catch him as he goes through the window. And it looks like they might have just shut down one of the entire teams here.
Big losses though on the opposing side. G25 lost 2 individual members, but then all of a sudden Team Gates goes down, wipes the remnants that is just lingering in the bottom. And out of all of that, they're sitting happy. Both teams are gone, and now they're free to move.
They absolutely are. Team Gates there doing exactly what they needed, it looks like. Gangstar still as well, finding fights out, and that's going to be towards those guys.
This is mental.
Yeah, that's southern. We've just seen the northern fights happen. This is the southern line that we're looking at right now. There's about 3-4 teams all next to each other, separated by a bit of smoke and a bit of grass, essentially. G-Bay there sprays him wildly, trying to catch someone, but nothing really comes through. He's got a tiny bit of cover, but that's about it. Oh, you've got another fight kicking off as well. Team Gates are being another one coming in. That's Dragoon getting knocked, I'm pretty sure.
It's fights at opposite ends of the circles here. All the way down south, we've got like 5 or 6 teams just fighting for the southern bank. All the way up north, everyone's just trying to get themselves into the circle because the hardship there, and it's real. That's a banger of a shot, though. AWM comes through, knocks him down the floor, picks up the second as well.
Love it.
Mimo is absolutely finding players in the field and putting them straight 6 feet under.
Yeah, let's see if anyone else is up to the challenge. Cotto, Beowulf, all these guys are starting to go off now. We're seeing the heavy hitters, the big, heavy fraggers racking up the bodies. Beowulf, oh, he goes down, though. Was that a turnaround?
Where did he come from?
No, Beowulf's still up. He's trying to revive his teammate. There's pressure all around. Those smokes won't last forever. Trollin laying down the fire from afar. Dragoon's gone as well. Wind's gone down. Rolex found that. We still got Team Gates kicking off towards the north. And we're seeing Beowulf confirm that guy going down. But there's still fights to be seen.
This is the problem, though. Man in the field, all in green, with a big green machine as well. The AWM is just puncturing people left, right, and center. He's already seen 2. That's a third one that he's knocked as well. Hot Jukes on the outskirts there. Where's the rest of his teammates, though? Because that's Wildcard Gaming.
Down as well.
Is he the only one? Rolex has just run. Oh, he's
run himself over.
No.
No, that's not good. Okay, let's take some seconds here. Take some stock, because we've seen a lot going on. There's 4 teams alive. That's all that's left. 12 players, so a lot of big squads left alive in this. 3 players and such and so on. So you've still got the likes of Gangstars in this. You've still got the likes of Underrated in this. They're Team 9 down towards the south. You've got Team 12, Foul Play. Up in the north, Team 5. You've got Wildcard. A lot of the big names we wanted to look at, they're still in this.
Wildcard's the only team that's actually inside the circle, but meanwhile you've still got Mimo just looking with the 8 times here. He's the problem. He's the man with the level 3 gear. The AWM, the silenced AWM at that. He's seen them over in the field. Mimo again, another knock, time and time again. He's such a problematic player, but here comes the bullets from upside on the hill. That was the player's POV we were just watching, Lauren. Wildcard Gaming might have just given Gangstars the room that they needed.
They do not have the room they need. They still have to run the gauntlet themselves. Even though they go away from one team, there's still plenty keeping eyes on this. And 10 seconds until that circle starts to move. Every single team has to now run further forward. The first men to step in that direction was Gangstars. They're going to hit the deck, trying to avoid it. Wildcard still going off. They're in the great position up towards the northern side. All those southern teams now need to find a way through.
Hot Jukes just knocked a member of Gangstars, exactly what they needed. The next people below them were Marciano. They've gone. They were dead ages ago. They want to make their way up this leaderboard, maybe even get
Alchemy
to the likes of top 3.
Get ahead of that blue. You've got to keep running, Alchemy. You cannot stop for a second. You might see that being an issue. But Wildcard, in the meantime, finding Zute. Beowulf's going down. Alchemy's still alive and running, trying to get in here. They're doing everything they can for Underrated. They're pushing it as much as they can. They're doing everything to stay in this.
I have absolutely no idea how he's alive. His teammates are to his left-hand side as well. He's going to hit the deck. Hot Jukes and Trolling there outside. They're just going to be spraying through the field. Trolling with the DP. Tax people up. Outsider comes in. Finds Thunder. Hot Jukes with the M24. Does he see the snakes in the grass? Can he land these shots? He's got 3 of his teammates alive. So for now, they're in a good position. They're at the top end of the circle. No one is near them. Everyone else lingering around that southern bank. Saying that, Team 12, Foul Play. They managed to skirt the edge of the circle here and make it towards them.
Yeah, and they have an AWM and an M24. They've got, or M249, excuse me. They've got some big weaponry, but Wildcard still going off. They're going to find G-Bay. This is them going off right now. This is their game. They're denying the team below them, keep in mind. This is going to be the Wildcard holding on to this against Underrated, who are hot on their heels on that scoreboard. They want that place in Dubai, and this is how they really start securing it. but the two that could destroy it all, crawling and slowly working their way in. You can see everyone hitting the deck. It's time to get in that circle.
3 versus 2 versus 2. Bullets coming back. Trolling goes down. Mimo finds him. Opts to the UMP. Puts the AWM away and says, no, we don't need that one for now. We'll take the easy kill. Another player falls. And the rest of the teammates around him, they're all just laying in the grass. You said it perfectly, Lauren. This is huge. This is a massive, massive win for Wildcard if they get it. He gets the tab off. But you don't want to give too much information away because that's the AWM. Hot Jukes comes in with a 24 finally. Mimo's put down and it removes the AWM from the game.
You still have one man for underrated, or at least you did. It's down to 2 now. Alchemy's fallen. It's between the teams who are desperately fighting for those positions. And look at Solid FPS. Oh no, he's in the blue so far. This could be over for him. He needs to get up and get moving. There's no way. Solid FPS, run, boy, run. He's just about made it in. But how long can he survive? He can't. It's Hot Jukes all day long.
You can see it in the players' faces. That's exactly what Wildcard Gaming needed. They came into game number 7 in 3rd position. A win like that with plenty of kills to boot is going to send them further up that playing field and ever so closer to that expense-paid trip to Dubai. Now, just remember that the players behind the Marciano Gaming, they went down early.
They certainly did. That's a big story we're going to see. I'm sure once the analysts get their hands on that, they'll break that down. But we need to look at this one all over again.
They knew where they were, Lauren. They were just laying down a minefield and hoping, okay, the players will walk into this, and walk into it they did. Gangstars, they went down in 4th position as well. So not the position probably they were looking at because they were looking towards that top 3, but still. That's it. I like the fact that we're going into game number 8, and it's going to be a position where it's anyone's kind of game. All right, we have Gangstars and Gates that are going to be up there. They had a big buffer coming to this, 1,000 points. Yep. But now that 3rd position, it's literally anybody's. This is what you want to see for a championship.
That last game is pretty much do or die for one team. I reckon that top 2 spot, top 2 positions, they're locked in. 3rd place, I don't know. It's whoever wants it the most. We need to look at this game again in fine detail because so much happened. So many of the stories, some of the people who went down early are the ones who had those higher positions. We saw them being pushed very early on.
That's the Shafero squad that we saw, the first one to unfortunately bite the dust. That guy falling victim to the AWM as well. This was the turn. So watch this now. No health whatsoever.
Oh my
Spins
Lord.
around, misses every single bullet, and then just gets banged.
Oh, and that not coming in off the buggy. All of this was good fun. It felt like it wasn't too serious, and then this happened.
This was
when
mental.
This moment happened in the game, you know you're into it's gotten real. 3 teams crunching towards this. Team Gates getting some big points off the back of that too.
They got a fair amount of kills, which is good points for them. They managed to survive it. I think they went down, I believe, in 7th position. All right, not necessarily the placement they were looking for when they're in 2nd place to this, but still, to be able to pick up...
Look at that nade. Look at that nade. Up
2
and
for
over
1.
we go.
Done. You love to see it.
I don't know who's going to Dubai, Rich.
No one does.
I really do not know. That 3rd place, I think we really have a game on our hands coming into that final moment. Not too far from now. I could not tell you. I do not envy what the desk has to do now. They're going to sit there, look at those points, theorize what's about to happen and who can be in the best position going into that final matchup. Guys, what do you make of it?
Well, since we are the experts, we know. We're pretty aware. And we think that we've kind of tallied up the numbers and what's going to be going down. But regardless, let's talk about that later. Wildcard getting themselves a victory after constantly sitting them up in the higher echelons, the upper echelons of the placements throughout these games. Couldn't be any better for them.
Really happy to see Hot Jukes and squad get that victory today. They have been laying down frags all tournament long. Again, 12 in this particular match. And this time, it resulted in the chicken dinner for them.
Yeah. Something that I was pretty much, we mentioned right before this match. We have seen very consistent gameplay from them. We just need to go ahead and see that win. And they might have been listening because they went straight out and got that win. And actually, Marciano Gaming pretty much got knocked out super early in the game. So more than likely, that win might secure them a spot in Dubai. But they do have to watch out because Underrated is coming in hot. They started off the day in 10th place and they're currently in 4th place. So, but Wildcard just coming in and showing them that, hey, they can also get wins, not only just good placing.
That's right, with Team Gates and Gangstars both making it well into that round. They again have probably solidified first and second. Wildcard with the win is going to move up in the rankings. We also have to keep an eye on underrated. They may still have an outside shot at catching third place. They laid down just a few kills that round, though, and that's going to hurt them a little bit as Wildcard did extend their lead on points from placement as well as kills there. So they're definitely sitting comfortably in third place right now. I'm excited to see what these standings are going to show here shortly.
I mean, they had the perfect response to what we asked at the beginning of that round, right? Third through fifth, that was very contested. And then Wildcard's like, okay, we're in third currently. We're going to take all of it from that last round.
That could have all ended entirely differently, too. How about the fight between Team Gates and the Gangstars at the start of the round? You saw them out by the farm and Milta area. They looked like they were trying to go south, but it looked like Team Gates got caught out in the field. Sam getting shot. He hides behind a hay bale. That was probably one of my favorite parts of the match, is Sam laying there in his cute little bunny suit and three of the Gangstars running dangerously close to him, not finding them, but ultimately he got knocked.
And just to preface any kind of concerns that we have about that, that generally doesn't happen in PUBG. In PC, there's a very heavy gentleman's agreement almost, where, you know, you kind of have your loot spots, you kind of stay away from one another. You don't see too much of that. But here in PUBG Mobile, having number one and number two basically hunt each other down at the beginning of the game, that was massive 7.
There's no gentleman agreement here. It doesn't matter if you're in first place, last place. They want to go at each other and they want to get the bragging rights. And not only that, first place is going to go ahead and get $20,000 today. So more than likely, that's what maybe they were going to go ahead and do that. But we didn't notice that. I believe it was Gangstars. They just passed right by the Team Gates player, and as soon as I believe it was Sute got knocked down, they decided, you know what, we're gonna go ahead and back up. And I believe they were actually Gangstars was able to go ahead and knock down somebody as well from Team Gates. Yep, and they decided they were like, okay, you know what, let's go ahead and not do this right now.
They both tried to apply that early pressure. You know, it worked out to an extent. They each traded knocks, and then they were like, you know what, let's actually, you know, we're rocking like one gun with a few bullets here and no armor. Let's just back off, loot up, and do what we normally do, and both teams ended up making it later into the round.
Yeah, very smart plays by them, and Team Gates being able to hold off people there right outside Pochinki. I think we saw Team G25 and C, I believe it was C Gaming. I'm not sure what team it was, but they were pretty much putting the pressure there on Team Gates. It looked for a second there that Team Gates was actually going to go ahead and get destroyed by one of those two teams, but they just came out on top. They knew how to play that well. It didn't let them face that there were more than just one team surrounding them, and a great place by them, honestly.
Well, guys, you can join in with the conversation as well over in the Twitterverse with the hashtag PMSC, of course, as in just a few moments' time, we're going to have our interviews ready and good to go too, so you can tell us who you think is going to be winning and getting themselves some good positions here moving into our final round. It looks like our first, second, and third might be completely solidified unless some really crazy stuff goes down in this last round. But of course, all of those three teams as well are fighting for that top spot, all important because they want to be able to take away that $20,000 here from North America. Let's head over to the interview now with our winners.
What's up, Kalaris? Thank you so much. I'm here with the winners of round number 7. It is the leader of Wildcard Gaming. We've got Hot Jukes. Guys.
Let's go.
I had to let you get in there, man. First of all, I got to compliment you on your use of that M24. It's a little near and dear to my heart, man. I love that weapon. My personal favorite. What gives you the confidence to use something like that late in the game with that small of a circle?
Man, I just think right now, every single time when it gets to that point, I just think, what would Powerbang do, dude? You know?
Clearly.
And, you know, when that washes over me, that thought, it's just like the shots just hit.
Well, that's obviously why you won the game, so fair play on your part. As far as the rest of the team, you guys have been fragging out this whole time. I mean, just laying down aggressive play, going squad for squad, taking people down. You guys got into a little bit of trouble, it looked like, early at the crates in South Georgia Bowl. Were you a little bit scared that might be the end early on?
Well, I was completely caught off guard, you know, like Ironside just had to put some good shots on me and got that knock, but luckily my team regrouped. This is something that we do all the time, so we were able to clutch it when we needed to.
R.I.P. Lucifer, but hey, the team got you to the finish line, man. You guys absolutely killed it this round. 12 kills to your name. You guys are sitting real good in third place. What's your plan for finishing out strong in this last round?
Hey, these are the championship rounds. We have some of the most kills in this tournament. We come to play. You know, when it comes towards the end, we get better every single time, and we're looking to take that last dinner, that's for sure.
Awesome. Best of luck to you guys in the final round here. Let's send you off, and we are going to go ahead and bring in P90 Princess. Congratulations, guys, and good luck in round 8.
Yes, sir.
Put it there, Hot Jukes.
Let's go.
All right. Hey, how are you doing? We got the P90 Princess with us. Welcome. And there is no P90 here in PUBG, but do you have a favorite gun that you might like?
Yeah, you know, I love to use the AK-47.
Ooh, wait, a little AK action. Awesome. Now I see you holding, looks like a Samsung Galaxy Note 9. What do you think?
You know, this is pretty amazing. It fits really, really well in your hands. I've played with different phones, and this one just sits right there. And not only that, it has this awesome stylus that you can pull out. Boom, and you can play with that.
That's insane. Stylus actually is really, really cool. We can probably show that off a little bit later too, taking some pics and whatnot. Really cool stuff. So, do you have anybody here that you know? Anybody that you're rooting for?
I do. I'm rooting for Solid FPS. I've been playing games with him forever, and I'm super excited to watch his team do really, really well.
Well, really well. They just did. They finished in second place last round. Solid FPS clutching it out, getting that second place finish. Unfortunately, running into a grenade, running into the final circle there. Wild card getting the win. But P90 Princess, thank you so much for being here. Any final words?
No, I'm so excited to watch the competition and see who's going to get that #1 place.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Kalaris, back to you, man.
Thank you very much. And Hot Jukes giving props to Powerbang. Who would have thought it here? And once again, a big thank you to our sponsors in Samsung Galaxy Note 9 for joining us alongside this journey. And for now, that's going to do it for us for round number 7, of course. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. And when we return, we have one more game remaining. It's going to be game number 8. It's going to be for all the marbles here for the Star Challenge North America.
Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.
I got into PUBG Mobile because I was looking for something that I could play that would be quick, easy, that I could just pick up and be on the go. I've done a lot of BR games on the phone, but PUBG Mobile has just been the best one I've done. It runs great, it's been the smoothest, and I've played a lot of them.
I love it because I can play it anywhere I want to, and then a lot of other people can play it with me. So you kind of get that couch feeling with it as well, where you can just sit with your buds and play it on the couch on all your different mobile devices.
And the mobile version is extremely polished, awesome to play, and whenever I touched the game first, I was in love with it.
Honestly, it was just, it drew me in right away, and the fact that I was able to play with some of my fans as well as my friends and just like build a community from it was pretty awesome.
It's nice to keep everything in my pocket instead of having to bring a big gaming PC and everything with me.
Honestly, just like the whole free aspect of it and just like super accessible, and just like the community behind it's super awesome as well. So it just felt like the perfect storm of stuff.
I love just, I don't know, the competitive aspect of it. I played on PC for a while, and this is by far the best mobile game I've ever played.
It was almost a struggle finding a good shooter that could run very well on a phone. I mean, that's a challenge that doesn't drain your battery.
I really enjoy it because it's something that I can play with a lot of people who don't have a PC or a console, and most of us have phones. So it was something that I could enjoy with other friends as well.
I got into streaming because I wanted to do charities. And now it's been since 2011 we've been able to raise like $450,000 for all sorts of charities. You may like do these walkathons and stuff. Well, why not gameathons? Like you just sit there in front of a video, like in front of your monitor, play a video game, have fun, and people donate money for a good cause. Proving to my parents that I can give back by playing video games.
Actually, no other game that I've played has had a community that has accepted a new streamer as well as the PUBG Mobile community has accepted me.
The thing that I like the most about my community is they've always been like a really tight-knit family.
So getting into PUBG Mobile was great because it gave me a chance to, grow within the first-person community shooter, and just be able to play multiplayer with them was a really great thing.
My community is very supportive.
Probably the most important thing about my community and what I love the most would be just how friendly everyone is with each other.
It's evolved into a family.
We all understand each other. We don't have to explain why we like games. We all just get it.
They're always there. It is like my family.
So there's certain people that I've met 10 years ago that they're still fans, and that's been fantastic. To have a decade relationship with someone
over the internet, that they've just been following you, that's been really cool.
Future of the game. Whew. I'm looking forward to more tournaments like this. I think this is one of the best things that you could do for a game.
It's crazy, and I think like people are really going to start to see like the mobile scene evolve a lot, and it's been pretty cool to witness so far.
Just the sheer volume of people coming together to play a mobile game is amazing.
You know, I mean, esports is huge, and I feel like they really have a good space in that right now, so I'm excited to see the future of that.
I'm looking forward to there hopefully being more like female skins and stuff. You know, they have a female audience. Take advantage. We like shopping.
I'd love for them to keep coming up with updates, fun game modes.
I love skins in games. I just want to see more of that. Different kind of collabs. They just recently had this big collab they just announced.
So to see Bape come in and like start working with PUBG Mobile, I think that's really exciting. And I'm hoping to see some more stuff like from them or possibly other clothing brands in the future.
And actually started to gain viewers during this experience because they're like, you're playing on your phone and streaming, so they didn't understand.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how the community develops.
I just want to see it keep sort of growing and improving. I want to see what they do if they can keep pushing the limits of it. That's something that blows my mind, that this is on a handheld device.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final round here of the tournament as we're about to figure out who is going to be our champion for the Star Challenge North America. And with me, as always, Powerbank and Seven Worlds Gaming, breaking down everything that's going to be going on here throughout the games, throughout the day. We already had yesterday. There's lots of games that's been going on. There's been 7 games in total. Now there's going to be an 8th game. I don't know what I'm doing, but
calm down.
It's fine.
Breathe.
So, I've got it. Whew. Exercises and all that. It's fine. So, gentlemen, coming into our final game. What are your thoughts? Obviously, our top 3 looks pretty solidified, but there's still going to be some jiggling room, I think, up there.
I think that it's going to be really interesting to see how Wildcard Gaming specifically plays this round. They've got to think that it's going to be best to play cautiously. Will the other teams seek them out, especially the teams that are looking to leapfrog them? They've been known to drop in South Georgia Bowl crates. Yep. Are they going to go there again? It's going to be really interesting to see the strategy here because they have to go out early for Underrated to have a shot to catch them.
Not only that, and yeah, Underrated, it's more than likely going to go ahead and try to get that push. I mean, it is the last game, but I also want to go ahead and see what happens with the top 2, Gangstars and Team Gates. Last time we saw they were fairly close in points. I want to see if they're actually going to try to just go ahead and push for that first place and get that extra cheese on their pockets at the end of the day.
That's right. That would be very, very important indeed. Let's take a look at the standings as well to make sure we can see how those points have shaken up so far. As you can see, Team Gates.
Oh my God.
10 points. 1 kill difference.
10 points
Less
is in it.
than 1 kill.
Oh my
That is
God.
crazy.
Insane. And look at this. We've got a 500-point lead built up for Wildcard over Underrated. And guess what? That's just about as much as a chicken dinner is worth. So they're going to need to perform extremely well Underrated. And they'll also need to frag out.
So the dream scenario is number 1 and 2 drop near each other and fight one another. Number 3 and 4 drop near one another, and Underrated tries to kill Wildcard. That's the dream scenario there.
It pretty much has to go ahead and play out that way. If Underrated wants to go ahead and qualify in 3rd place, they need to make sure Wildcard goes out early.
Yeah.
But as we've seen, Wildcard can go ahead and hold their composure. We see the last game, they won it with just 3 players alone.
Lucifer went out early.
Yep, it is not that easy to go ahead and take out Wildcard, but I am looking forward to see what Underrated is going to go ahead and do. And in 1st place and 2nd place, only 10 points.
That's bananas.
That's
After
insane.
7 games, just 10 points. It really shows you the level of evenness between those 2 teams.
That is, again, I have to repeat it, unheard of. Not often do we ever see that kind of result coming into our last game to determine who our North America champion is going to be. Of course, our 3 top finishers will go to Dubai as we continue things on. I can't wait.
I'm super pumped. Cannot wait.
let's take a look at everything that went down in game number 7, of course, here, as we have plenty of going on. And again, just more chaos.
Early on, look at how many people are knocked in this particular spot. Like, tons of people on the ground. Unfortunately, Chifero and his squad go down.
And right here, Marciano Gaming just being able to go ahead and take out somebody. But Richie deciding what he wants to do. Bad Boy decides to go ahead and push. And right here is when they both run out of ammo. They start reloading. And Richie's able to go ahead and finish him. Just keep in mind, somebody was coming up behind Marciano. And look at this. Rewind just gets ran over right there by Grimes.
He wishes he could rewind that, have some different outcome there. G25 here on the outside of the barn side of the Pachinki, getting some work done. But third party in there helps out Team Gates. They're able to make it out of that situation, taking out Zen Gaming.
And 46 Memo with the AWM. Look at this beast, just taking one by one. Those little snakes, you see him, Chad. Do me a favor, spam me some snakes. And 46 Memo once again with that beautiful headshot. Boy, set your butt down.
You got to watch out for that AWM. One of the first times we've seen it in the tournament. And the last grenade there, taking out solid FPS as he runs into the zone. It was all dramatic. Is he going to make it to the zone? Will he die in the zone? Let's just blow him up and call it a chicken dinner for a wild card.
Yeah. Took me by surprise there for a moment. All right, so we can take a look. Hey, pardon? What happened? Something?
Oh, no. I want to go ahead and say that that grenade was actually it was placed perfectly.
It was.
They knew exactly where he was going to be coming from, and they knew more than likely he was going to go ahead and try to lay down as soon as he got into the zone.
Sure.
So placing that grenade there just secured them to win even more.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at something Powerbang's got for us as well. Some sneaky little snippets.
Sneaky little snippets,
That's
maybe
right.
some bits and bobs.
There
We'll
you
go
go.
ahead and check in here on the battlefield. You can see we've got a nice open field final zone once again. And again, if we pause it right here, check this out. You are on the edge of the zone, and look again who is on their flank. Right next to him is the Gangstars. They're going to be battling it out, trying to make their way in. And as they come down, they have to deal with another squad who is out there. But ultimately, off on the side, the guy who is sniping the lights out with the M24, well, it's Mr. Hot Jukes from Wildcard. That was the position. Go ahead and roll it. We'll check how this thing ends up. Solid Memo here, getting taken down out in the field. Hot Jukes is going to be going M24 and AWM action against them. So good stuff. Zone closing in.
And as soon as the zone just starts closing in, you can definitely see Hot Jukes there trying to get back to his teammates as he knows there's going to be people running from the zone, and it's going to be easy pickings, easy kills that they're going to go ahead and be able to add to their point system.
Something that was very important to take away from that as well is that you saw as all of the teams were trying to get into the circle, it was only Gangstars that were laying down the smokes to try and eventually get themselves forward. The other teams didn't really have that much utility available to them or in use. So I think that if some of these teams worked in more smokes towards the later stages of the game, they could be sitting even more pretty than they currently already were.
Absolutely. It's all about inventory management. Gangstars is the best in the game at that. Having enough ammo to win fights, but also having enough smokes and utility to actually get out of those sticky situations later on in games where you saw everyone else, in third person, laying down prone. It's okay, but you can see them, but they can also see you by doing the same thing. So having smokes to cover yourself, much more, preferred.
Yeah, especially if you don't have any smokes, you just don't want to go ahead and lay down. They might go ahead and get an angle on you like Memo was able to do there and just pick you off, especially with a strong weapon like the AWM. And not only that, we have heard it from Gangstars. They like to carry around 40 smokes overall, so that's just an insane amount for one team.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up the AWM, but it's even more fearsome when it's suppressed. Even in a small circle like that, it can be difficult to know where those shots are coming from in a kind of tense moment like that. So when that kind of gun is in play, it's going to be very, very deadly.
And just going based off that, pretty much, in PUBG Mobile, if you, for some reason, are new, you can actually see where the shots are coming from.
Yeah.
Now, players are used to that, but if you do have a suppressor, they're not going to be able to see that little shot icon on the minimap, so it's going to be even harder to locate that person that's actually shooting you down and suppressing you.
Definitely tough with the AWM. It's one of those weapons that when you do hear it out on the battlefield, it gives you a little bit more anxiety knowing that with one fell swoop, you could be out of the game. So players are always, head on a swivel out there when they hear that AWM in play.
Yeah, definitely. Even if you are close enough and you hear the suppressed AWM, that noise, I love the noise of a suppressed AWM.
Sure thing.
A suppressed M24 as well. Very good.
M24 is the only sound I think beats the suppressed AWM. I'm an M24 sucker, man. I absolutely love it.
I figured that with your little conversation with Hot Jukes just before.
Yep. True story.
Mine, I guess, mine has to be the M249. Once I hear that thing, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go the other way. Thank you very much.
The sound is distinct, but it's also the duration of the sound.
It
you
never
think
ends.
right around the time you should hear a reload, and then it goes on for another 12 hours. It's like, okay, that's the M249 in play.
Feels like I'm going up against Rambo.
Yeah, there you go. Somebody's popping off.
Somebody's hyped. Somebody's definitely hyped. Let's go, baby.
It's got to be Spooby. It's got to be Spooby. It's Spooby.
Oh, look at him go. Winsanity just getting hype. Man, we could
Spooby
hear
and
him
Team
through his
Winsanity
headphones.
going crazy back there. Man, they aren't waiting around. They're not messing around. They're getting the frags. They're getting it done. Hey, if anything is for certain, you know, Cleric Dragoon from their team did secure a crossbow kill earlier on, and these guys have been absolute warriors with those pump shotguns. We just got to see if they can actually pick up some loot this time and battle further into the fight.
Yeah, Mr. Cleric Dragoon himself, with the luscious beard that he has. I'm surprised he isn't conjuring fireballs and firing them at his opponents. But that's how that goes down. Let's take a look at the standings as well here for our final game to get you up to date with what's going down, because there is a very, very close position between 1 and 2. And of course, the 3rd to 4th position is currently in contention, but it's going to take some miracle works there from Underrated to try and steal that 3rd spot to go to Dubai.
Underrated and Wildcard pretty much have to land right next to each other, and Underrated has to hunt down Wildcard as soon as possible to be able to go ahead and secure that 3rd place. If Wildcard is even able to get a couple of kills, it might just be impossible for Underrated, especially if they don't win. They need to go ahead and secure the win and also the kills.
Yeah, it's a monumental task considering Wildcard right now has the most frags, so they've been the killers of the tournament so far.
I was just going to say, Underrated might be a little underrated here, but it does appear as though the top 3 teams should be the ones moving on. As you can see, the amount of frags that they put together over the course of the tournament, 71 for Wildcard, 64 for Gangstars, and 68 for Team Gates. I mean, that's far and above better than every other player.
Definitely. As we can see there, Team Gates has gotten 3 wins overall this weekend. Can they secure a 4th win? That's what I want to go ahead and see. And pretty much, I'm hyped. Anything can happen. It is PUBG Mobile, so who knows? And I want to go ahead and see who between Gangstars and Team Gates, who wants that 1st place more? Who wants the bragging rights? Who wants to go to Dubai being the top dog from North America?
Well, if either of those teams gets a win, then we pretty much guarantee we know what's going on, unless the other team, of course, absolutely frags out and get like 30 kills, because you're going to have to make up that difference in terms of placements. But both of these teams looking hungry to try and take that 1st place spot. Again, it is 20,000 for that 1st place spot, so they're definitely very, very hungry for that victory. So. And also getting to Dubai just in general is a phenomenal thing in itself.
Pretty cool city.
Yeah.
Pretty cool city. I bet a lot of these guys would love to go on that trip just to go.
I said it in Europe, and I want to go up the Burj Khalifa. You can skydive off that. How perfect is that for PUBG? That would be sick.
Unreal. You could probably see the studio here from the top of Burj Khalifa. That thing's awfully high up in the sky.
Feels like a tiny little speck. And if we actually go to Dubai, I might skydive and use my Samsung Galaxy Note 9.
There you go.
Why not?
To film it on the way down?
Hell yes.
Nice. I like that a lot. Of course, you can join us with all the fun on Twitter as well with the hashtag PMSC. Tell us what you think about game number 8, because it all does come down to this to find out who is going to be our champion. 10 points in it. I've never seen it, actually. Not to this level.
Close.
It's been very close, and say something like the PGI CIS qualifiers, where the top 2 were very, very close to one another, but not this close.
Not within
points.
1 kill. I mean, 1 kill swings that balance. That's just insane.
Yeah.
1 kill makes a huge difference. Even if the teams win out 20 and 19,
yes,
1 kill can just pretty much go ahead and change everything up. It's that close. It is insane.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time to get into game number 8. It's the final game here to find out who is going to be our champion. Let's head over to our commentary team to bring you all the action. It is, of course, Sims and Pansy.
Thank you, and what a way to set the scene. So much to be seen in this final game. It all comes down to this. Number 1 and 2 lock into position, potentially number 3 as well, but it's all up in the air to a degree. There's a chance it's slim. There's 33 kill point difference between 3rd and 4th. That would be a bit of a monumental swing, and that's without any placement points. So the way it could happen would be that Underrated would need to kill Wildcard and then have a monstrous game kill-wise.
I mean, if anything's proved anything, in the last game we saw Marciano just go down extremely early.
It can
that
happen.
proves to everybody else that it is an absolutely viable possibility nobody is safe just yet. As you mentioned, Gates and Gangstars, they give themselves such a huge buffer that they might be able to afford to make a mistake coming into this. They might still bag top 3 if they make it up to top 10. Who knows? Honestly, it all comes down to this. When it's all said and done, there will only be 3 making their way to Dubai. The plane, she's refueled, she's in the air, and that is actually quite a cruel flight path, to be honest with you. Teams that want to move over to Georgia Pole, for example, they're going to have a difficult time. But nevertheless, in the previous rounds, we saw Gangstars go early and go to a completely different place.
We certainly did. We saw some incredible early action, and I'm waiting to see if we see any of that sort of aggression to begin with. A couple of teams heading out early. It looks like we are seeing a few teams.
We got those guys
well.
jumping out. We got Mercy on the game and jumping out. We got everybody jumping out of the plane right now.
Sounds like we have a
Show you some love.
few people
Show you some love.
on our comms for a second. Not sure where that one's coming from, but either way, we do have it.
It's interesting.
It is very interesting.
It's unique.
To say the least.
Yeah, but it is the final, so we can put all that silliness aside. Gangstars are out and they are flying. They've got a long way to Georgia Pole. They can get cars, but they have to get away from Roshok, for example. They can land just beyond it towards the island on the west side. We see the first kill coming in very early. Someone just pistoled them down. These are the teams that landed towards the military base, I can imagine, as they're the first on the ground, first boots to land. And who walks away from this one?
Yeah, that's Team 6. That's Hectic getting involved there.
Yep.
Over on the Military Islands. Calaverse going down. We saw with the M4 in the kill feed. Team 19 fighting up against Taser Face. Pachinki looking extremely busy. Body bag on the floor. Clay says, thank you very much. I'll take whatever remains in there. There's also Team 8 here as well. So 3 teams already going at it over on Sosnovka. 4 players up for Team 8. That'll be the Zen Gamers. 4 up for Team 6. That'll be Team Hectic. Unfortunately, I think it's Team 19 Taserface that have been pulled apart, potentially losing 2 players. Yes, indeed. Nordic and Calaverse going down rather early. The first 2 victims here in game number 8.
Look how many players right now are around that Roshok school area. That's where it's scary. Teams are mostly looking for cars. They're probably trying to get vehicles to get out of there, but they might stick around and try and get loot. It looks like we are seeing Gangstars drop towards school itself. We have then Wildcard not far away from that, and these are top 3 teams as we speak.
That's pretty scary.
Uh-oh, in the field with the pistol.
Pachinki Fields might be
4 bullets.
Mac Denny's grave. Unfortunately, we'll get the reload on this. That should be an easy kill. No armor on the back. He's only 1 shot away from dying. Crosses the road. Finish that one off, son. Come on, you can do it. I believe.
There it is.
Shotgun kill in the kill feed as well. Back-to-back people will drop over here in Pachinki. Several teams. Team 17. Derek's killers. They've been the comrades of Pachinki so far.
Oh, the
Beat
disrespect
him.
as well.
Beat him. Beat him. Hoyt's down as well, unfortunately. That could be the final player. Wi-Fi will fall. That could be a separate player from a different team altogether then. That should be the 3rd player going down. Finds him upstairs, Hotted. Bites the dust. And the other is the walking wounded outside. So 3 players have gone. That will be the final player remaining, unfortunately, for Hotted Squadron.
Let's look at the big boys. Josh P makes a mistake, goes downstairs. That was on the military island. That's all kicking off. You've seen Clay picking up a kill as well towards Remix as Night Owl finds Josh P, confirming what already started. Metal maybe trying to find a way to get back in this, but got to be careful. It's still 3rd person, so you don't know where people can see what they're doing. Baiting on the door, though. Oh, look who's on the other side. There's a whole lot of players around this area. This is very, very scary. Zen Gamer's got to keep cool under the pressure now. Oh, Night Owl, this position, he's trying to bait it out. He's trying to wait for them to go inside, and let's see if he's up to the challenge. Then Lee has already found 1. Clay just dodging away. There's Night Owl still around as well.
That should be a 4 versus 1 scenario.
Yeah, Hectic. The remaining member has to get out of there now.
Swift by name. Swiftly evacuating the scenario by nature. Last player on his team. Can 98 on the back. And it looks to be a disco plate as well with the DP. Level 2, level 3. So he's actually bloody well geared, to be honest with you. So there's no need to take any of those engagements. Try and pull yourself up that leaderboard as quickly as possible. Just be careful that where you're running, you're not running into the open arms of Team 19 that will be lurking in the win. That's Taser Face. Team 12, you can see. Foul play, solid FPS, Mimo exclusive. Mr. Flip there down in Promos. They're the only ones really outside the circle, bar Team 14, which would be the Sharifo squads.
Team 10 just rocked up towards the 1 member of the Gangstars who went out this way. Zute is very much out on his own, and he's been called out a couple of times now. he's going to be very cautious about this one. He might have to try and dip out of here. If he gets rolled up on, you don't want to start losing out on points.
You got to remember, Lauren, this team is the one that was shouting in the pre-game and getting
true.
pretty hyped. They're ready
true.
to, I think they're ready to probably just lay down the smackdown.
Yeah,
they know that
Zute's out of there. He's like, no,
Yeah.
that's no, not worth it.
Because there's obviously a certain aspect to this game where there are teams who know that they absolutely cannot win. There's no way for them mathematically to do it. So for them, why not just have some fun? Why not just get stuck in and try and get as many kills as possible?
Could do. There's plenty of room for it. You see a couple of teams in interesting positions as well. You've got Lights Out over by Northern George. You've got those guys in the southern side. But this central circle gives everyone a good bit of play here. No one's in a mad rush.
Gates have been surrounded by G25. Sam gets the first initial pick. He'll confirm the kill. 15 points moving to Sam.
And considering the pressure that's been put on towards Team Gates, they've really stepped up to the plate so many times now.
Let's open up a little gap in the avenue here. Please move forward. Is that a Saiga? A silent Saiga?
Still thick as ever.
I mean, if you got a shotgun, I don't think there's any real need to try and silence it.
Wait, hold on, Rich. I've just seen something.
Oh,
look at Team 17, or at least one of the players from Team 17. Derek's Killers have a member on Spawn Island.
Oh.
Do you know how far that is?
Especially with the blue, that's a fair distance. Hello.
It's good loot out there. You used to be able to get some really good loot and, you know, boat in and out.
Is it actually Derek himself?
I'm actually hoping
the
it
real
is.
Derek Killer, please stand up.
The rest of his team is in Pachinki as well. That's the best part. He's like just out exploring, just having a good time on the map. That's pretty wild.
Hey, guys. Turns up M24. Org just finds everything over there.
Anything you need, yeah. On J7, got to be careful. There's a lot of players over this way. We know that Pachinki has been locked down a lot. And speaking of the Derek's Killers side, I think the rest of the team's over this way.
It'd be ironic if he managed to get the 1 versus 3 here and then...
Just baffled. Where's the last guy? Is he close? You get that paranoia, don't you? Like, wait, there's got to be that final player somewhere. And
the insurance policy on up on the Spawn Island. Yeah. I tell you what as well, this circle, that is one very central circle. This completely slows down the game.
Yeah. No one has to make mad adjustments, basically. Good and bad. You get a slower start, but then mid-late, it does get a little bit scary. Wait,
hold on.
Where are Gangstars going?
Hold on. So...
have they just gone late towards Lights Out?
Genuinely think that one team's following the other here. Maybe Lights Out are on the hunt.
No, Lights Out went to Northern Georgia Pole to start with.
Oh, so they took the early
and
rotation
then Gangstars
and
went to school, and they've gone up their late game?
They took the vehicles. Yeah, it's...
and they have some stuff, because they went to school. They have some bits and pieces, but what is this sort of strategy? I thought they'd adjusted and just gone, all right, we'll stick to school as that seems like a decent enough place for us, but this is a really strange way of playing it out.
I mean, they're taking the very back corner, right? You wouldn't expect anyone to be here, so they'll be able to get some loot and loot through it. They're obviously very close to the circle as well, so if they want to play the blue, they can do.
But the risk is you're running up on a team who's already there. And they have no information on it. They're playing blind, and it's a risky time to start putting the blinkers on yourself.
We'll keep an eye on that and see how it unfolds. Initial drop comes in. Just to the left-hand side of Potato Hill, Team 9 might have the eyes on the prize, the red smoke in the distance. We'll point the location. They do have vehicles, but Team 16 in the back foot, Hammer Esports, they'll also be able to know where that is. Yep. Have a quick check-in, see how those guys are doing.
It sounds so weird to say those guys still. That is their team name. We're not just messing around. And again, in these seconds, while the timer begins to tick away and the circle will move in eventually, this is when you guys at home should get on Twitter. This is when you should be talking to us about who you think is in that top 3. Is it going to stay as it is? Is it in this position? Do you think there's change? Do you think maybe the old Gangstars are going a little crazy in that final game? Use the hashtag PMSC. I want to know what you guys think at home, because you guys always have strong opinions. So, I mean, let us know.
We've got a few minutes. I've got to say, being a part of this has been amazing so far. It's nice to see
insane.
See a different scene and how the players are. It's obviously a very well-developed scene that's only going to get bigger. I mean, PUBG Mobile in itself is absolutely massive. The game is potentially the greatest mobile game I've ever played.
Derek's Killers are up there as well. This is really weird. They're so weirdly split across the map. They're in Southern Georgia Pole now.
It's bizarre.
Very odd, but also Gangstars are getting very close to Lights Out.
Surely they know. I mean, they're not stupid. They're going to...
But Wildcard are also up there too. I don't know what's going on. A lot of these teams are going to very, very weird positions right now, to say the very least. This is not a normal way of playing.
in before they're just trying to send him home in 20th.
Oh my lord. If
Knock
there's
them
been
off the leaderboard.
some sort of allegiance made.
Kill them.
There we go. There they know at least one team's out there. They know those guys are out there. And I think Beowulf's aware there could be someone here. You can see him leaning, so he's not an easy shot. Smart would play it. Car 98 in hand. Grimes ain't far from this.
Hang on, Lauren. That's another member from Derek's squad. So
Yes.
you have Derek himself on the spawn island.
Yes.
You have one member in crates.
Yes.
And then you have two in Pachinki.
Correct. They're not in Pachinki anymore. I don't know what's happening, Richard.
Help.
This is not normal behavior from any of these squads. I don't know if they're just trying to gun for Gangstars, because there's a lot of people set up towards Georgopol. We've seen the wildcards have gone north. I don't know what's happening. It looks like they're hunting Gangstars. If you want to be purely from that perspective, I don't know why else this many teams would go to northern Georgopol. I want to know what's happening with these teams, like the theory behind it, because it doesn't make sense. Look at them all set up here. You've got teams on the southern side. You've got Team 11, which is Girthy Dingoes sat on the road towards the north. You've got Wildcard sitting further north. There's no easy way out of here for Gangstars. They're going to get at least spotted potentially by one or two teams. I just don't know why they're doing this in the final game. This is very, very weird gameplay coming out.
So they have 3 vehicles. They'll be able to opt and get out of this one. You do have to be aware that set up on the road, though, there is a team directly in front of the Gangstars.
Derek G. What are you up to? The Girthy Dingoes will be the first test that these guys need to get past, and they're going to hear them in these hills.
They're set up right in front of them. Can we go back on that POV? I want to see these vehicles they move through. See if any knocks come out from the Gangstars. They're about to pass Team 11 just on the edge on the circumference of this circle. They will dip down south, so they might be able to bypass that gunfight.
Yeah, but who else is going to be up there? They've got past one of them, and now you've got the rest of Wildcard still up in the northern territory. This whole northwestern side is really baffling to me, considering the circle is potentially going to go east. It has as well. A lot of these teams have taken themselves out of a good spot to potentially go hunting.
It's intriguing. How feels bad would it be now if Gangstars got hit by the red zone?
Oh, no, don't say it.
I don't mean to jinx it, but it'd certainly make things interesting. They've got vehicles. It doesn't drop the bomb until, you know, at least a few seconds, so you can get across there easily.
They should be fine. We are seeing the S9 teams with a little bit more time on their hands, but there's been pressure from 2 teams here, so it's not like they have all that time to relax and rest on this one. And with all that said and done, Gangstars have gotten out of there. I'm just really confused as to why so many teams went towards that northwestern side.
It is a bit weird, but I suppose with third person, you play a little bit different anyway. You play a slightly different game. Plus, everyone's going to be really cautious and really...
Yeah.
They don't want to go down early, and this is why we're seeing some weird and wonderful plays. I mean, hell, Derek and his boys, they're playing cross-country at the moment. It's very bizarre. All of Gangstars do get out unscathed, though. They have vehicles, and they're all together. They're just moving in from Rollsock.
All right, guys, let us know what you think. What are your theories to this? Use that hashtag PMSC. Why did so many teams just gravitate late, early circle northwest? I want to know your thoughts, so please let us know. I'm curious what you expect here, because there's going to be some weird positioning now coming out where teams had good initial spots and they've moved themselves around. They've kind of switched things up here. Now, it might just completely reset as this continues to go forward. There's still 20 teams alive, so there's still plenty of room for that.
You can really feel the gravity of how much is riding on this games. This is literally life and death going towards Dubai. Wildcard, they're opting to take a really big split, move apart. They've got vehicles they can play off of. They're coming down from Saverna. They'll be taking that northern edge of the circle. Gangstars have already got in there set up around Rostock. They can continue looting. If the loot's not good, they can literally pick up a ton of it more. Team 4, Team Gates, currently #1 spot coming into this final round. They're on the move as well. They'll come down from Yasnaya. They also have vehicles. Don't think they'll opt to move towards Roz. They might hit one of the dirt roads, sit around the side. Bushwalkie in play. What's on the back? It's a 249, big boy gun. LMG be able to wipe a team if he finds any. Team 7 up at the top as well. We'll see G25. No one's opted to take a fight with them. They've left them be, so they're controlling Yasnaya to themselves, and they're still inside the circle. Plenty of loot. Team 14, Team 11. Looking towards Sharifo, and also Girthy Dingoes. They'll come down along the eastern bank. Finally, the final teams to kind of make it in. Your Stranglers, would you have it? Taserface, they'll come in from the west side. Team 8, that'll be Zen Gamers. They'll move across the bridge, just making sure, taking it slow and passive, that no one's camping them. And then at the top, it's still all a little bit weird, Laura. Northwest, you've got four teams that are just lingering.
Let's get back onto the Dubai topic here of who can actually change things up. Obviously, that top 2 team position could flip potentially. That could change up quite easily, but both would still make it to Dubai. Let's now look down towards 3rd and 4th. That's where things get a little bit more fun. That's the underrated wildcard battle.
Yeah, wildcard 28-20, and then underrated 23-25. I mean,
and what that means
Lauren,
in simple terms is 33 kills would need to happen purely for points alone without any placement adjustments. That all sounds very boring. Essentially, at the core, underrated would need to kill wildcard, or someone needs to kill wildcard, and then underrated would need to go off. That's the long and short of it all. And here's Derek G making it back from the island.
I think even Marciano, they're only less than 150 behind.
They're not far off.
You know, underrated. If they came in with a win and went absolutely, you know, manic,
lights out. Yeah.
They would have to. They would literally have to kill half the server.
Now let's talk about where the positions are. If you want to look at underrated, if you're considering that, they are slap bang center of the circles. They're trying to position for it. It looks like they're trying to be in the right spot for it. But here's wildcard on the other side of things. They dipped in towards Saverni. They have a lot of players split out. Oh no!
Hello.
Oh, that's a bit of a disaster. This could open things back up. Look, they don't have a vehicle
no, they're
now.
all in the blue.
Oh, what a mistake has just happened. Lights out. What's happened here?
They
and now
have dropped
shots
the
come in.
ball.
Oh, what a fumble.
This is awful. They flipped the vehicle. They went for the couple of cheeky shots. Now they're outside in the blue. Lucifer's directly behind them all. They're already tanked up, Lauren, 50, 60% HP. This is devastating.
Let's hear from Wildcard. They've just seen the unthinkable happen in front of them. Let's tune in and listen what they're saying right now.
Yeah, just drove past me.
I'm gonna...
I threw smokes for you, Lucy, if you want to come. Hold on.
You want me to drive over there, dude?
Yo, I got bad feedback.
You put me in the blue. I'm gonna pick you up, Lucifer. See ya, just lay down suppressing fire.
Good, dude. Don't worry about it. Guys, just do what you need to do. Nah, dude, I gotta back you up, dude. I can't just...
You're not gonna die again on us. No?
I'm gonna go with Jukes then. You got
Yeah, I got the space locked down.
They're gonna think he left, so I'm gonna drive away.
You good, dude?
Who is it? Do you know?
We haven't knocked anyone yet.
Yeah, they're lining me up, dude.
Yeah.
There it is. They're not sure. They don't want to outstay the welcome. Already, though, they have found Hawkeye. So they're doing the work, but they are outside of the circle. So it's the choice of do we stay and fight, potentially pick up a couple of kills, or do we leave and save it down the line? But it looks like two of them have started to peel away. But they have left some players down there to potentially take this fight. And it looks like Lucifer might be pressing the issue. He certainly is. Hawkeye now confirmed killed. Skrilla might be on the chopping board next.
Going to get it with 10% HP, which isn't good. The smokes will go down. The Shrine calls a distraction. Again, for Wildcard Gaming, this is easy points, but it's also potentially their demise. If they get turned on, if they get battered, and they go down in 19th, 20th place, it will be devastating. It will open up an avenue for Marciano and underrated as well. Right now, all 5 players up. They've got the meds, they've got the vehicles. They could just kind of peel from this one. There's no point in taking it. Just stay alive, lads. You're still in contention. You're still in the running here. Outside
is still doing this. The thing is, they're getting points. This is getting them steps and steps and steps in the right direction. But Lucifer's gone. He's bailing on this guy. He's leaving his teammate behind here.
It's a ballsy play. It's an interesting play, to say the least.
Is one player dying to the circle worth picking up those points?
It's 60 and a placement jump, right?
I don't disagree. Outside does have a vehicle. That's pretty important here. Only one, I guess, first aid left as well, a med kit left, so he needs to make sure he uses that. But he's really cost this other team. The rest of his teammates can set up on the border anyway, but still, that's a very risky maneuver from them.
That might be the next play, just to wait them as they come out. They don't have any vehicles. They have to go for the...
Skrilla's died anyway.
Feels bad, man. They cause so much problems for them. They have no vehicles. They're lacking the utility. They're just going to have to spam the living hell out of meds and pray they can get back down here. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they'll go off on foot. Oh, excuse me. Off on a foot. Vehicles come down from the north. Team 20, Team 7, Team 11, they're all lurking around Yasnaya. Team 12, this will be foul play, catching a few people flying by. The whole point, whole position. Remember, you've got Solid at the helm. Played for TSM at a very high competitive level back on PC, so they'll know exactly where these very vital points are to hold down, perpendicular to where the circle's going to be flying around.
Now, this is where Underrated could start getting into the battle again. Pachinki Bandits, I think they've been confirmed done for. First team down. Lucy's just been caught. What? Lucifer's just gone.
That's his vehicle.
That's a problem. This becomes the issue. They took a risk early on. Now this opens it up. If we see Underrated start going off, they're very central, good position, but they need to find fights. If they start getting kills and kills and kills, you know, wiping squads, that's the big story. You can see them, they're very close, but this southern side, this compound fight is about to get very tricky, and they're breaching this one. Zen Gaming, they're playing out of their minds here.
Zen will push in. And the players, Team Fanny, just in the same compound. 16 behind them, the Hammers will be able to get at least an eye line on this to see where they're going to be pushing from. Initial push goes in. You can see they've worked it up the stairs. One player's already fallen. Make that two now. Working as a duo unit. Eliminating the first few players to at least get the push through. Alchemy in the kill feed onto Sneaky. Sneaky getting a taste of his own medicine from the previous round. Bullet. He'll move on to Rewind as well, Beckham. Then in straight into Lee. He's down. Fandy also falls victim. This is mental. One player remaining here, Lauren.
I would not want to be in his shoes at the moment. This gets very scary. Your whole team has just been dismantled. I don't know how he's going to deal with this one. He wants to go into the action. Night Owl needs to try and do something to save the rest of, well, what he has left here. But you can see on the other side, players not in much of a better spot either. Hearing players left, right, and center. Shuts the door, tries to hunker down the hatches.
The opposing side, we do have two teams going at it as well. The Hammers have taken a bit of a beating so far. Grenade goes through. In fact, that's a 2-for-1. He's got a kill and a knock, so now they can breach in this and finish them off. Take this away from the Hammers, lay the hammer down right back onto them. Another player, Animosity, he falls, the spray's there, it's the turn, it's real, they're dead, they're gone, they're buried. The end of the line here for Hammers Esports, they're out of the competition.
And that's Underrated getting kills. Now we need to keep tabs on that one. They moved away. They were very close towards Gangstars, who went very central. New Circle, Southeast. Plenty of teams still up, 17 to be precise, 52 players. We are starting to see Wildcard again kicking into things there, racking up the bodies. They're not going to slow down for a second, but they're not going down without a fight. We're seeing a bit of a battle here.
This is amazing, picking up more kills along the way. They've got a knock there, but that's fine. They can at least get him back up. Fandy's gone as well. 16 individual teams remain, 48 players alive on Erangel. Lucifer, I'm intrigued to see exactly what happened with him earlier on. We saw the vehicle explosion. He must have been just caught off guard and tagged up by several different angles.
Underrated could be potentially pushed here as well. You can see a lot of players nearby them in that sort of Potato Hill area. Sixless going to be finding Thunder. This is a problem. This could be them going down quite early on here. They need to stay alive so badly. Gangstars could start racking up the bodies, but it's actually Zute who's found them.
This is underrated. This is in fourth. This is a team that's potential for going for the Dubai. Lauren banks it off, sees him. Probably going to try and follow that up with the Molotov, and I think that's them potentially. No, still one player remaining. Beowulf says no. Buries him in the back lines. Another team's turned up to the party as well.
There's so much going on here. It looks like Lights Out aren't far away from this either. You can see them in the back lines, but it's all going pretty much as badly as it could be for Underrated. They wanted to get central, they wanted to get in the fight, and now they felt the force of it. They left one man standing. He's further south. He was not here anymore. We can see Gangstars well and truly up for a fight, nading out, looking for any potential victims. Lights Out looked like they went to maybe try and get towards Gangstars early on, and now they might be meeting their maker.
This is incredible. Gangstars have just stepped up to the plate. They've seen the prime position that they want, and now they're just removing it from the clutches of anybody who's up there. Underrated. Fourth place coming into this. They were looking so good, but they have just been picked apart and completely battered. One player left. The emergency situation has to run away, and he still has two teams directly in front of him, and he's not in the circle either. This is crunch time. Everyone's rotating. Everyone wants to get stuck in. Potato Hill is about to become a slaughter.
Yeah, it really is. G-Bay's going to need to play this one so smart as well. You can see Marciano Gaming still racking up bodies as well. G25 feeling the full force of that one. Those two have been going at it back and forth the entire time too. So now let's quickly switch on board with Night Owl. He seems to have made it away from that situation, but for how long? He's been spotted by the Underrated player. That's G-Bay still in this fight, still trying to stay relevant, still trying to put up numbers, but that blue's on his back pretty soon. So if he wants to get the job done, he wants to rack up points, he has to start. They've got 5 kills this round. They need a lot more.
This isn't good. He does have a vehicle, but I mean, how damaged is it? How many meds does he have? What can he really do? A one-man band against this absolute mess of a situation.
Wait, look how many teams are about to go towards Gangstars.
This is so
Look
scary.
at Gangstars right now. Look at that map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this could be all but over. Clay goes down. G-Bay is still doing everything he can. He wants to be the last man standing here. He's going to try and fight with everything he has. Beowulf takes down 1. They are being pushed in from every single side. Look at this entire litter of teams marching towards Gangstars who hold the hill. It's King of the Hill time. They need to hold on to this.
Grenades are going up from the opposing side. We saw from G-Bay. He gets it as well. Clay's
Confirmed.
down.
That's another 6 kills. They need to keep going, though.
Can he just see him? Spots him on the angle. He doesn't realize. He's looking at a dead body there. Doesn't quite see him. He's not really in a great position to make a push on this one. Remember, he's the last man standing for his team. How far can he drag them?
Here we go, Team 10.
Trying to get kills, Lauren, but
Winsanity
needs position.
Rich, they were loud as you like. Let's see if they can be quietened down when they do meet up with the Gangstars. Dragoon with a great shot, tags up Zute. Going to force him off the angle. Dragoon could push this if he fancies it, but it's a risky play. There's so many teams nearby. You have Marciano Gaming not far off either, and this is the third party coming in. Everyone is ganging up on the Gangstars here.
Two teams looking straight down the barrel. They've got eyes on them. Gangstars, you see Fury, he's dropped. They might be able to get the res off here, but Team 10 is in for the fight. They fancy a piece of this one. 4 times on the back of the AKM. 7.62, that's a DP and an AKM. That could be a banger of a grenade. It's in. Will he get any of them, though? That's the bigger question.
Does not find its place. Hot Jukes in the meantime finding kills. That's still going on. Fat Boy there trying to get the revive on his teammate, get him back up and ready to fight. Parker looking for an angle, but it's all just being held together by Gangstars. They have 3-4 teams coming their way. Hot Jukes again finding Richie. Wildcard going off here. Zute deciding to maybe go for a little bit of a fight. He's got players in front of him though. He's got to be so cautious. Team 15, Marciano Gaming, already proving their worth here, already proving they can do something. G-Bay fighting as the lone assassin as best he can. He's racked up kills though. He's still putting in work.
He's doing well for his team. While everyone else is dying around him, he's managed to make it up the leaderboards into top 12. Can he see that top 10? Ever Fury wants to get involved and help his teammates out. Look at that. Look at just all the teams. 5, 3, 10, 17. It's just a mass amount of players just converging around this, but it's go time. Everyone's got to move forward. Zute finds Derek. He's down. He's dead. Mimo finds Koto. Sam onto Keijo. Beowulf finds Spooby. Sam back again. The answer back is real. An outsider comes from nowhere. Finds Wine. Play zone. Takes Marciano. Koto. He's down and dead as well. Mimo with the sniper rifle is doing so much work.
Somehow the Gangstars are still in this one. We're down to 10 teams here. There's 27 players alive, and that northwest side is not relenting. Look at these guys. How are they still standing, Gangstars? They've had fights on every single angle. Hector, though, wants to try and get into this. Beowulf feels the brunt of that. The Scar there tears him up, but the rest of Gangstars still stand. The heal comes in. Can they keep surviving? A nade from Zute tries to alleviate some of the pressure. Hector spraying in, hoping for something. Oh, and he gets turned off. Zute delivers the bullet to the brain, and Solid FPS out nowhere.
Random headshot comes in with a 16 upside on the hill. Sam wants to get involved as well. That's the mini, and look at that circle. It's so small for 27 players. Picking people up on the outskirts. Beowulf does go down. Hector, he's dead. His team's gone. 3 members here from TG. They're still alive. Beowulf, he's crawling. He's begging for help. The smokes are out. They might be able to get the res.
8 teams.
Outsider. How many players were that still up? All 4 here for Solid FPS's roster, and 5 kills in the bag. They're the random team that's causing all kind of problems. They were out in 6th.
They are for now, but that new circle could put them in a very bad spot. You're going to see, again, Gangstars having to run the gauntlet time and time again. No rest for the Wicked. G-Bay's still alive somehow, surviving on his own, doing everything he can to try and keep his team in with a shot for that top 3 position. Everyone fighting to get to Dubai. Wildcard going off at the moment. They've had fights every single step of the way. 12 kills they've got in this game. That's a huge performance. Hot Juice again. This is his kill feed. He's writing the obituary. G-Bay's gone down. It looks like we might know our top 3, but we're going to hold off. Wildcards still have everything to fight for, everything to prove, and they are not relenting for a second.
They're not giving up in any mean shape or Raw form, Ever Fury, time to ruin. Beowulf's down, he might be dead as well. This could be all kinds of problems. Look at the wildcard. They're sitting and waiting. They know these players have to push into them. Now all of a sudden, solid FPS in the boys. They're feeling the full force here.
Zute's gone down to the zone as well. This is Gangstars looking like they are down to their last limb. Ever Fury is alive, but for how long can he stay here? Wildcard have lost a player, gets knocked. There's still so many threats aboard. 6 teams stand, 13 players, a lot of very powerful individuals. Zute confirmed killed. 1 man left for Gangstars, it's Ever Fury, and we still have some big names in this fight. Team Gates still have so many players up.
Mr. Flips down. That's Rolex with another 15 points for his team. Team Gates still racking them up on the side. Ever Fury, though. Remember, first place from this takes away $20,000. Gates are top of the board at the moment. What can Fury do on his own? Solid FPS, spots 1. Easy kill for him. That should be a nice cleanup and 15 points in the bag. That'll
Ever
keep
Fury
pushing.
just went down.
Oh, that's
game
potentially
on now.
second place there for Gangstars. We'll see how this unfolds for Wildcard Gaming. They need an absolute ton of kills, and they're doing it, Lauren.
They are pushing with everything they have. Hot Jukes gets the peak. He's going to make the call that here comes the opponents. We have the likes of Team Gates at our doorstep. Can we control it? Can we handle it? The answer is yes so far. Outsider with the shot.
That's incredible. Smoke Skull down. He might be able to at least make a window of opportunity for him to crawl across, getting back up and take 3 players into the final circle. 15 kills, though. 15 kills and guaranteed top 5. That's amazing. Grenade from the side. Will it connect? Yes, it does. It gets a tap. Again, solid. This snake in the grass just
doing so
knocking
good.
out individual players left, right, and center. We're down to the top 4.
We certainly are. 8 players stand now. Keep in mind, Team Gates has a whole lot of players still up, but they are fighting with everything against Wildcard. Revive being made. That's risky as anything. We could see some spoilers coming in here. Some individual players. Gertie Dingo still have a man. Still going. Solid FPS doesn't know when he's dead. He's got so many kills to his name. We're down to 3 teams. We know who it is by now. It's Team Gates standing. It's Wildcard, and in their way is Foul Player's player. It's Solid FPS. Now, we're going to see Wildcard make the first strike here. And now as the reply, Gut once more. He's going to see Carnage, but can he get the shot through?
Pause for a second. Taps come through. Rolex catches him on the right-hand side. Silent 16 grenades there. Will that flush anybody out, though? That's the bigger question. Yes, it does. It connects with Carnage. That's huge.
And Solid FPS wants to steal all these points, but oh, he's gone down.
Stolen.
Outsider, all these guys fighting. Oh, my God.
That is incredible.
Wildcard, what a game from them. They lost Lucifer early, they fought against the odds, and they pushed it all the way to the end.
A win, Lauren, and 19 freaking kills. They were in 3rd place. They might have just gone flying up that leaderboard. What a sterling performance, because when you look towards Team Gates, they only had 3 kills. I have no idea in what position everyone's going to be ending. I think we know it's top 3, but only the admin team can guarantee us who has got the money. What a way to end this event. What a game.
That was insane. Wildcard just, what a story for this team as well. They turned the hell up. I don't think we expected this performance coming into day 2 with this much sort of ferocious play from them. They were chasing down kills. They were up in Severny. They were chasing anyone who had dared to fight them. I loved that from start to finish.
I mean, 19 kills, it's right there. It proves it. That's what you do if you want to chase the kills. They are 15 points per kill. You add that with a win.
Rich, I'm not going to decide this one. I think we know it, but let's get confirmation from the desk. They can break it all down. Guys, enjoy that.
It wasn't me.
Welcome back, of course, here to the desk. Wildcard Gaming. Unbelievable performance from them. Hot Jukes before that game even went down, says, we're coming for the win, and they get the win. Crazy stuff in the final game.
I couldn't believe that final game, man. Hot Jukes and squad, they went to play that cautiously, starting off all the way up north in Severny, trying to stay out of the way just to secure a late placement into the game, because all they needed was a few points, because the teams below them had to do something phenomenal in order to catch them. But Lights Out went up north, flushed them out of Severny, and they go on a rampage once they get to the zone and start wiping out squad after squad.
Boy, did they. And look at TG right here from the roof. Just being able to go ahead and destroy people from G25 Gaming. And TG Grimes just making sure he's able to go ahead and secure some more points for his team. Once again, G-Bay just destroying people by himself there towards the end for underrated, PB.
G-Bay had a great job at the end of the game. Look at this nade by Angry here, throwing that in, gets the finish. Beautiful nade by him. Some great nade work overall by a lot of players. We saw a lot of grenade kills here, and G-Bay carrying his squad at the end of the game, surviving, trying to get that placement for UR.
And one of the surprises actually of this tournament, solid FPS. He was great. He was able to pretty much carry his team to some great places, so definitely looking forward to seeing him back in the future because that man showed that he can actually play PUBG Mobile as well.
100%. That was one of the guys I called at the very beginning that I thought really had a shot to be something special this tournament. Sure. And he just finished in second place there and third, I believe, the game before that. So solid FPS really coming to play.
Yeah.
You know, showing his chops.
I think, you know, of course, we've got a lot of teams here that are very proficient when it comes to the mobile gaming for many, many months or whatever, but a lot of the PC players that kind of came along, it felt like they had the tactical awareness, they had the abilities. It's just getting used to playing it on mobile. And eventually, we saw it even throughout this tournament. Solid FPS kind of got there as the day went on and progressed.
Yeah, maybe if it was a 16-game tournament, maybe he would creep up further and further because towards the end of this tournament, he was really turning it on.
And that ending right there with Wildcard and TG, I didn't even know who was going to win, but Wildcard just coming in strong, letting everybody know, hey, we're not just going to be doing the placing, we're also going to go ahead and get the wins, and they are able to do that back-to-back, something that we were talking about, and we wanted to see today out of Wildcard, just being able to get wins, and they showed up to play, baby. They got 2.
Wildcard should send Solid FPS a thank you card, man. He basically weakened the entire Team Gate squad right before they took that final engagement, lobbed the nade in, and got the finish.
Crazy to think, though, across all of our 2 days as well, we only had technically 4 winners. We had Team Gates, we had one from Underrated, we had double from Wildcard Gaming, and of course we had Gangstars as well. These 4 teams overall, no doubt, of course, sitting in that top 4 place, have certainly showed that they have been the ultimate bosses when it comes to this tournament.
100%. I feel like the top 3 teams that are going to be moving on 100% earned it. They were clearly the best playing players throughout the course of this tournament. And, I mean, really, really impressive stuff from Gangstars, from Team Gates, from Wildcard.
I mean, before the last game even started, we saw first place and second place just 10 points behind each other. That's as we've been saying, that's just unheard of. So consistency from those teams getting kills. I mean, I believe Wildcard got 19 kills in the last game. That is just unheard of. And everybody watching at home, thank you so much for watching on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm so freaking hyped right now, dude.
I think what's important to note, though, is that we are not done just yet because we're tallying up the points right now to figure out who's got first, who's got second, and who's got third as well. Make sure to continue joining in the discussion with the hashtag PMSC because, all importantly, we still don't technically know who's taken that first, second, and third spot in terms of the 3 teams that have been able to move around here and jostle for position at the moment. And, of course, we'll be finding that out in just a few moments' time, which is very, very important. I think that we are ready, of course, with an interview as Mr. Seven Worlds Gaming is with our winner of our vote moving forwards.
With Danikins from Hammers Esports, and we actually want to go ahead and announce that she has won the popular vote. If you have PUBG Mobile installed on your device, Samsung Galaxy Note 9, you could have actually voted for any of these people participating, and they would have won $10,000. So Danikins, tell me, how are you feeling right now, knowing that you and your team won 10 Gs?
I feel really good about it. It's just, you know, it's a little overwhelming, as you can tell. I can't really speak about it.
Hey, I would definitely understand. I mean, if you just get $10,000 out of nowhere, it must be a good feeling. Well, best of luck to you guys. I'm pretty sure we might see some information here. Maybe, who knows, maybe we can see you guys in Dubai. With that said, back to Kalaris.
Thank you very much, of course, and congratulations all the same. And now we're just trying to figure out those points as we previously mentioned. The 3 teams I think we pretty much have completely round out are indeed going to be Gangstars, Team Gates, and Wildcard Gaming. It just depends on the position overall.
Wildcard do enough that game to maybe sneak into second place.
Right?
19 kills that game.
Yeah.
And they've been fragging out the entire time. They will be your kill leader for the tournament. 19
absolutely.
Kills in game number 8, but they also got the 2nd chicken dinner in a row. Now, Gangstars didn't finish in the top 3 that time, but yeah, you know, maybe Wildcard did enough. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But Team Gates, I think we're pretty confident that they're going to finish on top.
I think it's pretty safe to say that Team Gates more than likely is going to be first place. Now it just comes down to second place and third place.
Yeah.
Who's going to take it, man? Wildcard just showed up there at the end. They pretty much, to their huge advantage, just being able to go ahead and get 2 kills. I mean, 2 wins. And not only that, just getting a bunch of kills, 19 kills is just Great show there by Hot Jukes and his team.
I'll be honest, we couldn't have asked for a better finish. Going into the final game, 10 points in it from first to second place, and then the third place, before game 8, of course, third place getting the win and a massive amount of kills. So I'm lost. I don't know.
Basically, if Underrated had Wildcard's performance, that may have catapulted them up, right? If it had been Underrated with the 19 kills in the chicken dinner, that may have been enough to actually vault them over Wildcard, assuming they went down early. But unfortunately for the other teams, Wildcard did a smart thing and went up north to Severny outside the circle and just kind of waited. Some other teams were driving around, looked like they were having a little bit of fun, trying to flush out some of the teams that might be hiding. And they ultimately did, but they did a great job picking up some points there in the process.
Well, overall, Underrated was sat mid-circle for a long time. They got pushed, obviously, by some very powerful Team 7, and that were kind of stifling their position to actually even try and accrue any points to get to that third place. So for Underrated, it was a valiant performance, especially today, but just not enough, it feels.
Yeah, and especially today because they did start the day being in 10th place, and they were able to even get into contention from third place. That is just absolutely great plays by him. And Jibe, as we saw there on the final game, just being able to go ahead and secure some more kills for his team and also making sure that he gets higher placement. I'm pretty sure he wanted to get the win. I'm pretty sure that the team was rallying behind him, but just Wildcard being too much on this final 2 games and getting those back-to-back wins.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you now. My planet needs me. You guys, your final thoughts for the tournament whilst I go and get prepared to award our winners.
Overall, a fantastic tournament. I thought the overall gameplay was incredible. I mean, I couldn't have asked as far as like an analyst or a caster looking at a tournament from the outside. I mean, it was really tremendous. Every single game was action-packed, dramatic finishes, really solid teams all the way through and through. I mean, I couldn't have been any more happy with this tournament.
Yeah, from the first game all the way up to the last game, just so much action overall, as you've been mentioning. High kills too. We didn't get to see any 30 kills because it is super hard, but nonetheless, we saw people saying, hey, we're gonna go ahead and get the win, just like my boy Hot Jukes, and he delivered. He not only got 1, he got 2 wins. Man.
Hot Jukes, man, I loved his personality all weekend long, promising, some great performances, and he delivered. But it is now time to go over to our winner's ceremony. Kalaris is standing by with the news.
Hey there, guys. It is time to award our winners who are going to be taking all the prize money as well as moving on to Dubai, of course. We have a good theory as to who's going to be taking these top 3 spots, but we are going to be finding out in just a few moments' time. Joining me is Hyungmin, indeed. We have our global head of games partnerships from Samsung here, 14-year veteran of Samsung. And together, we're going to be awarding all of our teams their prizes. So without further ado, let's welcome our 3rd place finisher to the stage here. It is going to be Wildcard Gaming. That's a lot of noise. Guys, take your trophy. Let's go! Fantastic stuff. I just want to ask you, guys, you've made it to Dubai. You guys absolutely got the most kills. Very impressive run at the very end there. What do you have to say?
Oh, man, I mean, it's just a blessing to be out here. I mean, I'm just a little farmer from Texas, playing PUBG Mobile on LTE. Coming out here, it's just a huge blessing. We're glad for this opportunity. Putting in a whole bunch of work. I play on a Samsung S9 Plus, one of the few streamers on there, so it just transferred over so easily, and we were able to come out with the 3rd place win.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again. Wildcard Gaming, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Our 2nd place finishers, all importantly, moving on. Who is going to be able to take that 2nd place, which for them, of course, will determine our 1st place. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Gangstars. We're going to be getting you guys a trophy as well. Guys, you came in as one of the big favorites. You're going to be going to Dubai. What do you have to say?
I'm just extremely excited and blessed for this opportunity, and I couldn't thank my team anymore for carrying us and taking us to the 2nd place spot and getting us to Dubai. It's amazing.
All right, we'll take your trophy. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Gangstars. Awesome stuff from them. Great performance. Thank you very much, guys. please take your place at the side as we now welcome our winners here, taking 3 chicken dinners throughout the entirety of the tournament, placing first place. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Gates. Why do you have to be so tall? Guys, you won 3 chicken dinners across the tournament as a whole. Such impressive stuff. What do you have to say going into Dubai?
I have some of the best teammates in the world. We got probably the best players in North America. I'm pretty, ready for Dubai. These other 2 teams over here, they give us a great shot for our money. But, we're ready for Dubai, and here it comes.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, your grand final winners, it is Team Gates. Team Gates able to take the win here in North America. Amazing stuff. Congratulations once again to all the teams that have been able to qualify for Dubai as well. 3 teams making it forwards. Team Gates are your North American champions. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's hear it for Team Gates.
What a fantastic ending to a fantastic...
You can see it in the players' faces.
struggle.